10. Scarlet loved her Nana, but she thought of her as one of those women who never quite got over growing old. She spent the last years of her life boasting about the grandness of her youth, how she'd been beautiful, how she'd been adored by men, how she'd once worn a purple dress during Caraval that was the envy of every girl. She'd shown Scarlet the dress on many occasions. When Scarlet was still small, before she began hating the color purple, she believed it was indeed the most beautiful gown she'd ever seen. "Can I wear it?" she'd asked one day. "Of course not. This dress is not a plaything." After that, her Nana put the gown away, but it remained in Scarlet's memories. Scarlet thought of the gown that night as the doors to the turreted house swept open, and in that moment she wondered if her grandmother had ever actually been to a Caraval performance, for Scarlet could not imagine her purple gown being of notice in such a spectacular place. Lush red carpet cushioned her steps, while golden soft lights licked her arms with gentle kisses of warmth. Heat was everywhere. When a blink ago the world had been covered in cold, it tasted like light, bubbly on her tongue and sugary as it went down, making everything from the ends of her toes to the tips of her fingers tingle. Its words failed her. Scarlet wanted to say it was beautiful or marvelous, but those sentiments seemed suddenly too common for such an uncommon sight. For the turreted mansion was not what it had seemed from the outside. The door Scarlet and Julian stepped through led them not into a house but onto a balcony. Although the balcony was probably the size of a small home, roofed by a canopy of crystal chandeliers, carpeted in plush cranberry rugs, and lined with gilded golden rails and spindles that arched around heavy red velvet drapes. The drapes swished shut a moment after Scarlet and Julian entered, but it was long enough for Scarlet to glimpse the grandeur that lay beyond. Julian appeared unimpressed, though he managed a dark laugh as Scarlet continued to fumble for words. "I keep forgetting you've never left your little isle before. Anyone would think this is incredible," Scarlet argued. "Did you see all the other balconies? There are at least dozens, and below it looks like an entire miniature kingdom. Did you expect it was just going to be a normal house?" "No, of course not. It obviously looked much bigger than a normal building, but not nearly large enough to contain the world beneath the balcony." Unable to control her excitement, she drew closer to the rim, but hesitated at the edge of its closed, thick red curtains. Julian stepped in and drew a bit of it back. "I don't think we're supposed to touch those," Scarlet said. "Or maybe that's the reason they shut when we walked in, because they want us to open them." He pulled the curtain back wider. Scarlet was certain he was breaking some sort of a rule, yet she couldn't help but lean closer and marvel at the unbelievable realm resting at least 10 stories below. It resembled the cobbled streets Scarlet and Julian had just ventured through, only this hamlet was not abandoned. It looked like a storybook come to life. She peered down at the bright pointy rooftops, moss-covered towers, gingerbread cottages, gleaming gold bridges, blue brick streets, and bubbling fountains, all lit by candled lamps that hung everywhere, giving an appearance of time that was neither day nor night. It was about the same size as her village on Trista, but it felt spectacularly bigger, the way a word feels bigger with an exclamation point tacked onto it. The roads looked so alive Scarlet swore they were moving. "I don't understand how they fit an entire world inside here. It's just a very elaborate theater." Julian's tone was dry as his eyes cut from the scene below up to the dozens of different balconies, all overlooking the same curious sight. Scarlet hadn't realized it before, but Julian was right. The balconies formed a circle, an enormous circle. Her spirits took a significant dip. Sometimes it took her an entire day to track down Tella on her father's estate. How would she ever find Tella here? "Take it in while you can," Julian said. "It will make it easier to get around on the ground. After this there will be no coming back up here unless—" Ahem! From the back of the balcony someone cleared his throat. "You need to step away and shut those curtains." Scarlet turned immediately, briefly terrified they'd be kicked out for breaking a rule, and Julian took his time letting go of the drape. "And who are you?" Julian stared down the intruder, as if this new young gentleman were the one who'd just done something wrong. "You can call me Rupert." He looked at Julian with equal disdain, as if he knew Julian wasn't supposed to be there. Pompously, the man straightened up his top hat. Without it, he probably would have been shorter than Scarlet. At first glance, he looked like a gentleman, in his crisp gray pants and a suit coat with tails, but as he stepped closer, Scarlet realized he was merely a boy dressed up like a man, with cheeks that still had baby fat, and limbs that didn't look as if they'd finished growing, despite how he dressed them up in fancy clothes. Scarlet wondered if his costume was homage to Legend, who is known for his top hats and finery. I'm here to go over the rules and answer any questions before you officially begin the game. Without any flourishes, Rupert repeated the same speech given by the girl on the unicycle. Scarlet just wanted to be let in. Knowing Tella, she'd already fallen in love with some new form of trouble. Julia nudged her in the ribs. You need to listen. We've already heard this. Are you certain? Julian whispered. Once inside, you will be presented with a mystery that must be solved, said Rupert. Clues will be hidden throughout the game to help you on your way. We want you to get swept away. But be careful of being swept too far away, repeated Rupert. What happens if someone does get swept too far away? Asked Scarlet. That's usually when people die or go mad, Rupert answered so calmly she would have wondered if she misheard him. With equal composure, he took off his top hat and pulled out two pieces of parchment. He held out the creamy papers for Scarlet and Julian as if for them to read, but the script was impossibly small. I'll need 1 drop of blood at the bottom of each, said Rupert. For what? Asked Scarlet. These confirm you've heard the rules twice, and that neither the Caraval estate or Master Legend is responsible in the event of any untimely accidents, madness, or death. Though you said nothing happens inside is real, Scarlet argued. Occasionally people confuse fantasy with reality. Accidents sometimes result. It rarely happens, Rupert added. If you're worried, you don't have to play. You may always simply observe. He looked almost bored as he finished, making Scarlet feel as if she were fretting over nothing. If Tella were there, Scarlet could imagine her saying, You're only staying 1 day. If you sit and watch, you'll regret it. But the idea of a contract sealed in blood did not sit well with Scarlet. Though if Tella was playing and Scarlet chose not to, maybe she'd be unable to find her, making it impossible to leave the next day and get home in time to marry the Count. Despite Rupert's instructions, Scarlet was still a bit unsure as to the particulars of the game. She had tried to learn everything she could from her grandmother, but the woman had always been vague. Rather than actual facts, she'd given Scarlet romantic impressions that were beginning to feel a bit off. Pictures painted by a woman who saw the past as she wished it had been rather than it actually was. Scarlet looked at Julian. Without hesitation, he let Rupert prick his finger with some sort of thorn and pressed his bloody tip to the bottom of one of the contract. Scarlet remembered a few years ago when Caraval had stopped traveling for a time. A woman had been killed. Scarlet didn't know the details as to why. She had always assumed it was just a tragic accident, unrelated to the game, but now Scarlet wondered if the woman had been too caught up in the illusion of Caraval. But Scarlet had played her father's distorted games all these years. She knew when she was being deceived, and she couldn't imagine she'd become so confused about reality that she would lose her life or go insane. Still, it didn't mean she wasn't nervous as she'd stretched out her hand. She knew better than to assume any type of game came without a cost. Rupert pricked her ring finger so quickly Scarlet barely noticed, though when she pressed her finger to the bottom of the delicate page, it was as if all the lights went out for a moment. When she took it away, the world became even brighter. She felt as if she could taste the red of the curtains. Chocolate cake, drenched in wine. Scarlet had only ever had a sip of wine, but she imagined that not even the whole bottle could bring this much iridescent euphoria. Despite her fears, she felt an customary moment of pure elation. The game officially begins at sunset tomorrow and ends at sunrise on the 19th. Everyone has 5 nights to play the game. Rupert continued. You will each receive 1 clue to start you on your journey. After that, you will need to find the other clues on your own. I recommend acting quickly. There is only 1 prize, and many who will be searching for it. He stepped closer and handed them each a card. It read, La Serpiente de Cristal, the glass serpent. Mine's the same, Julian said. Is this our first clue? Scarlet asked. No, Rupert answered. You'll find lodgings prepared for you there. Your rooms will contain your first clues, but only if you manage to check in before daybreak. What happens at daybreak? Scarlet asked. As if he didn't hear her, the boy pulled a cord near the edge of the balcony, parting the curtains. Gray birds had taken flight in the sky, and beyond them the colorful streets were fuller than before, while the balconies were emptier. Their hosts were letting everyone out at the same time. Another silver rush of excitement swept over Scarlet. This was Caraval. She had pictured it more often than she dreamed of her own wedding. Even though she could only afford to stay a day, she already imagined it would be difficult to leave. Rupert tipped his hat. Remember, don't let your eyes or feelings trick you. He stepped up to the balcony's rail and jumped. No, Scarlet screamed, all the color draining from her face as she watched him plummet. Don't worry, Julian said. Look. He pointed over the edge of the rail as the boy's suit coat transformed into wings. He's fine. He just made a dramatic exit. A swath of gray fabric. He continued to glide until he looked like one of the large birds in the sky. It seemed the tricks on Scarlet's eyes had already begun. Come on, Julian strode for the balcony, a purpose to his step that said he expected her to follow. If you'd been listening, you'd have heard him say that everything locks at dawn. This game has a reverse curfew. Doors close at sunrise and don't unlock until after sunset. We don't have much time to find our rooms. Julian stopped walking. At his feet, a trapdoor was open. Most likely it was how the boy had entered unseen. It led to a winding black marble staircase, spiraling down like the insides of a dark seashell, lit by waxy sconces dripping crystal candles. Crimson. Julian stopped her at the threshold. For a moment his expression looked torn, the way it had during the tense seconds before he left her at the clock shop. What is it? Scarlet asked. We need to hurry. Julian let Scarlet go first, though after a few flights, she wished that the sailor had gone before her, or that he'd just left her to her own devices, as she imagined he'd been about to at the top of the stairs. According to Julian, every step she took was too slow. We don't have all night, he repeated. If we don't get to the Serpent before dawn, we'll be out in the cold until tomorrow night. I know. I'm going as fast as I can. Scarlet thought the balcony was 10 stories high, but now it seemed more like 100. She was never going to get to Tella. It might have been different if her dress weren't so clingy. Once more, Scarlet tried to will it into another shape, but the gown remained determinedly unchanged. Her legs were shaking, and a fine layer of sweat coated her thighs as she finally exited with Julian. Outside, the air was crisper and a little bit damp, though thankfully there was no snow on any of the streets. The dampness came from the canals. Scarlet hadn't realized it while above, but every other street was made of water. Striped boats swam about, as bright as tropical fish and shaped like half-moons, all hemmed by young men and women around her age. There were no signs of Donatella. Julian flagged down a boat right away. Aquamarine with red stripes, steered by a young sailor girl dressed to match. Her lips were painted red as well, and Scarlet couldn't help but notice how wide they parted as Julian strode closer. What can I do for you, lovelies? She asked. Oh, I think you're the lovely one. Julian ran his fingers through his hair, flashing her a look made of lies and other simple things. Can you reach La Serpiente de Crystal before sunup? I'll take you wherever you need to go as long as you're willing to pay. The red-lipped girl emphasized the word pay, reinforcing what Scarlet assumed back in the clock shop. Coins were not the primary currency used in this game. Julian was unfazed. We were told the first raid of the night would be free. My fiancé here is a special guest of Master Legend. Is that so? The girl narrowed one eye as if she didn't believe him, but then to Scarlet's surprise she beckoned them on board. I'm not one to disappoint special guests of legend. Julian hopped on nimbly and motioned for Scarlet. The boat appeared sturdier than their last ride, with tucked cushions on the benches, yet Scarlet couldn't bring herself to leave the cobbled street. This one isn't going to sink, Julian said. That's not what I'm worried about. My sister, what if she's out here looking for us, and I hope someone tells her the sun's about to come up? You really don't care about her at all, do you? If I didn't care, then I wouldn't hope someone has told her it's almost sunup. Julian motioned impatiently for Scarlet to enter the boat. You don't need to worry, love. They probably placed her at the same inn as us. But what if they haven't? Scarlet said. Then you're still more likely to find her by boat. We'll cover distance faster this way. He's right, said the girl. Daylight is approaching fast. Even if you did find your sister, you wouldn't be able to walk to La Serpiente before it arrives. Tell me what she looks like, and I can keep an eye out for her as we go. Scarlet wanted to argue, even if she couldn't find her sister before sunup. She wanted to do everything in her power to try. Scarlet imagined this to be the sort of place where a person could be lost and never found. But Julian and the sailor girl were right. They'd move faster in the crescent boat. Scarlet didn't know how much time had passed since the Isle's curious sun had disappeared, but she was certain time moved differently in this place. My sister is shorter than me and very pretty, with a bit of rounder face and long spirals of blonde hair. Scarlet had her mother's darker coloring, while Tella had received their father's fair curls. The lighter hair should make her easier to find, said the sailor girl, but as far as Scarlet could tell, she spent more time with her eyes on Julian's handsome face. Julian was just as unhelpful. As they glided over midnight blue waters, she sensed he was searching for something, but it wasn't her younger sister. Can you row any faster? Julian asked, a muscle ticking in his jaw. For someone who's not paying, you're rather demanding. The sailor girl gave him a wink, but Julian's harsh expression remained unchanged. What's wrong? Scarlet asked. We're running out of time. A shadow fell over him as several of the lanterns lining the water flickered out. The boat sailed farther and more candles died, their fading smoke casting haze over the water and the few remaining people who still lingered about the cobbled streets. That's how you tell time here? The lanterns go out as it gets closer to dawn? Scarlet's eyes anxiously shot around as Julia nodded grimly and another set of candles turned from flames to smoke. The boat finally came to a rocking halt in front of a long, rickety dock. At the end of it, a searing green door watched Scarlet like a glowing eye. The ivy clung to the walls around it, and though most of the building was swallowed by the night, two dying lanterns illuminated the sign above the entrance. A white serpent coiled around a black cluster of grapes. Julie was already out of the boat. He grabbed Scarlet's wrist, hauling her onto the dock. Faster! One of the lanterns above the entrance snuffed out, and the color of the door seemed to dim as well. It was barely visible as Julian wrenched it open and pushed Scarlet forward. She stumbled inside, but before Julian could follow, the door slammed shut. Wood crashed against wood as heavy bolts slid into place, trapping him outside. 11. No! Scarlet tried to pry the door back open, but a plump woman in a stocking cap was already placing a heavy rock through the bolt. You can't do that, my... Scarlet hesitated. Somehow the lie seemed more real if she was the one to say it. It made her feel as if she were somehow being unfaithful to the Count. Julian had promised her what happened in the game would never get back to her father or her real fiancé, but how could she be sure? And it wasn't as if he was really being left out for the night. But the days on this isle seemed as if they could be worse than the nights. Scarlet remembered the cold, abandoned village they'd crossed through to get to the turreted house. If Julian remained locked outside, it was because he'd pushed her in ahead of himself. He'd risked what he'd wanted so she would be all right. Scarlet couldn't abandon him. My fiancé, Scarlet said. He's out there. You have to let him in. I'm sorry, said the innkeeper. Rules are rules. If you don't make it in the end of the first night, you don't get to play. Don't get to play? Those weren't the rules I heard, though she hadn't listened to all the rules. She realized this was why Julian had been so anxious on the boat. I'm sorry, dearie. And the innkeeper truly did look apologetic. I hate to separate couples, but I cannot break the rules. Once the sun's up and the door's locked for the day, no one comes in or gets out until the sun... But it's not up yet, Scarlet objected. It's still dark. You can't leave him out there. The innkeeper continued to look at Scarlet with pity, but the set of her mouth was unyielding. It was obvious she was not going to change her mind. If the situation were reversed, Scarlet tried to think of what Julian would have done. Briefly, she imagined he might not have cared, but although he'd left her on the raft in the clock shop, he'd also come back, and even if it had been only so that he could use her to get into the games, she still felt thankful he'd returned. Mustering courage she mostly reserved to protect her sister, Scarlet stood a little straighter. I think you're making a mistake. My name is Scarlet Dragna, and we're special guests of Caraval Master Legend. The innkeeper's eyes widened almost as far as her hands reached out to unlock the bolt. Oh, you should have said that sooner. The door flew open. The other side was the hopeless shade of black that only takes over before the sun is about to rise. Julian! Scarlet expected to find him on the other side of the door, but all she saw was the relentless darkness. Her heart pounded. Julian! Crimson? Scarlet still couldn't see him, but she heard Julian's boots hitting the dock, thumping in rhythm with her own pounding pulse. Her heart continued to race even after Julian was safely inside. The fire that lit the vestibule was dim. A few smoldering logs provided barely enough light to see, but she swore the sailor looked haunted, as if those moments outside had cost him something valuable. She could feel the night still hovering around him. The tips of his dark hair were damp with it. Somewhere in the distance, bells began to ring in the dawn. If she'd waited a few more seconds, it would have been too late to save him. Scarlet fought the unexpected urge to reach out and hug him. He might have been a scoundrel and a liar, but until she found her sister, he was all she had in the game. You scared me, Scarlet said, and it appeared she wasn't the only one. The innkeeper's face was paler as she locked up the door for a second time. Julian moved a little closer to Scarlet, his hand gently pressing the small of her back. How did you convince her to let me in? Scarlet felt reluctant to tell Julian the truth about what she said. I just told her it wasn't daybreak yet. Julian raised a skeptical brow. I might have also told her that we were getting married, Scarlet added. My little liar, Julian mouthed, his lips parted slightly as he slowly leaned in closer. Scarlet stiffened. For a moment she thought he was going to kiss her, but instead he whispered, thank you. His lips lingered near her ear, tickling her skin, and she shivered as his hand pressed a little harder against the small of her back. Something about the gesture felt very intimate. Scarlet inched away, and Julian's hand remained against her spine, keeping her close as he turned to the innkeeper. She bustled behind the large olive-green desk that took up most of the low-ceilinged room. "And thank you," said Julian. "I appreciate the kindness you've shown us tonight." "Oh, it wasn't really a problem," said the innkeeper, though Scarlet swore she was still shaken. Her fingers trembled as she adjusted her stocking cap. "Like I told your fiancé, I hate to break up couples. I actually have special arrangements for you two." The innkeeper rummaged back through her desk before producing two glass keys, one etched with the number 8 and the other with a 9. "Easy to find. Just go up the stairs to your left." She winked as she handed them the keys. Scarlet hoped the wink was just a tick. She had never been overly fond of them. Her father liked to wink, usually after he'd done something nasty. Scarlet didn't imagine this plump innkeeper had done anything nefarious to their rooms. But the little glass keys, paired with the odd little gesture, left Scarlet with an icy blue nervous hum. It was probably just in her head, she told herself. Maybe the keys were part of the game as well. Perhaps they unlocked something other than rooms 8 and 9, and that was what she'd meant by special arrangements. Or perhaps they just had a rather good view of the canals. The innkeeper explained that each hall had a water closet and a tub room for washing. "To your right is the Glass Tavern, closes 1 hour after sunrise, opens 1 hour before sunset." Inside the barroom, jade light fell from the emerald chandeliers hanging over tables of glass that clinked with goblets and the crush of dull chatter. It smelled of stale beer and staler conversation. It was about to close for the day. Only a handful of patrons remained, all of them with different colorings and features, which made it seem they'd come from across the continents. None of them had curly blonde hair. "I'm sure you'll find her tomorrow," said Julian. "Or maybe she's already in her room." Scarlet turned back to the innkeeper. "Would you be able to tell us if a young lady named Donatella Dragna is staying here?" The innkeeper hesitated. Scarlet swore she recognized the name. "I'm sorry, dearies, I can't tell you who else is staying here. But it's my sister. I still can't help." The woman divided a slightly panicked look between Julian and Scarlet. "Rules of the game. If she's here, you'll have to find her on your own." "Can't you?" Julian's hand pressed against Scarlet's back. Then his lips were at her ear again. "She's already done us one favor tonight," he warned. But Scarlet started to argue, yet Julian's expression stopped her. Something in it went beyond caution and looked much closer to fear. Dark hair fell over his eyes as he leaned near to her once more and whispered, "I know you want to find your sister, but on this isle, secrets are valuable. Be careful about giving yours away too freely. If people know what you want the most, it can be used against you. Come on." He started toward the stairs. Scarlet knew it was dawn, but the crooked halls of La Serpiente smelled like the end of the night. Sweat and fading fire smoke mixed with lingering breath from words whose ghosts still haunted the air. The doors didn't seem to be in any particular order. Room 2 was on the second floor, while room 1 was on the floor 3. Room 5's teal door came after 11's raspberry entry. The halls of the fourth floor were all covered in velvet paper, striped with thick lines of black and cream. Scarlet and Julian finally found their rooms in the middle of the hall, neighbors to each other. Scarlet hesitated in front of the rounded door to room 8, while Julian waited for her to go inside. It felt as if they'd spent more than just one day together. The sailor had not been a horrible companion. Scarlet knew she might not have made it this far without his help. "I was thinking," she started, "tomorrow, if I see your sister, I'll tell her you're looking for her." Julian's tone was polite, but it was clearly a dismissal, so that was it. She shouldn't have been surprised or upset that this was the end of their partnership. Julian had claimed that he would help her out, but she'd learned enough of him to know that if he wanted something, he said whatever needed to be said and get it. She didn't know when she started expecting more or why. She recalled that he'd told her in the clock shop about how she thought too highly of him if she believed he cared for her sister. He used people. His use of her had been mutually beneficial, but he'd used her all the same. She remembered her first impression of him, tall, roughly handsome, and dangerous, like poison dressed up in an attractive bottle. It was better for her to stay away from him, safer. He might have helped her today, but she couldn't drop her guard. He was clearly here for his own purposes, and after she found her sister the next night, she wouldn't be alone or staying much longer. "Goodbye," Scarlet said as curtly as he'd spoken to her, and without another word she swept into her room. A fire was already lit in the hearth, warm and glowing, throwing shades of copper against walls covered in flowered wallpaper, roses, white with ruby tips in various states of bloom. The wood crackled as it burned, a soft lullaby that pulled her toward a massive canopy bed, the most enormous one Scarlet had ever seen. It must have been why the room was considered special. Sheltered by gauzy drapes of white that hung from carved wooden posts, the bed was covered with silk pillows made of fluff and thickly quilted blankets, tied with rich currant red bows. She couldn't wait to fall on the bed's downy mattress, and the wall moved. Scarlet froze. The room suddenly grew hotter and smaller. For a moment she hoped it was a trick of her imagination. No, she said, watching as Julian strode through a narrow door next to the wardrobe, which until that moment had been camouflaged by the room's papered wall. How did you get in here? She asked, though even before he answered, Scarlet knew exactly what had happened. The wink, the keys, the special arrangements. She gave us the same room on purpose. You did a very good job of convincing her we're in love. Julian's eyes cut to the lavish bed. Scarlet's cheeks blazed with red, the color of hearts and blood and shame. I didn't say we were in love, I only said we're engaged. Julian laughed, but Scarlet was aghast. This isn't funny. We can't sleep in here together. If anyone finds out, I'll be utterly ruined. There you go, being dramatic again. You think everything is going to destroy your life. But if anyone found out, it would destroy her engagement to the Count. You met my father. If he ever discovered no one will find out. I imagine that's why there are 2 doors with different numbers. Julian crossed over to the enormous bed and threw himself on top of it. You can't sleep on that bed, Scarlet protested. Why not? It's very comfortable. Julian pulled off his boots, dropping them to the floor with loud thumps. Then he took off his waistcoat and went for the buttons of his shirt. What are you doing? Scarlet said. You can't do that. Listen, Crimson. Julian stopped unbuttoning his shirt. I told you I won't touch you, and I promised to keep my word, but I am not sleeping on the floor or on that tiny lounge just because you're a girl. This bed is big enough for the both of us. You really think I'd get in a bed with you? Are you mad? A ridiculous question, because clearly he was. He continued to unbutton his shirt, and she was certain he did so only because he knew it made her uncomfortable, or maybe he just liked showing off. Scarlet got another glimpse of his smooth muscles as she pivoted for the door. I'm going back down to see if she has another room. And what if she doesn't? Julian called. Then I'll sleep in the hall. A gentleman would have protested, but Julian was not a gentleman. Something soft hit the floor, most likely his shirt. Scarlet reached for the glass doorknob. Hold on. A square lined with gold landed at her feet. An envelope, her name written across the front in an elegant script. Found that on the bed. I'm imagining it's your first clue. 12. Scarlet's Nana used to say the world of Caraval was Master Legend's great playground. No words were spoken that he didn't hear. Not even a whisper could escape his ears. No shadow went unseen by his eyes. No one ever saw Legend. Only if they did, they didn't know it was him. But Legend saw all during Caraval. Scarlet swore she felt his gaze on her as she stepped into the hall. She sensed it, the way the candlelit lanterns seemed to glow brighter, like eyes perking up as she examined her message. The envelope looked the same as everyone Legend had sent her before, golden cream and thick with mystery. When she opened it, several red rose petals fell into her palm, along with his key, delicate green glass, similar to the one she'd been given for her room, only this key had a number 5 etched into it, and attached to it was a tiny black ribbon, which held a wide slip of paper with one name, Donatella Dragna. Scarlet knew this was supposed to be her first clue, but to her it felt more like a gift from Legend, just like the dress and the invitation to the Isle. Scarlet had found it difficult to believe she was special in the clock shop, but maybe she was feeling a touch of Caraval magic, for she found herself daring to hope that Legend was indeed treating her differently, taking care of her again by showing her where her sister was. For a moment Scarlet felt as if everything was going to be right and bright. She flew down the hall until she reached the steps to the 3rd floor. Room 5 came after room 11, a square teal door with a green glass handle that looked a bit like a giant gemstone. Gaudy and magnificent, perfect for Tella. Scarlet started to use her key, but the breathing on the other side of the door sounded a little too loud for Tella. A smoky ginger prickle of discomfort crawled down Scarlet's neck. As she put her ear closer to the door, thud, something heavy dropped to the floor, followed by a groan. Tella! Scarlet reached for the handle. Are you all right, Scarlet? Tella's voice sounded strained, out of breath. Yes, it's me, I'm coming in. No, don't! Another thud. Tella, what's going on in there? Nothing, just do not come in. Tella, there's something wrong. Nothing wrong, I'm just busy. Tella broke off. Scarlet hesitated. Something was wrong. Tella didn't sound like herself. Scarlet! Tella's voice rang loud and clear, as if she could see her sister reaching for the knob. If you open that door, I will never speak to you again. Her tone was low. This time it was echoed by a deep voice, a young man's voice. You heard your sister, he said. The words ricocheted through the crooked hall, hitting Scarlet like a burst of unwanted wind, reaching into all the places her clothing couldn't protect. She felt 5 different shades of berry-colored foolish, as she walked away. All this time she had been worried about Tella, but obviously her sister had not been concerned about her. She probably hadn't even thought about her, not when she had a young man in her bed. Scarlet shouldn't have been surprised. Her sister had always been wilder. Tella liked the taste of trouble. But it wasn't the wildness that hurt Scarlet. Tella was the most important person in the world to Scarlet, but it always broke Scarlet to know her sister did not feel the same way. When their mother Paloma had abandoned them, all the soft parts of Scarlet's father seemed to disappear along with her. His rules went from strict to severe, and so did the consequences for failing to obey. It wouldn't have it would have been so different if Paloma had just stayed on Trisda. Scarlet vowed she'd never leave Tella alone the way their mother had left them. She would protect her. Even though Scarlet was the only 1 year older, she didn't trust anyone else to take care of her sister, and as Tella grew up, Scarlet didn't trust Tella to take care of herself. But while she had sheltered Tella, she'd also spoiled her. Tella too often thought only of herself. At the end of the hall, Scarlet slumped to the floor. Rough wooden boards rubbed awkwardly beneath her. It was colder on this lower level than it had been upstairs, or maybe she only felt chilly because of Tella's dismissal. She had chosen someone else over Scarlet, a young man whose name Tella probably didn't even know. While Scarlet often feared men, Tella was the opposite, always chasing after the wrong ones, hoping one might give her the love their father withheld. Scarlet thought about returning to her room, warmed with fire and full of blankets. But all the heat in the world would not entice her to share a bed with Julian. She would have gone down and asked the innkeeper for another room, but something told her that was not a wise idea. Not after making such a fuss about how Julian needed to be let in. Stupid Julian. Stupid, stupid, stupid. She repeated the word in her head until her eyes drifted shut. Miss, a warm hand rocked Scarlet's shoulder, returning her to wakefulness. Scarlet startled, clutching her hands to her chest as her eyes shot open, only to quickly close again. The young man in front of her held a lantern rather close to her face. She could feel its warmth licking her cheek, though he stood a safe distance away. I think she's drunk, said a young woman. I'm not drunk. Scarlet opened her eyes again. The young man with the lantern appeared a few years older than Julian, but unlike the sailor, this young man was made of polished boots and neatly tied back hair. He was attractive, and the care he took with his appearance made Scarlet think he knew this as well. Dressed entirely in sleek black, he was the type of boy Tella would have called uselessly pretty, while secretly thinking of ways to gain his attention. She noticed all the ink covering his hands and moving up his arms, tattoos carnal and intricate, arcanist symbols, a mourning mask, lips curved into an alluring pout, bird talons, and black roses. Each of them was at odds with the rest of his refined appearance, which made Scarlet more curious than she ought to have been. I was accidentally placed in a room with someone else, Scarlet said. I was on my way to ask the innkeeper for another suite, but then you just fell asleep in the hall? This from the girl who had called Scarlet drunk. She was farther away from the lantern, and the rest of the hall's light had gone out, so Scarlet couldn't have clearly see her face. She imagined her to be sullen and unattractive. It's complicated, Scarlet faltered. She could have easily told them about her sister, but even if this couple never met Tella, Scarlet didn't want to expose her sister's indiscretions. It was her job to protect Tella, and Scarlet wasn't sure she really cared about what either of these two people thought of her, even if her eyes kept falling on the young man with the tattoos. He had the sort of profile meant for sculptors and painters. Full lips, strong jaw, cold dark eyes sheltered by thick dark brows. Being cornered by a young man like this in a dimly lit hall ought to have made her uncomfortable, but his expression was concerned rather than predatory. You don't have to explain, he said. I'm sure you had a good reason for sleeping out here, but I don't think you should stay. I'm in room number 11. You can sleep there. From the way he said it, Scarlet was fairly certain he didn't intend to stay in the room with her, unlike another young man she knew. Yet Scarlet was so used to hidden danger, she couldn't help but hesitate. She studied him again in the lamplight, eyes falling on the black rose that inked the backside of his hand, elegant and lovely and a little bit sorrowful. Scarlet didn't know why, but she felt as if that tattoo might somehow define him. The elegant and lovely part might have scared her away. She had learned that this too often disguised other things. The sad part drew her in. Where will you sleep? My sister's room. He nodded to the girl at his side. There are 2 beds in her suite. She doesn't need them both. Yes, I do, said the girl, and although Scarlet still couldn't see her clearly, she swore the girl looked Scarlet over with disgust. Don't be rude, said the young man. I insist, he added, before Scarlet protested again. If my mother found out I let a shivering young lady sleep on the floor, she would disown me, and I wouldn't blame her. He held out an inked hand to let Scarlet up. I'm Dante, by the way, and this is my sister Valentina. Scarlet, and thank you, she spoke tentatively, still surprised he wanted nothing in return. This is very generous of you. I think you're giving me too much credit. Dante held Scarlet's hand a beat longer. Briefly his dark eyes traveled below her neck, and she swore his cheeks pinked, but he brought his gaze back up before it could make her uncomfortable. I glimpsed you from the tavern earlier, but it looked as if you were with someone else. Scarlet hesitated. She knew what he was asking, but she couldn't discern if Dante's curiosity was because of the game or something that involved actual interest in her. All she knew was that the steady way Dante gazed at her warmed up the chilly parts of her limbs. She imagined if Julian were in the hall with a pretty girl, he'd not claim Scarlet as his fiancée. So you'd be free to meet me at nightfall for dinner? He asked. Valentina groaned. Shut it, said Dante. Please ignore my sister. She had too much to drink tonight. It makes her a little more unlikable than usual. I promise if you meet me for dinner, she will not come along. He continued to smile at Scarlet the way Scarlet always hoped a boy would, as if he wasn't just attracted to her, but he wanted to protect and take care of her. Dante's eyes stayed on her as if he couldn't turn away. The Count will look at me the same way, Scarlet assured herself, for although she wasn't truly involved with Julian, she was still engaged, and behaving otherwise was dangerous. I'm sorry, I can't, It's all right, Dante interrupted quickly. You don't have to explain. He smiled again, wider but not nearly as sincere. Silently, he walked her to his room before handing her an onyx key. For a tense moment, they both lingered near the door, narrow and pointed. Scarlet feared that despite his words, Dante was going to try and go inside with her. But he merely waited for her to make sure the key worked before whispering, Sleep well. Scarlet started to say goodbye, but she broke off as she entered the room. An oil lamp sat on the short wardrobe, illuminating the mirror above it. Even in the din, Scarlet's image was clear. Dark hair fell past shoulders, barely covered in thin ruffles of gauzy white fabric. She gasped. The evil gown had transformed again, turning sheer and lacy, and far too scandalous to be worn in a public hall or while talking to a strange young man. Scarlet slammed the door without finishing her goodbye. No wonder Dante had been unable to take his eyes off her. Scarlet did not dream well. As she slumbered, she dreamed a legend. She was back in the gilded balcony, wearing little more than exposed black corset with red petticoat, and trying to cover up with curtains. What are you doing? Legend swaggered in, sporting a signature blue velvet top hat and a gaze full of wayward intent. I was just trying to watch the game. Scarlet wrapped herself deeper into the curtains. The legend pulled her away. His hand was as cold as snow, his youthful face concealed by a shadow. Frost nipped Scarlet's naked shoulders. Legend laughed and wrapped both hands around her waist. I didn't invite you here to watch, precious. His mouth moved closer to hers, as if he was about to kiss her. I want you to play the game, he whispered. Then he threw her off the balcony. Night 1 of Caraval. Hmm. 13. Scarlet woke up covered in cold sweat. It drenched her hairline and the space underneath her knees. She knew it was only a dream, but for a moment she wondered if the magic of Caraval, if Legend's magic, had somehow sneaked into her thoughts, or maybe the dream was made of her thoughts. Twice she'd been told these experiences were all just a game, yet she was behaving as if everything were real, as if her every action would be discovered and judged and punished. I didn't invite you here so you could watch. Scarlet wasn't even doing that, though. Yesterday she'd seen incredible things, but the entire time she'd been controlled by fear. She reminded herself her father wasn't there, and if she were only going to stay for one night, she would regret it later if she spent the entire time too frightened to enjoy anything. Tella would probably sleep for another hour at least. Scarlet could go that long without worrying about her, and it wouldn't kill Scarlet to have a little fun in the meantime. Her thoughts fled back to Dante, to the black rose tattoo on his hand, and the warm, wanted way he'd made her feel. She should have said yes. It was only a dinner, not nearly as scandalous as talking with him in a darkened hall, while only in a nightdress. And even that had not turned out as terribly as she would have imagined. Her borrowed room had only one tiny octagonal window, but it was enough to see the sun leisurely setting and the canals and streets returning to life. The world was on the cusp of nightfall, the hour of smoke before everything turned fully dark. Perhaps if she headed to the glass tavern fast enough, it wouldn't be too late to find Dante and accept his dinner invitation, though she felt as if she should be eating breakfast. She'd adjusted to sleeping during the day with surprising ease, but the idea of waking up and going to supper still felt unnatural. Before leaving, she gave her appearance a quick check in the mirror. As she'd washed her face, she felt her gown shifting, the thin fabric of her nightdress turning to heavy layers of silk. She'd hoped for something less noticeable, a dress that would blend into the night, but this gown definitely had a mind of its own. A giant one red bow sat atop her bustle, its two thick ties streaming down her backside to the floor. The rest of her dress was pure white except for the bodice, which was wrapped in red ribbons, leaving only glimpses of the snowy fabric beneath. Her shoulders were bare, though long sleeves covered her arms. Like the bodice, they were threaded with ruby ribbons, which tied on top of her hands, leaving their ends to dance between her slender fingers. Tella would love it. Scarlet could already imagine how her sister would squeal at the sight of Scarlet in such a bold gown. Even though Scarlet had vowed not to worry about her sister for the first hour of the night, she still could not help but think of Tella as she passed by room 5. The door was cracked. Emerald green light, the color of the gem-shaped doorknob, seeped from the other side like fog. Scarlet told herself to keep walking, to find Dante, who actually wanted to spend time with her, but something about the light and the creak and the ever-present pull of her sister drew Scarlet closer. "Tella?" Scarlet knocked quietly. The door creaked open a little further, spilling out more green light, the color of malevolent things. Scarlet's ill feeling from before returned. "Tella?" She pushed open the door the rest of the way. "Oh my!" Scarlet covered her mouth. Tella's room was in a shambles. Feathers covered the carnage, as if a rebel angel had gone mad. They mixed with the splinters of wood that snapped under Scarlet's boots and the clothes ripped from the torn-apart wardrobe. The bed was damaged as well. Its quilt was torn in half, and one of its posts had been completely removed like a roughly severed limb. This was all Scarlet's fault. Tella had been in her room with a man, but not for the reason Scarlet thought. She should have known. She should have gone in despite Tella's protests. It was Scarlet's job to take care of her sister. Tella was far too reckless with men, and Scarlet had been foolish to think they could stay here even for a day. She should have departed the island with Tella for the moment she'd found her. If Scarlet had left right away, God's teeth! Scarlet spun at the sound of her sister's familiar curse, uttered by an unfamiliar voice. "Hector, look, it's another clue!" The woman who marched into the room was silver-haired and slight, definitely not Donatella. "This is superb!" She pulled an older man with spectacles through the door. "What are you doing?" Scarlet asked. "This is my sister's room. You can't be in here." The couple looked up as if they'd just noticed Scarlet. The silver-haired woman smiled, but it wasn't kind. It was greedy and green as the light that dusted the room. "Is your sister Donatella Dragna? How did you know that? When did you last see her?" asked the silver-haired woman. "What does she look like?" Scarlet started to answer, but the interrogation felt foul, like a bathtub filled with dirty water. The silver-haired woman's tone was as eager as her pale eyes and clutching hands, and then Scarlet saw in the woman's wrinkled palm a green glass key, exactly like the one Scarlet had received, etched with the number 5 and attached to a slip of paper bearing Donatella's name. Julian's words rushed back. Her sister's name was Scarlet's first clue, and other people had been given the same exact clue. "It's all a game." Scarlet remembered the warning from the girl on the unicycle. This wasn't real, but it felt that way. The dresses strewn about the room were really Donatella's, and when her sister had warned her away from the room, there had been that in her voice, and she had genuinely sounded upset, although now Scarlet feared it wasn't for the reason she originally thought. Several feathers took flight as the woman plucked one of Tella's lacy, light blue nightdresses from the ground, and her companion stole a piece of costume jewelry from the floor. "Please don't touch those," Scarlet said. "Sorry, dear, just because she's your sister doesn't mean you get all the clues. These aren't clues. These are my sister's things." Scarlet raised her voice, but all that did was draw in more people. As eager as vultures, men and women, both young and old, ripped through the room like beasts sucking meat off bones. Scarlet felt powerless to stop them. How had she ever thought this was a magical game? Some of them tried to ask her questions as if she might lead them to another clue, but when Scarlet wouldn't answer, they hastily moved on. She tried to seize what she could. She grabbed dresses and under things, ribbons and jewelry and puncture cards. Tella must have been sincere about never returning to Trista, for it wasn't only her clothes strewn about the room. All her favorite possessions were there, and a few of Scarlet's as well. Scarlet wasn't sure if these were things Tella had taken selfishly or if she'd brought them to the Isle for Scarlet because she'd not planned on either of them returning to Trista. "Excuse me." A pregnant girl with rosy cheeks and strawberry blonde hair approached Scarlet, her voice the one quiet sound amid the chaos. "You look as if you could use some help. I can't exactly bend over well." She motioned to her full rounded stomach. "Maybe I could hold on to those things while you keep gathering." Scarlet was reaching the point where she couldn't pick up anymore, but she didn't want to let go of what she managed to grab. "It's not as if I can run off," the girl added. She was young, about Scarlet's age, and from the size of her, it appeared she would have her baby any minute. "I'm not sure." Scarlet broke off as a man in cheap velveteen pants and a brown bowler hat kicked a piece of stained glass. Something glittery red sparkled beneath it. "No, you can't take those." Scarlet lunged toward the man, but the moment he saw her interest, his own ignited into something stronger. He snatched the precious earrings from the floor and bolted to the door. She ran after him, but he was quick and her arms were burdened. She was only halfway down the hall when he made it to the rickety stairs. "Here, let me hold those." The pregnant girl was beside her in the hall. "I'll be right here when you get back," she promised. Scarlet didn't want to let go of what she gathered, but she really couldn't lose those earrings. Dropping her things in the girl's open arms, Scarlet clutched the bottom of her snowy skirt and tried to catch up with the man. She caught a glimpse of his brown bowler hat when she reached the staircase, but then it vanished from sight. Out of breath, she burst downstairs, seeing the door to La Serpiente swing shut as if someone had just raced through. Scarlet chased after it, grabbing its garish green edge. Outside, the world was nightfall and daybreak all at once. Stars winked above like evil eyes, while hosts of lanterns set the streets ablaze with lustrous candlelight. An accordion's jaunty tune rang over the streets, and people moved to its music, swaying skirted hips and swing-jacketed elbows. But there were no bobbling bowler hats. The man had disappeared. It shouldn't have mattered. They were only earrings, but they weren't only earrings. They were Scarlet's. "Scarlet stones for Scarlet," her mother had said. A final present before she had left. Scarlet had known there was no such thing as a scarlet stone, that they were really just colored bits of glass, but that never mattered. They were a piece of her mother, and a reminder that Governor Dragna had once been a different man. "Your father gave me these," she said, "because scarlet was my favorite color." It was difficult to picture her father being thoughtful like that now. He'd been so different before. After Paloma had run off and he'd been unable to find her, he destroyed everything that reminded him of her, leaving Scarlet with only the earrings, but only because she'd hidden them from him. That's when Scarlet swore to always stay with her sister, to never leave Tella with nothing but a piece of jewelry and faded memories the way their mother had. Even years later, Paloma's disappearance clung to Scarlet like a shadow that no amount of brightness could erase. Scarlet's eyes burned with tears. Again she tried to remember this was only a game, but it was not the game she thought it would be. Back in the crooked hallway of La Serpiente, Scarlet was surprised to find the pregnant girl had made off with all her things. Nothing remained in the hall of her sister's precious belongings. All Scarlet found was a glass button and a picture card that either the girl or someone else must have dropped. "Those vultures! I didn't know you were the sort who ever cursed." Julian leaned against the opposite wall, brown arms crossed lazily over his chest, making Scarlet wonder if he'd been there all along. "I didn't know the word vulture was a curse," said Scarlet. "The way you used it made it sound like one. You'd curse too if you had a sister who was kidnapped as part of the game." "There you go again, thinking too highly of me, Crimson. If I had a sister who was kidnapped for this game, I'd use it to my advantage. Stop feeling sorry for yourself and come on." Julian pushed off the wall and started toward Tella's ransacked room. The vultures were gone, but everything important was cleaned out. Even the green glass doorknob had been absconded with. "I tried to collect all her things," but Scarlet's voice cracked as she entered the room, reminded of all the greedy eyes and hands grabbing at Tella's possessions, as if they were segments of a puzzle rather than pieces of a person. She looked up at Julian, but there was no pity in his hooded gaze. "It's just a game, Crimson. Those people were only playing. If you want to win, you have to be a little bit ruthless. Nice is not what Caraval is about." "I don't believe you," Scarlet said. "Just because your moral compass is broken doesn't mean everyone here is unscrupulous. The ones who came close to winning are. Not everyone comes here just for fun. Some only play so they can sell what they gather to the highest bidder, like the mate who ran off with your earrings." "You won't get much money for those," Scarlet said bitterly. "You'd be surprised." Julian picked up a knob for the broken wardrobe. "People are willing to spend a lot of money or give up their deepest secrets for a bit of Caraval magic, but those who don't play fairly usually pay an even higher price." Julian tossed the knob into the air and let it fall to the ground before quietly admitting, "Legend has a sense of justice that way." "Well, I don't want to play at all," Scarlet said. "I just want to find my sister and get home in time for my wedding." "That's a problem, then." Julian picked up the knob once again. "If you want to find your sister before you leave, you have to win the game." "What are you talking about?" Let me guess, you didn't look at the clue I gave you? All my clue said was Donatella's name. Are you certain? He challenged. Of course. I just didn't realize it was a clue. I thought legend. Scarlet caught her mistake too late. Julian's lips were curving into that same mocking twist that appeared whenever she mentioned Legend's name, even though she hadn't finished her witless thought. Scarlet double-checked the note attached to her key. The only words on the note were her sister's name, but below that was a wide swath of empty space. Crossing over to the closest stained-glass candle lamp, Scarlet held the page up, as Tella had done with the tickets from Legend. Sure enough, new lines of elegant script appeared. This girl was last seen with Legend. If you catch her, you shall catch him as well. Of course, you may have to venture through hell. But if you succeed, you may find yourself rich. This year's winner will be granted one wish. After a moment, the poem disappeared, and a new set of words took its place. This is your first clue on the road to find her. The others will not be so easy to retrieve. Some will make you question your sanity and all that you believe. Clue number 2, you'll discover in the rubble of her departure. Number 3, you must earn. Number 4 will cost you something valuable, and number 5 requires a leap of faith. Most of you will fail, but one will surely succeed. You have 5 nights to find the 4 remaining clues, and then the girl and Legend's wish will be yours. Scarlet's dream must have been more than just a delusion. Legend really wanted her there. She recalled what the boy in the balcony had said. Once inside, you will be presented with a mystery that must be solved. Figuring out where Tella had been must have been this year's mystery. That's why so many people had been rummaging through her room. They were all searching for Tella as well. The note didn't say what would happen to Tella if no one found her, but Scarlet knew her sister didn't plan on going back to Trisda once the game ended. If Scarlet didn't find her, Tella would just vanish like her mother did. If she wanted to see her sister again, Scarlet really did have to remain and play, but Scarlet couldn't stay for the entire game. She was supposed to marry the Count in 6 days, on the 20th. There were 5 nights of Caraval, but it would take 2 full days to travel to return to Trisda, for Scarlet to make it home in time for her wedding. She would have to solve all the clues and find Tella before the last night of the game. Don't look so distressed, said Julian. If your sister is with Legend, I'm sure she's being treated well. How do you know that? Scarlet said. You didn't hear her. She sounded so frightened. You saw her? I only heard her voice. Scarlet explained what had happened. Julian looked as if he were holding back a chuckle. You keep forgetting this is a game. She was either acting or someone else was pretending to be her. Either way, I don't think you need to worry about your sister. Trust me when I say Legend knows how to take care of his guests. Julian's last words should have eased the knots in Scarlet's stomach, but something about the way Julian spoke made them tighten instead. His smile left his eyes cold, untouched. How do you know how Legend treats his guests? Look at the room we were given, because you're his special visitor. Julian's accent thickened as he said the word special. It makes sense to think he's put your sister somewhere just as nice. Again, Scarlet should have felt better. Tella was not in any danger. Her sister was merely part of a game, and an important part of that. And that's exactly what made Scarlet so unsettled. Why, of all people, would Legend choose her sister? I get it, Julian added. You're jealous. No, I'm not. It would make sense if you were. You were the one who wrote him letters all those years. No one would blame you if you felt bad if he chose her instead. I'm not jealous, Scarlet repeated, but this only made the sailor smile wider, as he continued to toy with the knob from the broken wardrobe, making it disappear and reappear between his deft fingers. A cheap magic trick. She tried to think of Tella's disappearance this way, a simple sleight of hand. She wasn't gone for good, just out of Scarlet's reach. She reread the first clue again. Number 2 you'll discover in the rubble of her departure. As Tella's sister, Scarlet should have had an advantage. If something in the room did not belong to Tella, Scarlet would know. But there were hardly any items left, except for the glass button and the picture card in her hand, which upon second glance no longer looked quite so ordinary as before. What is it? Julian asked. When Scarlet didn't answer right away, his tone turned charming. Come on, I thought you were a team. Being teammates has mostly benefited you, not me. I wouldn't say mostly. You forget. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't even be here. I could claim the same, Scarlet argued. Last night I saved you from being kicked out of the game, but you were the one who slept in our room. You could have slept in the bed as well. Julian toyed with the top button of his shirt. Scarlet scowled. You know that was never an option. All right. He put his hands up in an exaggerated surrender. From now on, it will be more of an even partnership. keep telling you what I know about the game. We share with each other what we learn, and we trade days for the room. When you sleep in there, I promise I will not, though you are welcome to join me whenever you want. Scoundrel, Scarlet muttered. I've been called much worse. Now show me what's in your hands. Scarlet looked out toward the hall, making certain no one was lingering outside the door. Then she turned the picture card in her hand toward Julian. This did not belong to my sister. 14. When Scarlet was 11, she had been wildly in love with castles. It didn't matter if they were made of sand or stone or bits of imagination. They were fortresses, and Scarlet imagined if she lived in one, she'd be protected and treated like a princess. Tella had no such romantic notions. She did not want to be cross-seated or spend her days locked away in some musty old castle. Tella wanted to travel the world, to see ice villages of the far north and the jungles of the eastern continent, and what better way to do that than with the beautiful emerald green fishtail? Tella never told Scarlet, but she wanted to be a mermaid. Scarlet had laughed so hard she'd cried when she discovered Tella's hidden cache of picture cards, all of them with glittering mermaids and mermen. After that, whenever they fought or Tella teased Scarlet, Scarlet was tempted to taunt her about being a mermaid. At least castles were real, but even Scarlet, who at the time still had impractical dreams and untethered imagination, knew mermaids did not exist, but Scarlet never said a word, not when Tella teased her about her castles or about her growing fixation with Caraval, because Tella's fantasy of being a mermaid gave Scarlet hope that despite their mother's abandonment and their father's lack of love, her sister could still dream, and that was something Scarlet never wanted to destroy. My sister's picture cards were a very particular collection, she told Julian. Tella would not have had a picture card with a castle on it. I believe that's actually a palace, said Julian. It's still not a picture she would have had. This must be the next clue. You're positive? Julian asked. If you don't trust my knowledge of my sister, then you can find someone else to work with. Believe it or not, Crimson, I like working with you, and I think I remember seeing that palace after we caught the boat last night. If you're right, and the card is the second clue, the palace is where we should look for the third one. When I played before, Julian quieted at the sound of bootsteps. Heavy, confident. They stopped just outside the door to Tella's room. Scarlet peeked into the hall. Why, hello there, Dante greeted her with a smile a little too crooked to be perfect. Again he was dressed in all black, matching the darkness of his tattoos, but he seemed to brighten at the sight of Scarlet. I was just going by to check on you. Did you sleep well in my room? Coming from Dante, the words sleep in my room sounded more than a little scandalous. Who's at the door, my love? Julian moved behind Scarlet. He didn't actually touch her, but the way he slid close was just as proprietary. She could feel the coolness of his body caressing hers as he placed one hand on the frame and the other on the door right behind her. Dante's charming expression vanished. His eyes darted from Scarlet to Julian. He didn't say a word, but Scarlet could clearly read his hardening face. She felt something shift in Julian as well. Julian's chest brushed her back, and when it did, every muscle was hard and rigid, at odds with his careless tone. Isn't someone going to introduce me? Julian, this is Dante, said Scarlet. Dante stuck out his hand. The one with a note with a rose inked on the back. He was kind enough to give up his room for me, Scarlet explained, since there was a mix-up involving mine. Well, then it's very good to meet you, Julian shook Dante's hand. I'm so glad you could help my fiancé. When I heard about what happened, I felt sick. I wish you'd come to me. Juliet turned to Scarlet, all false affection and infuriating looks. She was wrong about him being disturbed. He was enjoying this, playing the part of the concerned fiancé just to scare away Dante, when really he couldn't have cared less. Scarlet looked back up at Dante, hoping to find a good way to explain she hadn't really lied. But he no longer looked at her, and his handsome face had shifted from upset to disturbing shade of indifferent, as if she'd just ceased to exist. Come on, love, Julian whispered. We should move aside so we can get a look. That's all right, Dante said. I think I've seen what I needed. Then he took off down the hall without another word. Scarlet whirled on Julian the moment Dante was out of sight. I am not your piece of property, and I don't appreciate your acting like it. But you enjoyed the way he was looking at you? Julian gazed down at Scarlet, blinking thick, dark lashes as he gave her an intentionally lopsided smile. You think he practices that look in a mirror? Stop it. He didn't look at me like that. He's just a nice person. Unlike some people, he was willing to make a sacrifice to help me. He looked as if he was willing to collect on that sacrifice, too. Not everyone is like you. Scarlet marched out the doorway and down the hall, gripping the second clue, Tella's picture card. All I'm saying is, That one's bad news, Julian said. You should stay away from him. Scarlet stopped at the top of the stairs, squaring her shoulders as she turned to Julian, clearly recalling the hungry look on his face when she'd caught him in the barrel room with Tella. As if you're any better. I'm not saying I'm a good man, Julian said, but I don't want any of the things from you that bloke does. If I did, I'd tell you to stay away from me too. He won Caraval last time I played. Remember what I said about this game costing people? Even winning comes with a price, and his triumph cost him a lot. My bet is he'll do anything to win the wish and try to get back everything he lost. If you think my moral compass is damaged, this does not exist. Oh, if it isn't the happy couple, the pretty dark-skinned girl clapped excitedly as Scarlet and Julian climbed into her boat. The last thing Scarlet felt like doing was pretending to be Julian's blissful bride-to-be, but she managed to add some sugar to her voice. Weren't you on a unicycle last night? Oh, I did lots of things, the girl said proudly. Scarlet remembered Julian's warning about her, but as the girls started to row, it was difficult to think she was made of anything other than genuine cheer. Much friendlier than the sailor girl from the night before. Perhaps Julian just didn't like anyone who seemed pleasant. Although he was now amiable enough to this girl after flashing her the picture card with their destination, he inquired after her name. Jovan, but people call me Jo, said the girl. As she rowed, Julian asked more questions and laughed at her jokes. Scarlet was impressed with how polite he could be when he wanted, though she imagined most of it was just to get information. Jovan pointed out all sorts of sights. The canals were circular, like a long apple peel spread out along curving lantern-lit streets full of pubs piping russet smoke, bakeries shaped like cupcakes, and shops wrapped in colors like birthday presents. Cerulean blue, apricot orange, saffron yellow, primrose pink. While the canals remained midnight dark, glass lanterns lined the edges of each building, emphasizing the brilliant colors as people bustled in and out. Scarlet thought it looked like a sort of jolly dance to the various kinds of music that played: harps, bagpipes, violins, flutes, and cellos. Each canal had a different instrumental heartbeat. There's a lot to see here, said Jovan. If you're willing to pay and you look hard enough, you'll find things on the isle you won't come across anywhere else. Some people just come here to hunt through the shops and don't even bother playing the game. Jovan continued chattering, but her words were lost as Scarlet spied what seemed to be a commotion of the corner of one street. It looked as if a woman was being dragged out from the shop forcibly. Scarlet heard a cry. Then all she could see was a cluster of people pulling at the woman, made of thrashing arms and kicking legs. What's going on over there? Scarlet pointed. But by the time Jovan and Julian looked, someone on the street had snuffed out all the nearby lanterns, concealing whatever Scarlet had witnessed in a curtain made of night. What did you see? Julian asked. There was a woman in a dove-gray dress, and she was being dragged out of a shop. Oh, that was probably just a street show, Jovan said merrily. Sometimes performers do that to spice things up for the folks who are just observing. Probably made it seem as if she'd stolen something or was going mad. I'm sure you'll see more like that as the game goes on. Scarlet almost whispered to Julian that it looked very real, but hadn't she been warned about that when they'd first entered the game? Jovan clapped again as she stopped rowing. Now here we are, the palace on the card, otherwise known as Castillo Maldito. For a moment Scarlet forgot about that woman. Lines of gleaming sand stretched up into a palace shaped like a colossal birdcage, covered in curved bridges, horseshoe-shaped arches, and rounded domes, all dusted with gold-like flecks and fallen sunshine. The picture card had not done this place justice. Rather than being lit by candles, the structure itself glowed. It filled everything with light, making it brighter there than everywhere else, as if they'd formed a spot of land that managed to bottle streams of daylight. What do we owe you for the ride? Julian asked. Oh, for you two there's no charge, said Jovan, and Scarlet realized this was probably another reason why they'd been so kind to her. You need all you have inside there. Time goes even faster in the Castillo. Jovan nodded to the two massive hourglasses flanking the sand palace's entrance, each more than 2 stories high and filled with churning ruby beads. Only a small fraction of the beads were at the bottom. If you've noticed, the nights and days on this isle are shorter, Jovan went on. Certain types of magic are fueled by time, and this place uses a lot of magic, so make sure you use your minutes wisely when you go inside. Julian helped Scarlet out of the boat. As they crossed over the arched bridge and past the massive hourglasses, Scarlet wondered how many minutes of her life would it take to form one bead. A second in Caraval seemed richer than an ordinary second, like that moment on the top cusp of sunset. when all the colors of the sky coalesce into magic. "We should look for the type of place your sister would be attracted to," said Julian. "I'd wager that's where we find the third clue." She thought of the note tied to her key. "Number 3 you must earn, beyond the hourglasses." The path on their right led up to a series of golden terraces which formed most of the Castillo. From below they looked like libraries, full of the kind of antique books Scarlet felt people were always saying not to touch. The path straight ahead fed into the massive courtyard, swarming with color and sound and people. A banyan tree grew into the heart of it, teeming with tiny birds made of wonder. Winged zebras and avian kittens, miniature flying tigers wrestling with palm-sized elephants that used their ears to keep aloft. A motley collection of gazebos and tents surrounded the tree, music dancing out of some, while laughter tripped out of others, like the jade-green tent selling kisses. There was no question as to where Tella would have ventured, as if Julian had asked. Scarlet would have confessed she was also mesmerized by what she saw in the tented courtyard. She should not have been tempted. Scarlet should have been thinking only of Tella, looking for her next clue, but as she watched the jade kissing tent, fluttering with hushed giggles and whispers and the promise of butterflies, she wondered. Scarlet had been kissed. At the time she told herself it was nice, and she had been content with that, but how nice it seemed like a word people used when they had nothing better to say. Scarlet doubted her nice kiss would compare to a kiss during Caraval. In a place where even the air tasted sweet, she tried to imagine the flavor of someone else's lips pressed to hers. "Does that strike your fancy?" Julian drew out his words with a throaty rasp, bringing an instant flush to Scarlet's face. "I was looking next door," she hastily pointed to a tent the unfortunate color of plums. Julian's grin grew. Obviously he didn't believe her. His smile stretched wider as her cheeks grew pinker. "No need to be embarrassed," he said, "although if you need some practice before your wedding, I'm more than willing to help for free." Scarlet attempted to make a sound of disgust, but it came out more like a whimper. "Was that a yes?" Julian asked. She gave him a foul look meant to serve as a no, but apparently teasing her put him in a good mood. "Have you even seen your fiancé?" he asked. "He could be really ugly. His appearance doesn't matter. He sends me letters every week, and they are kind and thoughtful, and, in other words, he's a liar." Julian broke in. Scarlet scowled. "You don't even know what his letters say." "I know he's a count." Julian began ticking things off with his fingers. "That means he's a noble, and no one holds a position like that and manages to stay honest. If he's looking for an island bride, it's probably because his family is inbred, which also means he's unattractive." Julian's tone turned serious as one of his fingers came to rest beneath the bottom of Scarlet's chin, tilting her face toward his. "Are you sure you don't want to rethink my offer and consider that kiss?" Scarlet pulled away the grunt of revulsion, but it was a little too loud and a little too wrong. And to her horror, rather than feeling distaste, a tingle of periwinkle curiosity pricked her senses. Scarlet and Julian were closer to the kissing tent now. Perfume wafted from it. It smelled like the middle of the night, making Scarlet think of soft lips and strong hands, dark stubble brushing her cheek, that reminded her entirely too much of Julian. Ignoring the way her pulse kicked up speed, she tried to think of something clever to say in retort to Julian's next jibe. But for once Julian remained quiet. In his way, his sudden silence was more uncomfortable than if he had teased her again. She couldn't imagine her response at his offer had offended the sailor, although she noticed he didn't walk as close as before. Even when he made no effort to touch her, he was usually near enough that he could. But they continued through the courtyard a little too far apart and much too quietly, appearing nothing like an engaged couple. "You wish to know your future?" asked the young man. "Oh, aye," Scarlet sputtered as she turned toward and saw a wall of flesh. She had never looked at a naked man, and while this man was not quite that, he was so close to it, she knew it would be improper to even consider entering his russet tent, yet she didn't back away. All he wore was a brown cloth that went from his hips to his thick upper thighs, revealing smooth plains of skin all covered in brightly inked tattoos. A fire-breathing dragon chased a mermaid across the forest on his abdomen, while cherubs shot arrows from above his ribs. Some speared koi fish, while others pierced clouds that bled yellow dandelions and peach flower petals. Some of the petals dripped toward his legs, which were covered in detailed circus scenes. His face was equally decorated. One purple eye looked out from each cheek, while black stars lined his actual eyes, but it was his lips that drew Scarlet's attention, surrounded by tattoos of barbed blue wire. One side was locked with a golden padlock, while the other was sealed with a heart. "How much do you charge for a reading?" Julian asked. If he was surprised by the man's unique appearance, it didn't show. "I will uncover your future in proportion to what you give me," said the inked man. "That's all right," Scarlet said. "I think I'm quite fine discovering my future as it comes." Julian eyed her. "That's not how it looked yesterday when we passed by those ridiculous spectacles." "What spectacles?" You know, the different colored ones that could see the future. Scarlet remembered now. She had been intrigued, but she was surprised he'd noticed. If you want to go in, I can keep looking for clues. Julian pressed a hand to the small of Scarlet's black and gave her a gentle shove. She was about to argue putting on spectacles was not the same as entering a darkened tent with a half-naked man, but yesterday she'd lost Tella because she'd been too frightened to strike a bargain. If the third clue needed to be earned, maybe she could earn information about the future, about where she would find Tella. Do you want to go in with me? Scarlet asked. I'd rather my future remain a surprise. Julian cocked his head toward the kissing tent. When you're done, I'll meet you over there. He blew her a taunting kiss, which made her think maybe all the earlier awkwardness was just inside of her head. I'm not sure if I'd agree with that, said the tattooed man. Scarlet could have sworn she hadn't spoken aloud. Surely this man couldn't have read her mind. Or maybe he'd only guessed that statement could easily apply to whatever it was she'd been thinking. Another way to trick her into entering his darkened tent. 15. The tattooed young man told her his name was Nigel, as he guided her past the sleek borders of the tent, onto sand steps that led her down into a den covered in pillows and filled with a fog of candle smoke and jasmine incense. Sit, instructed Nigel. I think I'd rather stand. The sea of pillows reminded Scarlet too much of the bed in her room at Celeste Serpiente. For a moment she flashed back to Julian as she stretched across it and unbuttoned his shirt. While she looked back at the cushions, Nigel had positioned himself in a similar pose, naked arms spreading across the pillows, leaving her with the urge to run back up the stairs. Where is your ball of crystal? Or those cards people use? She asked. The corner of Nigel's tattooed lips twitched, but it was enough to make Scarlet edge back toward the steps. You have much fear. No, I'm just cautious, Scarlet said, and I'm trying to figure out how all this works. Because you're afraid, he repeated, looking at Scarlet in a way that made her believe he was talking about more than just how hesitant she'd been to enter his tent. Your eyes keep finding the painted lock on my lips. You feel trapped and unsafe. Nigel pointed to the heart on the other side of his mouth. Your eyes land here as well. You want love and protection. Isn't that what every girl wants? I cannot speak for every girl, but most people's eyes are drawn to other things. Many want power. Nigel drew a finger inked with a dagger over the dragon on his abdomen. Others want pleasure. He ran a hand over the wild circus on his thighs, along with a few more tattoos. Your eyes passed all over these. So is this how you tell the future? Scarlet inched closer, growing more intrigued. You use the paintings on your body to read people? I think of them as mirrors. The future is much like the past. It is mostly set, but can always be altered. I thought it was the opposite, Scarlet said. The past is set, but the future is changeable? No, the past is only mostly set, and the future is harder to change than you would think. So you're saying everything is fated? Scarlet was not fond of fate. She liked to believe if she were good, good things would happen. Fate left her feeling powerless and hopeless, and with an overall feeling of lessness. To her, fate seemed like a larger, omnipotent version of her father, stealing her choices and controlling her life without any regard for her feelings. Fate meant that nothing she did mattered. You're too quick to dive into fear, Nigel said. What you think of as fate only applies to the past. Our futures are only predictable because, as creatures of this world, we are predictable. Think of a cat and a mouse. Nigel revealed the underside of his arm, where a tawny cat stretched his paws toward a black and white striped mouse. When a cat sees a mouse, it will always chase unless, perhaps, the cat is pursued by something larger, like a dog. We are much the same. The future knows what things we desire, unless there is something greater in our path that chases us away. Nigel moved his fingers to trace a midnight blue top hat on his wrist, and Scarlet watched mesmerized. It looked almost exactly like the one Legend had worn in her dream, making her recall the time when all she wanted was a letter from him. But even those things that might alter our course, the future usually sees clearly, Nigel went on. It is not fate. It is simply the future observing that which we crave the most. Every person has the power to change their fate if they are brave enough to fight for what they desire more than anything. Scarlet tore her eyes from the top hat and caught Nigel smiling at her once more. You're intrigued by that hat? Oh, I wasn't really looking at that. Scarlet didn't know why she felt embarrassed, except that she should have been thinking about Tella, not Legend. I was just looking at the other images on your arm. Nigel clearly did not believe her. He continued to grin, tiger-wide. Are you prepared for me to tell you what I see in your future? Scarlet shifted her weight, watching as more smoke wove around the pillows at her feet. The lines of the game were beginning to blur again. Nigel made more sense than she wanted him to make. As she looked at the fire-breathing dragon on his abdomen, she thought of her father, his destructive desire for power. The wild circus on Nigel's thighs reminded Scarlet of Tella, her need for pleasure to help her forget the wounds she liked to ignore. And he'd been absolutely right about the lock and the heart on his lips. What will it cost me? Just a few answers. Nigel waved a hand, flicking wisps of purple smoke in her direction. I will ask you questions, and for every one you respond to truthfully, I will give you an answer in return. The way he said it made it sound so simple. Just a few answers, not her firstborn child, not a piece of her soul. So simple, too simple. But Scarlet knew nothing was that simple, especially not in a den such as this, a place designed to trap and seduce. I'll start with something easy, Nigel said. Tell me about your companion, the handsome young man you traveled here with. I'm curious, how do you feel about him? Scarlet's eyes immediately returned to Nigel's lips, to the barbed wire around them. Not the heart, not the heart. Her feelings for Julian were not like that. Julian is selfish, dishonest, and opportunistic. Yet you've agreed to play the game with him. Those must not be your only feelings. Nigel paused. He'd seen her look at the heart. Why it mattered, Scarlet wasn't sure, but she could tell it did. She heard it in the way he asked. Do you find him attractive? Scarlet wanted to deny it. Julian was the barbed wire, not the heart. But while she didn't always like Julian as a person, she couldn't honestly deny he was extremely appealing physically. His rugged face, his wild dark hair, his warm brown skin, and even though she would never tell him, she loved the way he moved, with total confidence, as though nothing in the world could harm him. It made her less fearful when she was around him, as if boldness and bravery did not always end in defeat. But she didn't want to tell Nigel this either. What if Julian were listening outside the tent? Scarlet tried to say she didn't care for his appearance, but the words stuck to her tongue like molasses. Are you having a problem? Nigel waved his hand over a cone of incense. Here, this helps loosen the tongue. Or forces people to tell the truth, thought Scarlet. When Scarlet opened her mouth again, the words poured out. I think he's the most attractive person I've ever seen. She wanted to clap her hand over her mouth and shove the words back inside. I also think he's thoroughly full of himself, Scarlet managed to add, just in case the scoundrel was listening outside. Interesting. Nigel formed a steeple with his hands. Now what 2 questions would you like to ask me? What? It alarmed her that Nigel only wanted to know about Julian. You don't have any more questions for me? We're running out of time. Hours slip by like minutes here. Nigel's hands drifted toward the dying candles lighting his den. You have 2 questions. Only 2? Do you wish that to be one of your questions? No, Scarlet clamped her mouth shut before she accidentally said something she shouldn't. If it were truly a game, it didn't matter what she asked. Whatever answer she received would be make-believe. But what if parts of it were real? For a moment Scarlet dared to let her thoughts tiptoe into that hazardous place. She already witnessed magic in the clock shop via Algy's clockwork door and the enchanted dress from legend. And Nigel's incense had made her speak the truth, which evidenced at least some more magic. If the man before her could truly tell the future, what would she want to know? Her eyes returned to the heart at the corner of his mouth. Red, the color of love and heartache and other things, both virtuous and vile. As she looked at them, she thought of the Count, of his lovely letters, and whether or not she could believe all the things he'd said. The person I'm going to marry, can you tell me what sort of man he is? Is he a good, honest person? Scarlet immediately regretted not asking about her sister first. She should have been thinking only of Tella. That's why she had gone into the tent in the first place, but it was too late to snatch the question back. No one is truly honest, Nigel answered. Even if we don't lie to ourselves, we often lie to ourselves. Even if we don't lie to others, we often lie to ourselves. And the word good means different things to different people. Nigel leaned forward, close enough for Scarlet to feel as if all the scenes on his body were watching her as well. He stared so intently she wondered if there were images printed on her face that only he could see. I am sorry, but the man you will marry is not what you would call good. At one time, perhaps, but he has turned from that path, and it is not yet clear if he will turn back. What do you mean? How can it not be clear? I thought you said the future was mostly fixed, that we are like cats always chasing after the same mouse. Yes, but every so often there are 2 mice. It is not yet clear which one he will continue to chase. You would be wise to be careful. Again, Nigel looked at Scarlet as if she were covered in pictures only he could see, pictures that pulled his face into a frown, as if she too had a heart near her mouth, but it was shattered into pieces. She tried to tell herself it was all in her head. He was attempting to trick her, to frighten her as part of the game. But the marriage to the Count was in no way connected to the game. There was nothing she could gain by Nigel's cryptic warning. Nigel rose from his cushions and started toward the back of the tent. Wait, Scarlet said. I never asked my second question. Actually, you asked me 3 questions, but 2 of those weren't real questions. You never fully explained the rules. You owe me another question. Nigel looked back at Scarlet, a tower of motley images, topped off by a vicious smile. I don't owe you anything. 16. Please, Scarlet chased after him. I'm not asking for a glimpse into the future. My sister has been taken as part of the game. Can you tell me where I'll find her? Nigel turned around. A flash of ink and color. If you really care about this sister, why didn't you ask about her first? I don't know, Scarlet said, but that wasn't quite true. She'd made a mistake yet again, just like in the clock shop. She'd been worried about her own future more than she had cared about finding her sister, but maybe she could fix this error. Nigel had said he'd uncover her future in proportion to what she gave him. Wait, Scarlet called as he started walking again. It was the heart, she blurted. Every time I looked at you, I saw the heart around your lips, and it made me think of my wedding, which is only a week away. I really want to get married, but I've never met my groom, so there are things I don't know about him, and Scarlet didn't want to admit how she really felt, but she forced out the words. I'm scared. Slowly Nigel turned once more. She wondered if he could see how deep her fear went. Further down than Scarlet herself had realized. Her eyes found a link of chains around Nigel's throat, and she imagined an invisible bind around her neck as well, always holding her back, formed from years of her father's cruel punishments. If you want to win this game, Nigel said, you should forget about your wedding. And if you want to find your sister, you will not find her in this Castillo. Follow the boy with the heart made of black. Is that the 3rd clue? Scarlet asked, but Nigel was already gone. When she stepped back into the courtyard, the brightness of the Castillo had dimmed. Its arches now looked dull bronze instead of bright gold, casting the palace in its distended shadows. She'd used up almost all of her time, but she dared to hope that by confessing her fears to Nigel she had earned the 3rd clue. Maybe she was one step closer to Tella. When Nigel said, follow the boy with the heart made of black, her first thought was of Julian. Selfish and deceitful, Scarlet could easily imagine his heart to be black. Unfortunately, she could see no sign of the devious sailor, or the jade kissing tent where he told her to meet him. She saw a furry clover green tent and a shimmery emerald green one, but no jade green anything. Scarlet felt as if the isle were playing with her. She crossed over to the emerald tent. Bottles covered every surface. Floor, walls, beams holding up the ceiling. Glass tinkled like fairy dust as she peered inside. Aside from the female proprietor, the only other people in the tent were a pair of giddy young women. Both hovered in front of a locked glass box full of black bottles with ruby red labels. Maybe if we get to that girl first and find Legend, we can slip him some of this, said one young woman to the other. They're talking about my romance tonic, said the proprietor. She stepped in front of Scarlet, greeting her with a spritz of something minty. But I imagine that's not what you're here for. Are you looking for a new scent? We have oils that attract and perfumes that repel. Oh, no, thank you. Scarlet stepped back before the woman could spray her again. What was in that bottle? Just my way of saying hello. Scarlet doubted that. She turned to leave, yet something pulled her back into the tent, a voiceless call drawing her to a crude bookshelf in the rear, piled with burnt orange apothecary bottles and vials labeled with things like tincture of forgetting and extract of lost tomorrow. A voice in Scarlet's head said she was wasting time. She needed to find Julian and follow his black heart. She started to turn to leave once more, but a celestial blue ampule on a high shelf caught her eye. Elixir of protection. For a second, Scarlet swore the blue liquid inside pulsed like a heartbeat. The tent's proprietor retrieved it and handed it to Scarlet. Do you have enemies? No, just curious, Scarlet hedged. The woman's eyes were bottle green, an intense concentration of color, and their crinkled edges said, I do not believe you. Yet she kindly pretended otherwise. If someone is about to cause you harm, she went on coolly, this will stop them. All you need to do is spray a bit on their face. Like you did to me? Scarlet asked. My perfume merely opened your eyes so you would see what you might need. Scarlet rolled the tiny jar in her palm, barely larger than a vial, yet heavy. She imagined the solidly reassuring weight of it in her pocket. What will this cost me? For you? The woman looked at Scarlet over carefully, taking in her posture, the way she curled into herself and refused to have her back fully to the tent's opening. Tell me who you fear the most. Scarlet hesitated. Julian had warned her about giving her secrets away too freely. He had also told her that to win and find her sister she needed to be a little merciless. She imagined this potion could be ruthless, although that wasn't the entire reason. Scarlet pushed out the words in one quick breath. Marcello Dragna. With the name came a fearful rush of anise and lavender and something akin to rotted plums. Scarlet looked around the tent, making sure her father wasn't standing at the mouth of it. This elixir can be used on a person only once, warned the woman, and the effects wear off after 2 hours. Thank you. As soon as Scarlet said the words, she thought she glimpsed Julian just beyond the border of the adjacent tent, a blur of dark hair and stealthy movements. She swore he looked right at her, but then he continued in the opposite direction. Scarlet followed hastily, dashing to the cool edge of the courtyard where the colorful pavilions no longer grew. But Julian disappeared again. He slipped under the arch to her left. Julian! Scarlet crossed beneath the same shadowed arc, trailing a narrow path that led into a dreary garden. But there was no glimpse of Julian's dark hair behind any of its cracked statues, no sight of his sharp movements near any of its dying plants. He had vanished just like all the colors had seemed to fade from the garden, leaving it bleached out and unlovely. Scarlet searched for another archway Julian might have used to exit, but the small park dead-ended at a shabby fountain spitting out bits of bubbling brown water into a dirty basin containing a few pathetic coins and a glass button. The saddest wishing well Scarlet had ever seen. It made no sense, Scarlet's disappearance, or this neglected plot of earth, left to die in the midst of a domain so carefully cultivated. Even the air felt off, fetid and stagnant. Scarlet could almost feel the sadness of the fountain infecting her, turning her discouragement into the type of dreary yellow hopelessness that choked out life. She wondered if that's what had happened to the plants. She knew how crippling bleakness could feel. If not for Scarlet's determination to protect her sister at all costs, she might have given up long ago. She probably should have. What was that saying? No love ever goes unpunished? In many ways, loving Tella was a source of constant pain. No matter what hard Scarlet tried to care for her sister, it was never enough to fill the hole her mother had left. And it wasn't as if Tella really loved Scarlet back. If she did, she wouldn't have risked everything Scarlet wanted by dragging her into this miserable game against her will. Tella never thought things through. She was selfish and reckless, and no, Scarlet shook her head and took a deep, heavy breath. None of those thoughts were true. She loved Tella more than anything. She wanted to find her more than everything. This is the fountain's doing, Scarlet realized. Whatever despair she felt was a product of some sort of enchantment, most likely meant to keep anyone from lingering there too long. The garden was hiding something. Maybe that was why Nigel had told her to follow Julian and his black heart, because Nigel knew that it would lead her here. This must be where the next clue was hidden. Scarlet's boots clicked against dull stone as she moved closer to where she'd spied the button. It was the second one she'd seen that night. It had to be part of a clue. Scarlet used a stick to fetch it out, and that's when she saw it. It was so insubstantial that she almost missed it. Eyes that cared less might have overlooked it. Beneath the grim brown water, etched into the edge of the basin, was a sun with a star inside, and a teardrop inside of the star, the symbol of Caraval. It did not feel as magical as the silver crest on the first letter legend had sent her. Of course, nothing felt charmed in this awful garden. Scarlet touched the symbol with her stick. Immediately the water started draining, taking every feeling of wretchedness with it, while the bricks of the fountain shifted, revealing a winding set of stairs that disappeared into a dark unknown. It was a type of staircase Scarlet was reluctant to venture down alone, and she was running dangerously low on time if she wanted to get back to the inn before sunrise. But if this was where Julian had disappeared, and if he was the boy with the heart made of black, Scarlet needed to follow him to discover the next clue. Either Tella could be the thing Scarlet chased after, or Scarlet's fear could be what chased Scarlet away. Trying not to worry that she was making an immense mistake, Scarlet darted down the steps. After the first step set, sand circled around her boots as she spiraled further down the stairs, which reached much deeper than the steps to the barreled room back home. Torches lit her descent, casting dramatic shadows against light gold bricks of sand that grew darker with each flight. She imagined herself to be 3 stories below. It felt as if she had entered the heart of the Castillo, a place she was becoming quite certain she did not belong. The concerns she tried to bury resurfaced as she plunged farther down. What if the boy she'd followed wasn't Julian? What if Nigel had been lying? Hadn't Julian warned her about trusting people? Each fear squeezed the invisible chain around her neck, tempting her to turn around. At the foot of the steps, a corridor stretched out in multiple directions, a snake with more than one head. Dark and tortuous, magnificent and frightening, cold air blew out from one tunnel. Warmth breezed out of another, but no footsteps sounded down any of them. How did you get down here? Scarlet spun around. Dim light flickered over the mouth of the cold corridor, and the red-lipped girl who had been able to keep her eyes off Julian as she drowned Scarlet and Julian to La Serpiente. Rode Scarlet and Julian to La Serpiente the night before stepped out. I'm looking for my companion. I saw him come down. No one else is down here, said the girl. This isn't a place you should, someone screamed. As hot and bright as fire. A weak voice inside her reminded Scarlet it was only a game, that the shriek was just an illusion, but the red-lipped girl across from Scarlet appeared genuinely scared, and the wail sounded incredibly real. Her thoughts flashed back to the contract she'd signed in blood, and the rumors of the woman who died during the game a few years ago. What was that? Scarlet demanded. You need to leave. The girl grabbed Scarlet's arm and wrenched her back to the steps. Another scream rocked the walls, and the dust shook off the corridors, mixing with the torchlight, as if flickering to the wretched sound. It was only for a trembling second, but Scarlet swore she saw a woman being tied up, the same woman in the dove-gray dress who Scarlet had witnessed being carried away earlier. Jobin had told her it was only a performance, but there was no one in this place to hear the woman's wails aside from Scarlet. What are they doing to her? Scarlet continued, struggling with the red-lipped girl, hoping to get to the other woman, but this girl was strong. Scarlet remembered the force she'd used to row the boat the night before. Stop fighting me, warned the girl. If you go deeper into these tunnels, you'll end up mad just like her. We're not hurting her. We're stopping that woman from hurting herself. The girl pushed Scarlet a final time, knocking her to her knees at the bottom of the staircase. You will not find your companion down here. Only madness. A fresh scream punctuated her sentence. This one sounded male. Who was a sand slate door slammed in front of Scarlet before she could finish. It cut off the girl, the stares from the corridor, and the screams from Scarlet's ears. But even as Scarlet climbed back up to the courtyard, echoes lingered in her head like damp on a sunless day. The last scream hadn't sounded like Julian. Or that's what she tried to tell herself as she caught the boat to take her back to La Serpiente. She reminded herself it was only a game, but the madness part was starting to feel very real. If the woman in grey truly had gone insane, Scarlet couldn't help but wonder. Why? And if she hadn't? If she was just another actor, Scarlet could see how going after her, how believing her cries of pain were real, could make a person mad. Scarlet thought of Tella. What if she was tied up screaming somewhere? No, that type of thinking was exactly what would drive Scarlet mad. Legend had probably provided an entire wing of lush rooms for Tella. Scarlet could picture her ordering around servants and eating strawberries dipped in pink sugar. Hadn't Julian said Legend took excellent care of his guests? Scarlet hoped she'd find Julian in the tavern, teasing her about how she'd run off after someone who looked like him, and how long after she'd spent inside Nigel's silken tent. Scarlet convinced herself Julian had just given up on waiting for her. He'd gotten bored and taken off. She'd not left him screaming in the tunnel. It was a different dark-haired young man she'd seen run into that garden, and Nigel's words had been another trick of the game. She was certain of all this by the time she made it back to La Serpiente. Almost. The glass tavern was even more crowded than it had been the day before. It smelled of laughter and boasts, laced with sweetened ale. Half a dozen glass tables were cluttered with windswept women and red-cheeked men, all bragging of their finds, or bemoaning their lack of discoveries. To Scarlet's great pleasure, she overheard the silver-haired woman she'd met in Tella's room talk of how she'd been taken for a fool by a man who claimed to sell enchanted doorknobs. We tried the knob, she said. Put it in the door up there, but it didn't lead us anywhere new. That's because it's just a game, a black-bearded man replied. There's not really any magic here. Oh, I don't think. Scarlet would have loved to continue eavesdropping in the hopes of learning something, as the lines between the game and reality were starting to blur a little too much for her, but a young man near the corner caught her eye. Dark, chaotic hair, strong shoulders, confident. Julian. Scarlet felt a swell of heady relief. He was all right. He wasn't being tortured. In fact, he looked quite well. His back was turned, but the tilt of his head and angle of his chest made it clear he was flirting with the girl near his table. Scarlet's relief shifted into something else. If she wasn't even allowed to chat with another young man because of their make-believe engagement, she was not going to let Julian make eyes at some tart in a bar, especially when this particular tart was the pregnant strawberry blonde who had made off with Scarlet's things. Only now the young woman didn't appear to be with child at all. The bodice of her dress was smooth and flat, no longer curving around a bulging stomach. Slightly seething, Scarlet placed a hand on Julian's shoulder as she approached. "Sweetheart, who is?" Scarlet's words broke as she turned around. "Oh, I'm sorry." She should have realized he was wearing all black. "I thought you were your fiancé?" Dante provided, in a tone full of nasty innuendo. "Dante, oh, so you remember my name. You didn't just use me for my bed." His voice was loud. Patrons sitting at the next tables shot Scarlet looks ranging from disgust to desire. One man licked his lips, while a group of boys made inappropriate gestures. The strawberry blonde snorted. "This is the girl you told me about? From the way you described her, I thought she'd be much prettier." "I'd been drinking," Dante said. Red heat burned Scarlet's cheeks, far brighter than her usual peach embarrassment. Julian might be a liar, but it looked as if he was right about Dante's true nature. Scarlet wanted to say something back to both Dante and the girl, but her throat was tight and her chest was hollow. The men at nearby tables were still leering. Now the ribbons of her dress were beginning to darken, shifting into shades of black. She needed to get out of there. Scarlet turned on her heel and wove back through the tavern, followed by whispers, while black color wept from the ribbons of her dress, spreading like stains all over her white gown. Tears sprang in her eyes, hot, angry, and embarrassed. This is what she got for pretending as if she didn't have a real fiancé. And what had she been thinking, touching him like that, calling him sweetheart? She'd believed Dante was Julian, but did that make it any better? Stupid Julian. She should never have agreed to her arrangement with him. She wanted to be angry with Dante, but it was Julian who had created this mess. She braced herself as she opened the door to her room, half expecting to find him lounging on the great white bed, dark head propped up on a pillow, feet resting on one as well. The room had the feeling of him, cold wind, wicked smiles, and blatant lies. Scarlet felt the shadow of those things as she stepped inside, but there was no young man to go with it. The fire quietly roared. The bed lay there, covered in layers of untouched fluff. The sailor had kept his promise about trading days in the room, or he'd never left Castillo Maldito. 17. Scarlet did not dream of legend. She did not dream at all, no matter how hard she chased sleep. Each time she shut her eyes, the shaking corridors beneath Castillo Maldito stretched out, filled with flickering torches and screams. When she opened her eyes, lurking shadows moved where they did not belong. Then she closed her eyes again, and the dreadful cycle repeated. She told herself it was only in her head, the shadows and the sounds, wails and footsteps and crackling noises, until something cracked that was definitely in her room. Scarlet sat up carefully. The dying fire buzzed as it tossed bits of light here and there, but the noise she heard was louder than that. It came again, another crack, right before the hidden door to her room flew open, and Julian stumbled in. "Hello, Crimson. What are—" Scarlet couldn't finish her question. Even in the grainy light she could tell something was not right. His uneven steps, the tilt of his head. Quickly she escaped her bed, covering herself with a blanket. "What happened to you?" "It's not as bad as it looks." Julian swayed as if drunk, but all Scarlet could smell was the metallic tang of blood. "Who did this to you?" "Remember, it's only a game," Julian smirked, twisted in the firelight right before collapsing on the lounge. "Julian!" Scarlet rushed to his side. His entire body was cold, as if he'd been outdoors all this time. She wanted to shake him, to wake him back up, but she wasn't sure that was a brilliant idea, given the blood. So much blood. Very real blood. It matted his dark hair and stained her hands as she tried to put him in a better position. "I'll be right back. I'm going to leave and get you help." "No!" Julie grabbed her arm. His fingers were frosty, like the rest of him. "Don't go. It's only a head wound. They look much worse than they are. Just grab the towel and the basin, please." His fingers tightened as he said the word please. "It will raise too many questions if you bring anyone else up here. The vultures, as you called them. They'll think it's part of the game." "But it's not?" Julian wobbled his head as his chilly hand fell away from Scarlet's arm. Scarlet didn't believe the vultures were the only reason he wanted to avoid attention, but she hurriedly fetched 2 towels in the basin. Within a minute the water was red and brown. After a few minutes Julian gained a bit of warmth. He was right about the head wound. It didn't seem to be as bad as it looked. The gash was shallow, though he tilted to the side as he tried to sit upright. "I think you should stay lying down." Scarlet placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. "Are you injured anywhere else?" "You might want to check here." Julian lifted his shirt, revealing perfect rows of golden brown muscle. So much she might have blushed, if not for all of the blood that stretched across his abdomen. Using the cleaner of the towels, Scarlet cautiously pressed down against his skin, moving the cloth with slow circular motions. She never touched a young man or any man like this. She was careful to touch him only with the cloth, though her fingers were tempted to travel elsewhere to see if his skin felt as soft as it looked. Would the Count have such a flat-lined stomach? "Julian, you need to keep your eyes open," Scarlet scolded as she attempted to push thoughts of his body away. She needed to focus on her task. "I think this cut might need stitches," Scarlet said, yet as her cloth wiped away the blood was revealed a smooth line of unmarked, unbroken flesh. "Wait, I don't see a wound." "There's not one, but that feels really good," Julian moaned and arched his back. "You scoundrel!" Scarlet pulled her hands away, resisting the urge to smack him only because he was already injured. "What really happened? And tell me the truth, or I will throw you out of this room right now." "You don't need to make any threats, Crimson. I remember our deal. I'm not planning on staying or stealing your virtue. I just wanted to give you this." He reached into his pocket. She noticed the knuckles weren't bruised or bloody on either hand. If he'd been in a fight, he hadn't fought back. Again she was about to ask what happened when he opened his hand. Sparkling red. "Were these the things you were fussing about?" Julian dropped her scarlet earrings into her hands unceremoniously, as if he were handing back one of the bloody towels. "Where did you find them?" Scarlet gasped. Though it really didn't matter where he'd recovered them. He'd gone to the trouble of retrieving them. Despite his rough handling, not a stone was missing, or chipped, or broken. During her studies, Scarlet's father had required she learn the proper way to say thank you in a dozen languages, but none of those phrases seemed like quite enough in that moment. "Is that how you got injured?" she asked. "If you believe I get injured over costume jewelry, you're thinking too highly of me again." Julian pushed up from the sofa and started for the door. "Stop," Scarlet said. "You can't leave in your condition." His head cocked to the side. "Is that an invitation to stay?" Scarlet hesitated. He was injured. That still didn't make it appropriate. She was engaged. Even if she wasn't. "I didn't think so." Julian grabbed her doorknob. "Wait," Scarlet snapped him again. "You still haven't told me what happened to you. Does it have something to do with the tunnels beneath Castillo Maldito?" Julian paused, his hand hovering over the knob of safe suspended by an invisible thread. "What are you talking about?" "I think you know exactly what I'm talking about." Scarlet distinctly recalled the second set of screams she'd heard. "I followed you." Julian's expression sharpened. His dark hair's wet feathers shadowed a brow pulled tight. "I wasn't in any tunnels. If you were following someone, it wasn't me. If you weren't down there, then how did this happen?" "I swear I've never heard about these tunnels." Julian dropped his hand from the doorknob and took a step closer to Scarlet. "Tell me exactly what you saw down there." The fire in the hearth finally died, sending a gray coil of smoke into the air, the color of things better said in whispers. Scarlet wanted to doubt him. If Julian had been down there, it would explain at least a few things, and again, if he'd been the other person she'd heard screaming, she imagined more than just his head would bear a wound. "I found the tunnels after I left the fortune-teller's tent." She detailed everything that followed, leaving out the bit about how she'd thought he'd had a heart made of black. After Julian had given her the earrings, she'd stopped believing that was entirely true, though she still watched him carefully for any signs of deception. She wanted to trust him, but a lifetime of mistrust made it impossible. He still seemed unsteady on his feet, but she imagined it was mostly from the cut on his head. "Do you think it might be where they're keeping Tella?" she asked. "That's not how legend works. He might lead us through screaming corridors to find a clue to your sister, but I doubt he's keeping her there." Julian flashed his teeth, reminding her of his wolfish look from that first night on the beach. "Legend likes his prisoners to feel like guests." Scarlet tried to figure out if Julian was just being dramatic. She'd never heard of Legend holding anyone captive, but Julian had said something similar before, and his use of the word prisoners left Scarlet left Scarlet with the same uneasy feeling she'd had the first time she'd wondered why Legend had chosen to abduct her sister. If Legend doesn't have Tella locked up, then what is he doing with her? Now you're finally starting to ask the right questions. Julian's eyes met Scarlet's. There was a flicker of something dangerous right before they began to shut, and he swayed once more. Julian! Scarlet caught both his arms, but he was too heavy to hold, and the couch was too far. She pressed against him. He'd gone from cold to almost feverish. Heat poured from his skin through his shirt, warming her in unexpected ways as she held him up to the door with her body crimson. Julian murmured as his eyes flickered back open. Light brown, the color of caramel and liquid amber lust. I think you need to lie back down. Scarlet started to back away, but Julian's arms wrapped around her waist, as hot as his chest and just as solid. Scarlet tried to wiggle free, but the look on his face stopped her. He'd never stared at her like this before. Sometimes he gazed at her as if he wanted to be her undoing, but just then it was as if he wanted her to undo him. It was probably just the fever and the head wound, but for a moment she swore he wanted to kiss her, really kiss her, not like when he'd been teasing in the Castillo. Her heartbeat quickened, and every inch of her felt sensitive to every part of him as his hot hands roamed up her back. She knew she should have pulled away, but his hands seemed to know exactly what they were doing, and she found herself letting him guide her, gently bringing her closer as his lips parted. Scarlet gasped. Julian's hand stopped moving. Her tiny sound seemed to jolt him back. His eyes opened wider as if he suddenly remembered he thought she was just a silly girl afraid to play a game. He released her, and cold air replaced the heat of his hands. I think it's time for me to go. He reached for the doorknob. I'll find you in the tavern right after sunset. We can go take a look at these tunnels together. Julian slipped out of the door, leaving Scarlet wondering what had just happened. It would have been a miracle to kiss him, and yet she felt... it would have been a mistake to kiss him, and yet she felt disappointed. It came in cool shades of forget-me-not blue, which wrapped around her like evening fog, making her feel hidden enough to acknowledge that she wanted to experience more of Caraval's pleasures than she would have ever admitted out loud. It wasn't until Scarlet lay back down that she realized Julian had managed to avoid telling her exactly how he got injured, or how he managed to make it back to La Serpiente long after the sun had come up and the doors had locked. Night 2 of Caraval. 18. Scarlet didn't notice the roses at first. White with ruby red tips, like the blossoms speckling her room's papered walls. That must have been why she'd not seen them before she'd fallen asleep. She told herself the flowers blended into the room. Someone hadn't come in while she was sleeping. But what she really meant was Legend had not entered her room while she'd slumbered. Though his early notes had felt like tiny treasures, something about this latest gift resembled a warning. She wasn't certain the flowers were from Legend. There was no note next to their crystal vase, but she couldn't imagine they were from anyone else. 4 roses, one for every night that remained of Caraval. It was the 15th. The game officially ended at the dawn of the 19th, and her wedding was on the 20th. Scarlet only had that night and the following night to find Tella, or at the very least by the dawn on the 18th. Very latest by dawn on the 18th, if she wanted to leave the island in time for her wedding. Scarlet imagined her father could keep her kidnapping a secret from the Count if her fiancé arrived on Trista early. There were old superstitions about a groom not seeing a bride. However, there'd be no salvaging her wedding if Scarlet never showed up for it. Scarlet reached into her pocket and pulled out the note with the clues once again. This is your first clue on the road to find her. The others will not be so easy to retrieve. Some will make you question your sanity and all that you believe. Picture card of Castillo Maldito. Follow the boy with a heart made of black. Number 3 you must earn. Number 4 will cost you something valuable. And number 5 requires a leap of faith. Most of you will fail, but one of will surely succeed. You have 2 nights to find the 4 remaining clues, and then the girl. And Legend's wish will be yours. Okay, you can't actually see that well. There are parts of the note that have been scratched out, and anyway. Scarlet no longer believed that Julian was the third clue, the boy with the heart made of black, but she couldn't dismiss the feeling that he was keeping things from her. She continued to wonder how he'd been wounded, how he'd retrieved her earrings, and about their almost kiss, though she couldn't think about the kiss now. Not when she was marrying the Count in only 5 days, and because all that mattered was finding Tella. Scarlet hurried to make herself presentable, but her dress seemed to be in less of a rush. It took its time shifting to a lovely cream and pink creation with a milky white bodice covered in delicate black dots and lined with pink lace, a bustle made of stylish matching bows, and a smart-looking skirt of brushed pink silk. Somehow this dress had managed to fit her with buttoned gloves as well. Scarlet had a twisting feeling the gown had gone to extra trouble to impress Julian, or maybe she was only hoping it would have that effect. His abrupt departure the day before had left her with a multitude of battling feelings, and even more questions. Scarlet prepared to press the sailor for answers, but when she went to meet him, Scarlet found the tavern almost empty. Soft jade light lit only one patron, a dark-haired girl hunched over a notebook, who sat near the glass fireplace. She didn't even look up at Scarlet, though the others did, as the hour waxed and the room began to fill. There were still no signs of Julian. Had he taken what she'd learned about the tunnels and left her waiting in the tavern so he could search them for clues all alone? Or maybe the distrust should not always be her first response. Julian had his faults, but even though he'd left her on a couple of occasions, each time it was only for a short duration, and he always came back. Had something happened? She wondered if she needed to search for him. But what if she left and then he appeared? With every thought she watched her buttoned gloves turned from white to black, and she could feel the neckline of her gown transforming from a heart shape to a high collar. Thankfully it wasn't turning sheer, but the silk was shifting to uncomfortable crepe, and she could see the tiny black dots on her bodice growing larger, spreading like stains all over her gown, reflecting her worries. She tried to relax, hoping Julian would show up soon and her gown would go back to normal. Glimpsing herself in the table's glass, she looked as if she were in mourning, though that didn't stop people from talking to her. "Aren't you the sister of that missing girl?" One patron asked the question, and suddenly a small herd of people was upon her. "I'm sorry, I don't know anything." Scarlet repeated the phrase until one by one they all departed. "You should try to have some fun with them." The girl who'd been sitting quietly poring over a journal appeared at Scarlet's table, as pretty as a watercolor, and dressed as bold as a trumpet in a golden gown, daringly sleeveless, with ruffles up to her neck and a bright chartreuse bustle. She folded herself into the glass chair across from Scarlet. "If I were you, I'll tell them all sorts of things. Say you saw your sister arm in arm with a man in a cape, or that you found a bit of fur on one of her gloves that looked as if it belonged to an elephant. Were elephants even furry?" For a moment Scarlet just stared at the curious girl. It didn't even seem to occur to her that Scarlet might not want to talk about her sister that way, or that she was waiting for someone else. This girl was that hot sunny day in the middle of the cold season, either unaware or uncaring that she did not belong. "People don't expect the truth here," the girl went on undeterred. "They don't want it either. A lot of people here don't expect to win the wish. They come here for an adventure. You might as well give them one. I know it's in you. Otherwise you wouldn't have been invited." The girl sparkled. From her metallic skirt to the matching gold lines of paint around her angular eyes, she didn't look like a thief, but after Scarlet's experience with the strawberry blonde the night before, she wasn't feeling particularly trusting. "Who are you?" Scarlet asked, "and what do you want?" "You can call me Echo, and maybe I don't want anything. Everyone who's playing wants something." "Then I suppose it's a good thing I'm not actually playing," Echo cut off as the new couple approached. Barely older than Scarlet and obviously newlywed, the young man held his young bride's hand with the care of a man not used to holding such an important thing. "Excuse me, miss." He spoke with foreign accent that took a bit of concentration to discern. "We's were wondering, are you really Donatella's sister?" Echo nodded encouragingly. "She is, and she'd be delighted to answer your questions." The couple brightened. "Oh, thank you, miss. Yesternight, when we made it to your room and everything was picked clean, we're just hoping for some bit of clue." The mention of Tella's scavenged room set something ablaze inside of Scarlet, yet the couple looked so sincere. They didn't seem to be mercenaries who would sell things to the highest bidder. Their threadbare clothes were in worse shape than Scarlet's blackened dress, yet their clasped hands and hopeful expressions reminded her of what the game was meant to be. or what she thought it was meant to be. Joy, magic, wonder. I wish I could tell you where my sister was, but I haven't seen her since I. Scarlet hesitated as their faces fell, and then she remembered how Echo had said people at Caraval didn't expect or want the truth. They'd come here for an adventure. You might as well give them one. Actually, my sister asked me to meet her near a fountain with a mermaid. The lie sounded ridiculous to Scarlet's ears, but the couple lapped it up like a bowl of sweetened cream. Their faces lighted at the prospect of a clue. "Oh, I think I know that statue," said the young woman. "Is it the one with the bottom all covered in knurls?" Scarlet wasn't sure exactly what the woman was trying to say, but that sent them off with a nod, and wished them the best of luck. "See," said Echo, "look how happy you just made them." "But I lied to them," said Scarlet. "You're missing the point of the game," said Echo. "They didn't travel here for truth, they came here for an adventure, and you just sent them on one. Maybe they won't find anything, but perchance they will. The game sometimes has a way of rewarding people just for trying. Either way, that couple is happier than you. I've been watching, and you've been sitting here as sour as rotten milk for the past hour. You would be too if your sister was missing. Oh, poor you. Here you are in a magical isle, and all you can think of is what you don't have." "But it's your sister, I know," said Echo. "I also know you'll find her at the end when all of this is over, and you'll wish you'd not spent your evening sitting in a stinking tavern, feeling sorry for yourself." It was the exact sort of thing Tella would have said. A masochistic part of Scarlet felt she owed her sister some sort of tithe made of misery, but maybe it was the opposite. Knowing Tella, she should have been more disappointed in Scarlet for not enjoying Legend's style. "I'm not going to sit here all night," Scarlet said. "I'm waiting for someone." "Is that someone late, or are you just very early?" Echo raised two painted brows. "I hate to inform you of this, but I don't think whoever it is you're waiting for is going to be showing up." Scarlet's eyes darted to the door for the 100th time that evening, still hoping to see Julian walk through. She had been so sure he would come, but if there was a respectable time to wait for someone, she'd surpassed it. Scarlet pushed up from her chair. "Does this mean you've decided not to sit around any more?" Echo rose elegantly from her own seat, clutching her notebook close, as the back door to the tavern swung open once more. A pair of giggling young women stepped in, followed by the last person Scarlet wanted to see. He stormed inside like a foul wind, made of messy black clothes and mud-caked boots, more disheveled than he'd been the last time she'd seen him. Dante's dark pants were rumpled as if he'd slept in them, and his tailcoat was gone. Scarlet remembered how Julian had said Dante wanted Legend's wish to fix something that had happened during an earlier Caraval. Right now Dante looked more desperate than ever to win it. Scarlet prayed his eyes would pass over her. After the last encounter, she wasn't ready for another confrontation with him. Waiting for Julian had already sliced her nerves to ribbons and turned her dress black, but even as Scarlet hoped Dante wouldn't notice her, her eyes continued to fall on him. On the sleeves he'd bunched up around his forearms, and the tattoos they exposed. Specifically, a black tattoo shaped like a heart. 19. Follow the boy with a heart made of black. Nigel's words rushed back to Scarlet as Dante's eyes fell on her. The look he gave her was pure loathing, but rather than frightening Scarlet, it ignited something inside her. She imagined this was the game's way of testing her resolve to play without Julian's help. When Dante disappeared out of the tavern's back door, Scarlet dashed outside after him. She didn't realize how toasty it had been in the tavern until she escaped into the brittle evening, crisp like the first bite of the chilled apple, smelling just as sweet with hints of burnt sugar weaving through the charcoal night air. Around her, the people on the street were as thick as a murder of crows. Scarlet thought she glimpsed Dante slip into a covered bridge. But once she reached the bridge, it contained nothing but lantern light and led to a disappointing dead end. All Scarlet found after she crossed it was an alley made of brick walls and a cider cart manned by a cute boy with a monkey on his shoulder. "Can I interest you in some burnt sugar cider?" asked the boy. "It will make you see things more clearly." "Oh no, I'm looking for someone, with tattoos all over his arms, all black clothes, and an angry look on his face. I think he might have bought some cider last night, but I haven't seen him tonight. Good luck," called the boy, as Scarlet darted back onto the bridge. Once she reached the other side, she spied a number of young men with untidy black clothes. At this point in the game, everyone was starting to appear a bit ragged around the edges, but no one had arms covered in ink. Scarlet continued weaving through the crowd until she caught sight of someone with what looked like a black heart tattoo, heading up a set of emerald stairs a few shops past the glass tavern. Picking up the hem of her skirt, Scarlet rushed to follow her black-hearted boy. She tore up the stairs and onto another covered bridge, but when she reached the other side of the bridge, all she found was another dead end and another cute boy, again with a cider cart and a monkey. "Wait!" Scarlet paused. "Weren't you just over there?" She motioned vaguely, no longer quite sure of where over there was any more. "I haven't gone anywhere all night, but that bridge you just crossed moves quite often," said the boy. He flashed his dimples, and the monkey on his shoulder nodded. Scarlet craned her neck back toward the bridge, its light spluttering as if winking at her. 2 days ago she would have said it was impossible, but now the thought didn't even cross her mind. She wasn't sure exactly when it happened, but she'd stopped doubting the magic. "Are you sure you don't want any?" The boy stirred his cider, sending fresh steams of apple-scented steam into the air. "Oh!" Scarlet was about to say no, her standard response, but then she remembered something. "Did you say this would help me to see things more clearly?" "You'll not find a brew like this anywhere else." The monkey on his shoulder nodded again in agreement. A welcome chill raced over Scarlet. What if this was the reason Nigel had told her to follow the boy with the heart made of black? Maybe if she drank the cider her eyes would be sharp enough to spot the clue she needed. Scarlet snuck a peek at the game's instructions. "Number 4 will cost you something valuable." "What will I have to pay?" Scarlet asked. "Not much, the last lie you told." It didn't seem like much of a price, but even if the cider was not the next clue, it would most likely give her some sort of edge, which she definitely needed. Feeling fortunate she'd taken Echo's advice in the tavern, Scarlet leaned close and whispered her story about the mermaid fountain. The boy looked disappointed at not being told a juicier lie, but he handed her the cup. Brown sugar and melted butter with hints of cream and toasted cinnamon. It tasted like the best parts of the cold season. Mixed with just a hint of heat. "It's delicious, but I don't see anything different. It takes a minute or two to kick in, I promise. You won't be disappointed." The boy nodded at a parting goodbye, and his monkey saluted her as he began pushing his cart in the direction of the tricky bridge. Scarlet took another sip of the cider, but now it tasted too sweet, as if it were trying to mask a harsher flavor. Something wasn't right. Scarlet's emotions were swirling into messy grays and dull whites. Normally, Scarlet just saw flashes of color attached to her feelings, but as she watched the boy depart, she could see his skin shifting to ashy gray, while his clothes turned black. Scarlet blinked, unsettled by the image, only to be more disturbed when she opened her eyes once more. Now everything was shades of black and gray. Even the candlelight lining the bridge was foggy gloom instead of golden. She tried not to panic, but her heart beat faster with every step as she crossed back over the bridge and returned to a world no longer full of color. Caraval had shifted to black and white. Scarlet dropped the cider, buttery gold liquid splashing over gray walkways, the only puddle of bright amid the awful new dull. The boy with the monkey was nowhere to be seen. He was probably laughing at her as he pushed his cart searching for a new victim. She looked up and found herself near the glass tavern's back exit. Echo had just stepped outside, her bright dress now charcoal. "You look dreadful," she said. "I'm guessing you didn't catch the young man you were after?" Scarlet shook her head. Behind Echo, the door to the tavern was closing. Scarlet scanned the inside quickly enough to see Julian had still not arrived, or if he had, he'd already left. "I think I made a mistake." "Then make it into something better." Echo strolled down the cobbled streets as if the world could crumble around her, and she'd just keep going. Scarlet wanted to feel like that, but the game seemed to be constantly working against her, and she imagined it was easy for Echo since she was only observing. No one had stolen her sister, or the color from her world. Scarlet could picture Echo gliding on air if enough bits of earth fell away. The only thing she held on to securely was the battered notebook in her hand, brownish green, the color of forgotten memories, abandoned dreams, and bitter gossip. It was an unattractive thing, yet Scarlet's thoughts broke off. The journal was in color, an ugly color, but in a world made of black and white, it called to Scarlet. Maybe this was how the cider worked. It took away the colors of everything so Scarlet could clearly see the things that really mattered, or find the next clue. Number 4 will cost you something valuable. Nigel's advice really had been clue number 3. After Scarlet followed the boy with the heart made of black, he had led her to the boy with the cider, which had taken away her ability to see colors, costing her something valuable. Her chest now fluttered with excitement, rather than panic. She hadn't been tricked, she had been given what she needed to find the fourth clue. Scarlet followed as Eiko paused in front of a busy waffle maker. He dipped one of his pastries in the darkest chocolate before passing it to Eiko in exchange for a glimpse at a page in her journal. Carefully, Scarlet tried to take a look as well. Eiko snapped the book shut. If you want to see what's inside, you'll have to give me something like everything else. Sorry, like everyone else. What sort of something? Scarlet asked. Do you always focus on what you're giving up rather than what you'll be gaining? Some things are worth pursuit, regardless of the cost. Echo beckoned Scarlet onto a street lined with hanging lanterns, smelling of flowers and flutes and long-lost love. The road narrowed, a watery canal hugging one side as the other curved around a carousel made of roses. A song for a donation. A man in a pipe organ held out a thick hand. Echo dropped something too small for Scarlet to see in his palm. Try to make it pretty. The organist began to play a melancholy tune, and the carousel started to move, spinning slowly at first. If Tella were there, Scarlet imagined she would have hopped up on it, plucked its red roses, and put them in her hair. Red! Scarlet watched as the rosy carousel continued to swirl, shedding brilliant red petals onto the path. A few landed on Eiko's waffle as well, sticking to the chocolate. Scarlet couldn't tell if her senses were coming back or if the carousel was somehow important. For the same moment that Scarlet realized she could see the rich red of its petals, a gentleman with an eye patch walked by. Like everything else, he was painted in shades of gray and black, except for the crimson cravat around his neck. It was the deepest hue of red she'd ever seen. His face was equally hypnotic. He possessed the kind of dark good looks that made Scarlet wonder why everyone else wasn't staring as well. She debated following him. He was mystery and unanswered questions, but something about him made her feel perilous shades of silky black. He moved through the crowd like a wraith, graceful but with an edge that felt a little too dangerous for her liking, and even though she felt like a pull toward him, Echo's journal called to her just as strongly. The pipe organist's song picked up speed, and the carousel spun faster and faster. Petals landed on more than just Echo's dessert. They flew until the path in front of them turned to a red velvet, and the canal beside them transformed into blood, leaving the carousel naked save for its thorns. The few other people on the street clapped. Scarlet felt as if there were a deeper lesson there, but she couldn't quite grasp it. Her vision was back to full color. The gentleman with the patch had almost disappeared from view, yet Scarlet continued to feel an unwanted pull toward him, as if he'd been wearing a top hat. She might have wondered if he was Legend, or maybe this enigmatic young man was a decoy Legend had placed in the crowd to lure her away from the actual clue. Earlier that night, as she looked at the winking bridge, Scarlet would have sworn she felt Legend's eyes on her, spying on her attempts to figure out his clues. Scarlet only had a moment left to make her decision. If she was going to follow the young man, or try a look in Eiko's journal, the only thing untouched by red petals. If Scarlet's theory about the cider was right, both the young man and the journal were significant, but only one could lead her closer to Tella. If I do make this trade to look in your notebook, what is it I'll be gaining? Is it the fourth clue? Eiko swayed, humming cryptically. It's possible, lots of things are, but the rules said there are only 5 clues. Is that really what they said, or is that just how you interpreted them? Asked Eiko. Think of the instructions as a map. There's more than one way to get to almost every destination. Clues are hidden everywhere. The guidelines you receive just make it easier to spot them. But keep in mind, clues are not the only thing you need to win. This game is like a person. If you truly want to play it right, you need to learn its history. I know all about its history, Scarlet said. My grandmother has been telling me tales since I was a little girl. Ah, tales passed on from your grandmother. I'm sure they're very accurate. Eiko took a bite of her waffle, white teeth sinking into the red petals on top of it, as she stared down a new path. Scarlet looked a final time for the man with the eye patch, but he was already gone. She'd missed her chance. She couldn't lose Eiko as well. The pretty girl was now in the middle of buying edible silver bells and coin-sized cakes dipped in glitter. As Scarlet followed, she imagined the girl was about to burst from all she had eaten, but she continued to buy from every vendor who asked her to make a trade. Scarlet discovered Eiko believed in saying yes whenever possible. Conversation paused as she bought confetti candies that glowed like fireflies, a glass of drinkable gold, an everlasting hair dye for those silver hairs you want to be rid of forever, though Eiko looked far too young for it. So, Scarlet started to say as they wove onto a street full of shops with pointy roofs and blessedly free of vendors. She felt ready to make a deal, but she wasn't about to jump into it blind, as she had done before. Caraval's history is written in your notebook? In a manner, Echo said. Prove it to me. To her astonishment, Echo offered her the book. Scarlet hesitated. It almost seemed too easy. But I thought you'd only let me see it if I gave you something in return. Don't worry, you won't be bound to any deal unless you decide you wish to see more. The pictures that would help you are sealed by magic. She said the word magic as if it were a private joke. Scarlet took the book cautiously, thin and light, but somehow full of pages every time Scarlet turned one. Two more seemed to appear behind it, all of them painted with fantastical pictures. Queens and kings, pirates and presidents, assassins and princes, grand ships the size of islands, tiny slips of wood that looked like the boat she and Julian had. Wait, these are pictures of me. Scarlet flipped the next few pages. Echo's art showed her on the boat with Julian, trudging half naked to the clock shop, arguing behind the gates of the turreted house. These were private moments. Thank the saints there were no compromising pictures of her in her room with Julian, but there were a very vivid piece of art showing her fleeing from Dante as every eye in the tavern looked on in judgment. How did you get these? Red-faced Scarlet turned back to the picture of her in the boat with Julian. She remembered an eerie feel of being watched when she'd first arrived on the isle, but this was far worse than that. Why are there so many pictures of me? I don't see drawings of other people. This year's game is not about other people. Echo's gold-rimmed eyes met Scarlet's. Other participants aren't missing their sister. When she'd first arrived on the isle, the idea of being Legend's special guest had made Scarlet feel privileged. For the first time in her life she felt special, chosen. But once again, rather than feeling as if she were playing the game, it seemed as if the game were playing with her. Sour shades of yellow-green made her stomach roil with trepidation. Scarlet didn't like being toyed with, but what made her even more uneasy was the question why, out of all the people in the world, Legend would choose to make this game about her and her sister. The day in the clock shop, Julian's comment made it seem as if it had something to do with her appearance, but now Scarlet felt there was more to it. In the tavern you started to ask me who I was. Echo went on. I'm not a player. I'm a histographer. I record the history of Caraval through pictures. I've never heard of a histographer. Then you should feel lucky to have met me. Echo plucked back the journal. Scarlet didn't imagine luck had much to do with their meeting. She couldn't deny that what she'd seen in the journal's pages had been disturbingly accurate, but even if this girl really was a histographer, Scarlet wasn't sure she believed she'd only come there to observe. Now you have seen a glimpse of my book, Echo went on, and while I may show occasional peeks to vendors on the streets, what I offer you is a rare opportunity. I'm not the only artist who has stained its pages. Every true story from every Caraval in the past is in here. If you choose to examine all the stories inside, you'll see who has won and how they did it. As Echo spoke, Scarlet thought of Dante, then Julian. She wondered what happened when they each played before. Other stories came to mind as well, like the woman who was killed years ago, Scarlet's grandmother who claimed to have charmed everyone with her purple dress. Scarlet doubted she actually find her Nana in the book, but there was one person she did not doubt she would see, Legend. If this book detailed the true history of Caraval, then Legend was certain to be pictured in it. Rupert, the boy from the first night, described the game as a mystery to be solved, and the first clue said, this girl was last seen with Legend. It made sense that if Scarlet found Legend, she would then find Tala as well, without having to search for the next two clues. All right, Scarlet said. Tell me what you want for another lock of the journal. Excellent. Echo appeared to sparkle a little more than usual. She guided Scarlet past a button-lined path leading to a hatter and a haberdashery shaped like a top hat. Then she stopped in front of a dress shop. 3 stories high, made of glass to better display brightly lit gowns in every material and shade, the color of the late-night laughter, early morning sunshine, and waves crashing around ankles. Each gown seemed to speak of its own rare adventure, with unique prices to match. The thing you regret the most, your worst fear, a secret you never told a soul. One dress only cost a recent nightmare, but it was plum, the one color Scarlet couldn't stand to wear. That's your price? You want me to buy you a dress? No, I want you to purchase 3 dresses for yourself, one for the next 3 evenings of the game. Echo pulled open the door, but Scarlet did not cross his threshold. A funny thing happens when people feel as if they are paying less for something than they ought. Suddenly the worth goes down. Scarlet had glimpsed the book, so she knew it was valuable. This had to be some sort of trick. What are you getting out of this? What are you really want from me? I'm an artist. I don't like that your gown has a mind of its own. Echo's nose wrinkled as she looked over Scarlet's dress, which appeared to be still in mourning. It had even managed to sprout a small dark train. When it gets emotional, it changes, but anyone who opens the pages of my book might not know that. They'd just think I'd made a mistake giving you a new gown mid-scene. I also despise the color black. Scarlet wasn't a fan of black either. It reminded her of too many unpleasant emotions, and it would be nice to have more control over her clothes, but since she could stay only 2 more nights, at the most, there was no need for 3 dresses. I'll do it for 2 dresses, Scarlet said. Echo's eyes shined like black opals. Done. Silver bells chimed as the girls stepped into the shop. They made it 2 feet before encountering a hanging, jewel-encrusted sign that said, "Thieves will be turned to stone." Below the beautiful warning, a young woman made of granite stood frozen in place, her long hair flowing behind as if she'd been trying to run. "I know her," Scarlet muttered. "She was pretending to be pregnant last night. Don't worry," Echo said. "She'll be back to normal once Caraval is over." A piece of Scarlet felt as if she should pity the girl, but it was overshadowed by the thought that legend had a sense of justice after all. Beyond the granite girl, every creation in the shop glimmered with Caraval magic, even the garish ones that looked like parrot feathers or holiday packages with too many bows. Tella would adore this, thought Scarlet, but it seemed the enchanted dress Scarlet wore didn't like the shop at all. Every time she selected something, her gown would shift, as if to say, "I can look like that too." Finally, she settled on a gown of cherry blossom pink, oddly reminiscent of the first garment her magical dress had formed into, full of tiered skirts, but with a bodice lined of buttons instead of bows. At Echo's insistence, she had also chose a more modern corsetless gown, sleeves that dipped up her shoulders, attached to a sweetheart neckline, lined with a champagne and pale orchid beadwork, the colors of infatuation. The ornamentation grew denser as it trailed down a slightly flared skirt, which ended in a graceful train that was very impractical but terribly romantic. "No returns or exchanges," said the shop girl, a shiny-haired brunette who looked no older than Scarlet. She made her statement without emotion, yet as Scarlet stepped closer, she had a prickly sort of feeling that told her she'd reached the point in the game that marked no returns as well. In the front of her, a pincushion along with an equal-arm brass scale sat on the edge of a polished mahogany counter. The scale's pan for the goods was empty, but the tray for weights contained an object that looked disturbingly close to a human heart. Scarlet had the alarming vision of her own heart being taken from her chest and placed on the empty pan. The shop girl continued, "For the dresses, that will be your worst fear and your greatest desire. Or you can pay using time." "Time?" Scarlet asked. "We're having a deal. Tonight it's only 2 days of your life per dress." The brunette spoke matter-of-factly, the same as if she were asking for ordinary coins, but Scarlet felt sacrificing 4 days of her life was no simple matter. She knew she shouldn't have been keen to give up her secrets either, but her fear and desire had been used against her already. "I'll answer your question," Scarlet said. "When you're ready," the shop girl instructed, "remove your gloves and hold the base of the scale." A few of the shop's other patrons pretended not to watch while Echo looked on eagerly from the edge of the counter. Scarlet wondered if this was perhaps what Echo was really after. Of course, if she'd been watching Scarlet, she should have already known her answers. Scarlet took off her gloves. The brass felt surprisingly warm and soft under Scarlet's fingers, fleshy almost, as if it were a living thing. Her hand grew clammy around the surface, grew slick. "Now say your greatest fear," the shop girl prompted. Scarlet cleared her throat. "My greatest fear is that something bad will happen to my sister, and I won't be able to protect her." The brass scale creaked. Scarlet watched with marvel as the chains shifted and the side containing the heart slowly rose while the empty pan mysteriously lowered until the two were perfectly even. "It's always nice when it works," said the shop girl. "Now, let's go." Scarlet did as instructed, and the scale reset, returning to an unbalanced state. "Now grab hold again and tell me your greatest desire." Scarlet's hands didn't sweat this time, though the scale still felt too alive for her liking. "My greatest desire is to find my sister, Donatella." The scale shook. Chains rattled gently, but the side with the heart remained firmly weighed down. "There's something wrong with the scale," Scarlet said. "Try again," said the shop girl. "My greatest desire is to find my younger sister, Donatella Dragna." Scarlet squeezed the stem of the scale, but it made no difference. The empty pan and heart both remained unmoved. She squeezed harder, but this time the scale didn't even wobble. "All I want is to find my sister." The shop girl grimaced. "I'm sorry, but the scale never lies." "I'll need another answer, or you can pay with 2 days of your life." Scarlet turned to Echo. "You've been watching me. You know finding my sister is all I want." "I believe it's something you want," Echo said, "but there are many things you want in life. It's not a bad thing if there are other things you desire a little more." "No," Scarlet's knuckles were turning white. The game was playing with her. "I would die for my sister." Chains rattled and the scale moved again, balancing until it evened out. The statement was true. Unfortunately, this was not a viable form of payment. Scarlet ripped her hands away before she was robbed of any more secrets. "So 2 days of your life it will be," said the shop girl. Scarlet felt as if she had been tricked. This must be what they had been after all along. She thought about backing out. Giving up 2 days of her life left her with a feeling of indescribable unease, the same sensation she experienced whenever she made a deal with her father. But if Scarlet backed out now, it further proved finding her sister was not what she desired most. She wouldn't get a glimpse into Echo's secret notebook either. "If you take 2 days of my life, how does that work?" asked Scarlet. The shop girl pulled out a miniature sword from her pincushion. "Slice your finger at the tip of this, then squeeze 3 drops of blood over the scale." She pointed to the shriveled heart. "If you want, I can cut it for you," Echo said. "Sometimes it's easier to let someone else wound you." But Scarlet had had enough of other people hurting her. "No, I can do it myself." She ran a tiny sword over the tip of her ring finger. Drip, drip, drip. Only 3 dots of blood, yet Scarlet felt each one, and the pain went beyond her finger. It was as if a hand dug nails into her heart and squeezed. "Is this supposed to hurt?" "A little lightheadedness is normal. You didn't expect losing 2 days of your life to be painless, did you?" The shop girl laughed as if it were a joke. "I'll let you take the buttoned dress now," she went on, "but the beaded gown won't be delivered until 2 days from now, once your payment is fulfilled. After that—" "Wait," Scarlet interrupted. "Did you just say you want my debt paid now?" "Well, it's not going to do me any good next week, once the game is over, isn't it? But don't worry, I won't take the full payment until the sun is up, which gives you enough time to get somewhere safe." "Somewhere safe?" "I think there's been a mistake." Scarlet gripped the edges of the counter. Was it just her imagination, or had the heart in the scale started beating? "I thought I'd lose 2 days at the end of my life." "How should I know when your life is going to end?" The shop girl chuckled, a harsh sound that seemed to make the world quake beneath Scarlet's feet. "Don't worry, as long as nothing happens to your body, you'll come back to life at dawn on the 18th just fine." That was only 2 days before her wedding. Scarlet fought against a new surge of panic. It came in shades of hemlock green, the color of poison and terror. She had only lost 3 drops of blood, but it felt as if she were hemorrhaging. "I can't die for 2 days. I need to leave in 2 days." If Scarlet died now, she'd never be able to find her sister and make it home in time for her wedding. And what if someone else, like Dante, found her sister while she was dead? Or the game ended early and Tella found Scarlet dead? The field of Scarlet's vision was narrowing, going black around the edges. Echo and the shop girl exchanged a look Scarlet didn't like. Still gripping the shiny counter, she turned to Echo. "You tricked me." "No, I didn't," Echo said. "I didn't know you wouldn't be able to answer the questions." "But I did answer the questions." Scarlet tried to yell, but the effects of her trade were growing stronger, dulling her senses, making the world feel thicker while she felt thinner, powerless. "What happens if someone harms my body?" Echo grabbed Scarlet's arm to steady her as she swayed. "You need to get back to your inn." "No," Scarlet tried to protest. She couldn't go back to La Serpiente. It was Julian's day to use the room, but now Scarlet's head felt like a balloon trying to detach from her shoulders. "You need to get out of here." The shop girl cast a sharp glance at Scarlet. "If she dies on the street, she'll probably find herself buried underground." Scarlet's horror spiked, turning shades of quicksilver. Her hearing was almost fuzzy as her vision, but she could have sworn it sounded as if the girl wished this might happen. Something acidic and moldy and burnt bubbled up through Scarlet's throat, the taste of death. She barely felt strong enough to stand, let alone walk all the way back to the inn. When she woke, she'd have to choose between finding her sister or leaving to make it back to Trista in time for her wedding. Scarlet knew it might come down to this, but she wasn't ready to make the choice yet. And what would Julian do if he returned to their room and found her dead body? "Scarlet!" Echo shook her again. You need to stay alive until you make it to safety." She pushed Scarlet toward the door and shoved a sugar cube inside her mouth. "So you'll have the strength. Don't stop walking, no matter what." Scarlet's leaden legs quaked with lines of sweat. She could barely stand. She wouldn't make it back. Aiko's sugar had dissolved into rot in her mouth. "Why can't you walk with me?" "I have places I need to be," said Aiko, "but don't worry, I'll keep up my word. When someone takes days of your life, your body dies, but your mind exists in a sort of dream world, unless your body is destroyed." Again, Scarlet tried to ask what would happen in that case, but her words came out garbled, as if she'd bitten them into pieces before spitting them out. She swore the whites of Aiko's eyes shifted to black as she said, "You'll be fine as long as you make it back to your room. I'll find you in the dream world and show you my book." "But," Scarlet swayed, "I usually forget my dreams. This you will remember." Aiko steadied her and thrust another sugar cube into her mouth. "But you must promise not to tell anyone. Now." Aiko gave Scarlet a final shove as she put the cherry blossom dress in her hands. "Get out of here before you die." I'm going to go downstairs and eat something really quick. I'll come back and I'll continue reading. I will add a note to make that clear. And I'll take this with me. Okay, well, I'll have to keep reading because I know it's going to take a while for my food to be cooled off enough. Okay, now I can get back to it. 20. Scarlet would remember only one thing clearly about her journey. Gosh. From the dress shop. She would not remember her limbs feeling as light as feathers, her bones turning to dust, or either her attempts to lie down in the boats. She would not remember being prodded out of those same boats, or dropping her cherry blossom gown, though she would recall the young man who picked it up and then took her arm to help her walk the rest of the way back to La Serpiente. The words uselessly pretty came to mind. Though as she looked up at her attractive companion, his face no longer looked quite so pretty. Hard lines and harsh angles highlighted dark eyes shadowed by even darker hair. This person did not like her. She not only knew it, she could feel it in the rough way he handled her, the way he held onto her arm as she attempted to pull away. "Let me go," she tried to yell, but her voice was feeble, and the passers-by who might have heard her were too busy scurrying to their own snake holes. A quarter of an hour was all that remained until the sun rose and erased the magic of the night. "If I let you go, you'll just crawl into another boat." Dante dragged her through Los Serpientes round a back door. Noise from the tavern circled around them, mugs of cider clinking against glass tables, snorts of amusement mixed with grunts of satisfaction, and groaned tales of things unsatisfying. Only a sharp-looking gentleman with an eye patch and a crimson cravat noticed her being dragged onto a set of stairs where the air darkened and the noise quieted. Later, Scarlet would remember him watching, but just then her main concern was escaping from Dante. "Please," Scarlet begged, "I need to get to my room. First we need to talk." Dante cornered her in the stairwell, long legs and tattooed arms boxing her against the wall. "If this is about the other day, I'm sorry." It took what felt like all of Scarlet's strength to force the words out coherently. "I didn't mean to trick you. I shouldn't have lied to you." "This isn't about your lies," Dante said. "I know people lie in this game. Yesterday," he broke off, sounding as if it were a struggle to keep his tone even, "I was upset because I thought you were different. This game, it changes people." "I know," Scarlet said. "That's why I need to get to my room." "I can't let you do that." Dante's voice hardened, and for a rare moment of terrifying clarity, Scarlet could see he'd fallen apart even more than the last time she'd seen him. His eyes were lined in dark shadows, as if he hadn't slept in days. "My sister is missing. You have to help me find her. I know your sister is missing too, and I didn't think it was just part of this game." No, Scarlet couldn't be hearing this now. Tella's disappearance was simply another magic trick. Dante was trying to frighten her. Hadn't Julian said he'd been cruel to win the game before? "I can't talk about this right now." She needed to make it back to her room. It no longer mattered if it was Julian's for the night. She could not die right there. Not in front of Dante. As crazed as he was, somehow she managed to pull her dress from his hands. "Why don't we meet in the tavern after we've both gotten some sleep?" "You mean after you die for 2 days?" Dante's hand formed a fist against the wall. "I know what's happening to you. I can't lose another night. My sister is gone, and you—" Smack! Before he could get another word out, Dante flew backward. Scarlet didn't fully see the blow, but it was enough to knock him halfway down the stairs. "You need to stay away from her." Heat poured off of Julian as he gently peeled Scarlet from the wall. "Are you all right? Did he hurt you?" "No. I just need to get up to the room." She could feel the minutes slipping away, draining her of life, turning her limbs into flimsy strands of gossamer. "Crimson!" Julian caught her as she started to fall. He was so much warmer than she was. Scarlet wanted to curl into him like a blanket, weave her arms around him firmly as he'd wrapped his arms around her. Crimson, you need to talk to me. Julian's voice was no longer gentle. What happened to you? I think I made a mistake. Her words came out sticky and thick like syrup. Someone, a girl with very shiny hair and a girl with a waffle, I needed to buy dresses and they made me pay with time. Julian uttered several colorful curses. Tell me they didn't take a day of your life. No, she fought to say, standing. They took 2 days. Julian's handsome face twisted, turning lethal, or maybe the whole world was twisting into something lethal. Everything spiraled sideways as Julian picked her up, tossing the cherry blossom gown over his shoulder. This is all my fault, he muttered. Julian held her close as he carried her up the stairs, down a very wobbly hall, and into what Scarlet took to be their room. All she could see was white, endless white, except for Julian's round face, hovering over her as he gently laid her down onto the bed. Where were you earlier? She asked. In the wrong place. Everything was hazy around the edges, like dusty early morning sun, but Scarlet could see the dark fringe of lashes around Julian's concerned eyes. Does that mean Julian muttered. Save your words, Scarlet. I think I can fix this, but I need you to stay with me a little longer. I'm going to try to give you a day of my life. Scarlet's head was so muddled, so broken by whatever magic worked its way through her body, that at first she thought she must have misheard him. But the look in his eyes was back, as if he wanted her to be his undoing. You would really do this for me? She asked. In answer, Julian pressed the pad of a finger to her parted lips. Metallic and wet and just a little sweet, bravery and fear and something else she couldn't distinguish. Dimly, she knew she tasted his blood. It was like no other gift she'd ever received. Strangely beautiful, alarmingly intimate, and she wanted more of it. More of him. She licked the tip of his finger, but Scarlet hungered to taste his lips as well, to feel them against her mouth and her throat, to experience the solid touch of his hands on her body. She craved the heavy weight of his chest crushed to hers, to find out if his heart beat equally fast. Julian's finger lingered a moment longer, pressing her lips back together, but the taste of his blood remained, and her desire for him intensified. He hovered over her, and she could hear the rhythmic beat of his pulse. She'd been sensitive to his presence before, but never more than this. She was mesmerized by his face, the dark freckle beneath his left eye, the subtle sharpness of his cheekbones, the line of his chiseled jaw, the coolness of his breath on her cheek. Now I need some of your blood. His voice was so gentle, made of gentle, the same way his blood had been made of everything else he was feeling. Scarlet had never felt so close to another person. She knew she would give him what he asked for, whatever he asked for, but she would eagerly let him drink a part of her the way she had him. Julian, she said in a whisper, as if anything louder could destroy the delicacy of the moment. Why are you doing this? His amber-flecked eyes met hers, and something in them made her breathing hitch. I think that answer is obvious. He took one of her cooled hands and held it near to a knife, but she imagined he waited for her permission, and she knew he wasn't doing this because of the game. This felt like something entirely separate, existing only for the two of them. Scarlet pressed down on the tip of the blade. A single drop of ruby blood welled. Carefully, Julian brought her finger to his mouth, and when his soft lips touched her skin, the entire world shattered into a million shards of colored glass. Her dying heart beat faster, and his tongue gently drew her finger between his teeth. For a moment she could feel his emotions again, as close as if they were her own, all mixed with fierce protectiveness and a thread of pain so intense she wanted to take the hurt from him. Her finger dipped deeper in, pressing against one of his sharp incisors. Days before, she stiffened at his touch, but now she wished she were strong enough to wrap her arms around him. Not quite sure how far she'd already fallen, she imagined loving him would feel like falling in love with darkness, frightening and consuming yet utterly beautiful when the stars came out. He licked her finger a final time, and a shiver coursed through her, so painfully cold it felt hot. Then he was lying beside her on the bed, weighing it down, and he brought her into the cradle of his arms, and his back fit perfectly against his chest, solid and strong. She burrowed against him, attempting to fight off death for another minute, and held on to him instead. You're going to be fine. Julian stroked her hair as her vision went dark. Thank you, she whispered. He said something else, but all she felt was his hand brush her cheek. so soft she thought she imagined it, along with the tender press of his lips to the back of her neck, right before she died. 21. Okay, I'm going to mute this really quickly so I can blow my nose. It's the cold, but at the same time, I really hate the feeling. Like, if I'm going to be wearing sleeves, I hate the feeling of, like, the double sleeve thing. It makes me feel almost like a panic. I hate like tight sleeves anyway. Like this is like kind of big on me. So I like that because like the sleeves don't feel like they're like on me. And even these sleeves are kind of loose on me, but when you have like two sleeves, I hate that. Anyway, I don't want to put that on. Anyway, 21. Death was the color purple. Purple wallpaper and purple temperatures, her Nana's purple gown. Only the honey blonde young woman wearing the gown and sitting in the purple chair looked much more like Donatella. Her cheeks were full of color, her smile full of mischief, and the bruise that had marred her face days ago was healed, leaving her looking healthier than she had in ages. If Scarlet's heart had been beating, it would have stopped. Tella, is that really you? I know you're dead right now, Tella said. But you should try to come up with better questions. We don't have much time. Before Scarlet could respond, her sister opened the ancient book in her lap, much larger than the journal Echo carried around in life. This book was the size of a tombstone and the color of dark fairy tales, black ice covered with tarnished gold script. It swallowed Scarlet with its leather-bound mouth and spit her onto a chilly sidewalk. Donatella materialized beside her, though she looked less corporeal than before, transparent around the edges. Scarlet didn't feel very solid herself. Her head was fuzzy from dreaming and dying and all that came with it. For this time she managed to ask, "Where can I find you? If I told you, that would be cheating," Tella sang. "You need to watch." In front of them, a purple sun fell behind a grand home, smaller than the turreted building that housed Caraval, but smaller and painted dark plum with violet trim. The girl inside it wore a shade of purple as well. Again, it looked like her Nana's purple dress. In fact, it was that gown, only this time the woman who wore it was her Nana, a much younger version, almost as pretty as she had claimed, with golden blonde curls that reminded Scarlet of Tella. Her arms were wrapped around a dark-haired young man, who seemed to think she would look better without the purple dress on. He also looked a great deal like her grandfather before his body went to fat and his nose filled with blue veins. The young man's fingers fumbled with the purple ground's laces. "Ugh," Tella said. "I don't want to see this part." She vanished again as Scarlet scrambled to find anywhere else to look, but everywhere she turned she saw the same window. "Oh," her young grandfather mumbled. "Annalise." Scarlet had never heard her grandmother called that name. She'd always been just Anna. But something about the name Annalise rang familiar. Then bells were ringing everywhere, bells of morning in a world covered in mist and black roses. The purple house was gone, and Scarlet was on a new street, surrounded by people wearing black hats and even gloomier expressions. "I knew they were full of evil," said a man. "Rosa would never have died if they hadn't come." Black rose petals rained on a funeral procession. Without being told who they were, Scarlet knew the man referred to the players of Caraval. A woman had died during Caraval's long history. The year Caraval had stopped traveling after a room started that legend had murdered her. Rosa must have been that woman, thought Scarlet. This dream is just awful, isn't it? Tella reappeared once again, though now her image was ghostly sheer. "I've never really liked black. When I die, will you please tell everyone to wear bright clothes at my funeral?" "Tella, you're not going to die," Scarlet scolded. Tella's image flickered like a candle, lacking confidence. "I might if you don't win this game. Legend likes to—" Tella vanished. "Donatella!" Scarlet called for her sister. "Tella!" She seemed to be gone for good this time. No more traces of her purple dress or her blonde curls, just a funeral of endless gloom. Scarlet could feel the gray press of everyone's grief as she continued to listen, hoping to learn what Tella had been unable to say. As words of mourning switched to gossip. Sad, sad story, whispered one woman to another. When Rosa's fiancé won the game, his prize was finding her in bed with Legend. But I heard she was the one who called off their wedding, said the other woman. She did, right after her fiancé caught them. Rosa said she was in love with Legend and wanted to be with him instead, but Legend laughed and said she'd gotten too carried away with the game. I thought no one ever saw Legend, said the other woman. No one sees him more than once. They say he wears a different face every game. Beautiful but cruel. I heard that he was there when Rosa flung herself out the window, and he didn't even try to stop her. Monster. I thought he pushed her, said a third woman. Not physically, said the first. Legend likes to play twisted games with people, and one of his favorites is making girls fall in love with him. Rosa jumped the day after he discarded her, after her parents found out and he refused to let her return home. Her fiancé blames himself, though. His servants say he moans Rosa's name in his sleep every night. The three women turned as a young man trudged by at the very rear of this procession. His dark hair was not so long, and his hands contained no ink from tattoos, no rose for Rosa, but Scarlet recognized him right away. Dante. This must have been why he wanted to win the wish so badly, to bring his fiancée back to life. Just then, Dante's head cocked in Scarlet's direction, but his wounded eyes did not fall on her. They roamed the crowd as if hunting, searching through the thickening curtain of black flower petals. A soft puddle of them formed around Scarlet's feet, and several petals covered Dante's eyes as he walked past her. The flowers blinded him from seeing the one person whom Scarlet imagined he'd been looking for, a young man in a velvet-rimmed top hat, only a few paces from where she stood. All the air raced from Scarlet's lungs. In every other dream, Legend's face had not been clear, but this time she could see him perfectly. His handsome face held no emotion. His light brown eyes were void of warmth. No hint of a smile curved his lips. He was the shadow of the boy she'd come to know, Julian. Day 4 of Caraval. 22. The world tasted like lies and ashes when Scarlet woke. Damp blankets clung to sweaty skin, wet with nightmares and visions of black roses. At least Echo had not lied about remembering the dreams. Scarlet's memories of her last moments alive were still blurry, but her dreams were vivid. They felt as solid and real as the heavy arms encasing her. Julian. His hand rested just above her breast. Scarlet sucked in a sharp breath. His fingers were cool against her skin, while the marble ice of his chest pressed to her back with an unbeating heart inside. Her body shuddered, but she didn't so much as whimper. Afraid it might wake him from his deadly slumber, she could picture the way he'd looked in her dream, wearing that top hat, a callous expression, exactly the type of look she would have pictured on Legend, and Julian was certainly as attractive as she'd always imagined Legend to be. She recalled the innkeeper's frightened eyes when she'd first seen Julian. Scarlet had thought it was because they were Legend's guests, but what if it was because Julian really was Legend? He knew so much about Caraval. He'd known what to do when she'd been dying, and Julian could have easily put the roses in her room. A sudden heartbeat pressed against her back. Julian's heart. Or was it Legend's heart? No. Scarlet closed her eyes and took a steadying breath. She'd been warned about this, the game playing tricks on her. It couldn't be true. She didn't know when it had happened, but somewhere at some point in this strange world full of impossible, Julian had started to mean something to her. She began to trust him. But if Julian really was Legend, everything significant to her had only been part of a game to him. Julian's solid chest rose and fell against her back. As heat slowly returned to him, Scarlet felt warmth whenever their bodies aligned. The space behind her knees, the small of her back. Her breath came out in uneven wisps. As he leaned farther into her, his fingers drifting up to her collarbone. A prick of blue on the tip of one of his fingers brought a flush to her cheeks, as she remembered his blood on her tongue, and the way his lips had felt as he tasted her. The most intimate thing she'd ever done. She needed that to be real. She wanted Julian to be real, but this wasn't just about what she wanted. Scarlet remembered every time Julian had told her that Legend knew how to take care of his guests, according to her dream. He did more than just take care of him. He made that woman fall so madly in love. It had driven her to suicide. Legend likes to play twisted games with people, and one of his favorites is making girls fall in love with him. The words from her dream gurgled up like vomit in Scarlet's throat. If Julian was Legend, he'd been enticing Tella before the game even started. Perhaps he even seduced them both. Nausea coated Scarlet's stomach at the awful possibility. With disturbing clarity, she recalled those last moments before she died, and how she would have given him more than just her blood if he'd only asked. She needed to escape from Julian's arms before he woke. She was still trying to hold on to the hope that he wasn't Legend, but it was too much of a risk to assume otherwise. She would never throw herself out of a window for any man. But her sister was more impulsive. Scarlet had learned to temper her feelings, yet Tella was driven by her volatile emotions and desires. Scarlet could see how both Legend and this game could easily drive Tella to the same unhappy ending as Rosa if Scarlet did not save her. Scarlet needed to leave and find Dante. If Rosa had been his fiancée, she imagined he would know if Julian had really been Legend. Holding her breath, Scarlet took Julian's wrist and carefully pried one hand from her waist. "Crimson," he murmured. Scarlet sucked in a gasp as the fingers that had been on her collar bone lingered up the column of her neck, leaving a prickly trail of ice and fire. He was still asleep, but he would wake up soon. No longer bothering with caution, Scarlet slid off the bed and landed in a heap on the floor. Her clothes now looked somewhere between a morning dress and a nightgown. Black lace and not enough fabric, but she didn't have time to change into her new dress, and in that moment she didn't care. As she pushed up from the ground, she calculated that it must be exactly 1 day since she had died. It was the cusp of sunup on the 17th, giving her only one night to find Tella before she had to leave for her wedding. Scarlet froze when she caught her reflection in the mirror. Her thick, dark hair now had a slender streak of gray ripping through it. At first she thought it was a trick of the light, but it was there. Her fingers shook as she touched it, right near the temple, impossible to hide with a braid. Scarlet had never thought of herself as vain, but in that moment she wanted to cry. The game was not supposed to be real. It was having very genuine consequences. If this was the price of a dress, what else should it cost her to get Kella back? Would she be strong enough? Red-eyed and still looking half dead, Scarlet didn't feel particularly tough. The chain of fear around her throat choked her as she thought of how little time she had. But if Nigel, the fortune-teller, was right about fate, then there was no omnipotent hand determining her destiny. She needed to stop letting her worries control it. She might have felt weak, but her love for her sister was not. The sun had recently risen, so she couldn't leave the inn, but she could make the most of her day by searching La Serpiente for Dante. As she stepped out of her room, candlelight flickered across the crooked hall, buttery and warm, but something about the space felt wrong. The scent, the usual hints of sweat and fading fire smoke, were mired with heavier, harsher scents, anise and lavender and something akin to rotted plums. No, Scarlet had only a blink to panic as she watched her father step around the corner. She darted back into her room, locked the door, and prayed to the stars if there was a god or saints they hated her. How had her father gotten there? If he found her and Tella now, Scarlet had no doubt he would kill her sister as punishment. Scarlet wanted to think the sight of her father was a cruel hallucination, but it made more sense to believe he'd figured out how her sister's kidnapping ruse, and maybe the master of Caraval somehow managed to send him a hint. "Tell me who you fear the most," the woman had said, and Scarlet had been foolish enough to answer. What had she done to make Legend hate her so? Even if Julian wasn't Legend, it felt very personal now, though Scarlet couldn't fathom why. Perhaps it was all the letters she'd sent, or maybe Legend just had a sadistic sense of humor and Scarlet was an easy person to torment, or maybe the beginning of Scarlet's dream rushed back in awful shades of purple, followed by one name, Annalise. During the vision, she'd been unable to make the connection, but now she remembered her Nana's stories about Legend's origin, how he'd been in love with a girl who'd broken his heart by marrying another. Had her grandmother been Legend's Anna Crimson? Julian sat up in bed. "What are you doing against the door like that?" Scarlet froze. His wild dark hair framed a face cloaked with convincing concern, but all she could see was the soulless look Julian had worn as he watched the funeral procession of the girl who'd killed herself after he'd made her fall in love with him. Legend. Her heartbeat pounded. She told herself it wasn't true. Julian wasn't Legend. As she pressed harder against the doors, Julian pushed up off the bed and stalked toward her, his steps surprisingly short even for someone who'd just awoken from death. If he was Legend, somewhere in this magical world he'd built was her sister. Scarlet wanted to demand an answer. She wanted to smack him in the face once again, but tipping her hand right now would not help. If Julian really was Legend, and this twisted game was all some way to get back at her grandmother for breaking his heart, the only advantage Scarlet had was that he did not know she'd discovered him. "Crimson, you're not looking too good. How long ago did you wake up?" Julian lifted his hand and brushed cool knuckles to her cheek. You have no idea how much you scared me. I'm fine. Scarlet cut him off and slid to the side. She didn't want him touching her. Julian clenched his jaw. All his earlier concern was gone, replaced with Scarlet wanted to think it was anger, but it wasn't. It was hurt. She could see the sting of her rejection in shades of stormy blue, ghosting over his heart like sad morning mist. Scarlet had always seen her own emotions in color, but she'd never seen another person's. She didn't know what shocked her more, that she could now see the color of Julian's feelings, or that those feelings were so wounded. She tried to imagine how Julian would be feeling if he weren't Legend. Before she died, they'd shared something extraordinarily special. She remembered how gently he'd carried her up to their room, how he'd given up a day of his life for her, how strong and safe his arms had felt as he cradled her on the bed. She could even see the evidence of his sacrifice. In the midst of the dark stubble lining his jaw, there was a thin silver streak matching the new stripe on her hair. And now Scarlet wouldn't even touch him. I'm sorry, Scarlet said. It's just, I think I'm still shaken up from what happened. If I'm acting strange, I'm sorry. I'm not thinking clearly. I'm sorry, she repeated, which may have been too many sorries. A muscle ticked in Julian's neck. He clearly didn't believe her. Maybe you should lie back down. You know I can't get back in that bed with you, Scarlet snapped. It was what she would have said before. Her words came out harsher than she intended. Julian wiped every emotion from his face. Yet the turbulent colors hovering over his heart told Scarlet he was far from unfeeling. His hurt now mingled with a shade of something Scarlet had never seen. The color was indiscernible, not quite silver or gray, but she swore she could feel the sharp emotion behind it. Maybe it was because they'd shared blood. Her lungs were tight, and so was her throat. Every breath hurt as Julian strode over to the other door. I wasn't planning on getting back in bed with you, he said. Scarlet tried to respond, but now her vocal cords were closed, and her eyes were stinging. It wasn't until Julian stepped out of the room that she could breathe once more, and she realized when he left it felt as if he was closing the door on her as well. Scarlet stood with her body pressed against the wall, fighting the urge to run after Julian to apologize for acting so strange and awful. When he walked out the door, she would have sworn he wasn't Legend, but she couldn't risk trusting him and being wrong. No, Scarlet corrected herself. She could risk being wrong. Everything Scarlet had done since arriving at Caraval involved risk. Some of those things had not ended well, but others had pleasantly surprised her, like the intimate moments she'd shared with Julian. He'd never have given her such a precious gift if she hadn't first made a mistake by losing 2 days of her life. Maybe taking a chance right now was exactly what she needed to do. If not for her own sake, she needed to do it for Tella. Julian had been her ally since she'd arrived, and Scarlet might need his help more than ever, with her father on the island now. Oh, saints, her father. Scarlet hadn't even told Julian he was there. She definitely had to find him now and warn him. Anxiously, Scarlet opened the door. The wretched scent of her father's perfume still lingered, but the only person in the hall was the vile man with the bowler hat who had stolen her earrings. He paid no attention as she darted past him and onto the stairs. She didn't know where Julian had gone, but she hoped he hadn't left. Scarlet froze at the next landing. Julian, as confident as if he really was the master of Caraval, strode out of Dante's room, opened Tella's cracked door, and stepped inside. What was he doing? Julian hated Dante. And why Tella's demolished room? What was above her? The inn creaked with the weight of multiple footsteps, 3 sets. As they drew closer to the stairwell above, she could hear the words of one man echoing down in her direction. The first half of his sentence she couldn't make out, but she recognized her father's voice and caught what he said next. You saw her walk by just now? A tremor worked its way through Scarlet's body. Less than a minute ago. Now where's my coins? It must have been the miserable man with the bowler hat speaking. Suddenly she was back on Trisda, curling into stairwell shadows, afraid to move lest she get caught. But she had to move. Any moment her father would be downstairs. Scarlet couldn't afford to be afraid or debate what she should do. Her boots barely tapped the floor as she scurried down the path Julian had taken into Tella's room. She tried to latch the door, but the lock was broken. The room was empty. No sign of Julian anywhere. But he'd definitely come in here. Scarlet told herself there was a reasonable explanation, and then she remembered the dying garden she'd found in Castilla Maltito. Neglected and abandoned, the garden had been carefully cultivated as a place people would not linger, much like Tella's room. Scarlet imagined Julian entering, pushing aside bits of wreckage, finding a floorboard against the symbol of Caraval, and then pressing his finger against it until another board slid open, leading him into a hidden tunnel, a tunnel she'd need to find. Outside, the sound of footsteps grew louder, a harsh chorus to her frantic search. Dropping to her hands and knees, she scanned for an entrance. Splinters dug into her fingers as she crawled across the floor. Somehow the battered space still managed to smell like Tella, sharp molasses, and wild dreams. Scarlet moved with more urgency. She had to find her sister before their father caught either one of them. Inside the fireplace, all the bricks were covered with soot, but her eyes latched onto a lighter smudge, as if someone had just pressed his thumb to it. Underneath, the symbol etched into the firebox wall was dirty, hard to see, but the tip of Scarlet's finger tingled as she touched the same spot. For a panicked second, nothing happened. And slowly, the fireplace shifted, bricks grinding apart to reveal a set of rich mahogany stairs. The sconces lining them burned with glowing orange coals, revealing a well-worn path down the center. As if someone traveled them often, Scarlet imagined Julian taking these steps every time he'd snuck away or disappeared. It still doesn't mean he's legend, but Scarlet was having a harder time believing that now. If he wasn't legend, why else did he have so many secrets? Even if he wasn't seducing Tella whenever he was away from Scarlet's, Julian was definitely hiding something. A damp chill wrapped around Scarlet's exposed calves as she started down. Even though she was very much awake, her dress remained thin as a nightgown and fell barely past her knees. 2 flights of smooth stairs led to 3 diverging pathways. On the right, a trail of petal-pink sand. In the middle, one of the polished glowing stones, creating a dim puddles of light. To her left, brick. Torches covered in white flames lit the open mouths of all her options. Each route contained multiple sets of boot prints in a variety of sizes. She imagined any tunnel could hide her from her father, but only one could lead to Julian and possibly to Tella, if Julian really was legend. The tunnels could also lead to madness, Scarlet thought, but she would rather face that possibility than her father. Closing her eyes, Scarlet listened. To her left, trapped wind beat against the walls. To her right, water rushed, and then down the middle, longer, heavier steps beat forward. Julian. Quickly she followed, relying on the steady press of his footfalls to guide her. They seemed to grow louder as the temperature of the path became colder, until the footsteps stopped and vanished. Wet chills licked the back of her neck. Scarlet spun, afraid someone was behind her, but it was only the silent corridor full of stones that were rapidly losing their glow. Scarlet started running faster, but her foot caught on something. Tripping forward, she reached out to steady herself against a damp wall, only to lose her balance once more as she caught sight of the object she stumbled upon, a human hand. Bile rose in her throat, acid and acrid. 5 tattooed fingers stretched out as if reaching for her. Somehow she managed to hold back her scream until she looked down the hall and saw Dante's twisted dead body, and Julian standing over it. Oh, hello, thank you. I do need to see if that's cooled off enough that I can eat it now, so I'll be right back. Oh, actually, I'll just let it stay on the plate. um, I was eating yakisoba. There's a restaurant near me that makes really good yakisoba, and I ordered from them. And it came with miso, so I poured the miso over it. Even though, I mean, I do typically like to just have yakisoba just the way it is. But it's good with broth added too. So like miso is really good. Add it to it or on the side. You have all kinds of other things that are just amazing. I have they have this kind of tofu that's not, I don't think it's actually fried, but it has like a layer of skin on it. And it's in a sauce that's good. It says aged tofu, but it's really good. They have that. It's like a very, like inside it's very, very soft. And then they have a good seaweed salad. Sometimes I get that. Their seaweed salad. They have all kinds of good things. Anyway, so I ordered from them. And it's really good. Sometimes they'll serve vegetable yakisoba with orange slices. It's really good if you squeeze the orange slice over the noodles before you're eating them. It's amazing. I remember when that song came out. I think that was like maybe 2001, that one. I remember that, and It's My Life. It's weird, I actually don't remember much else by him aside from It's My Life and Have a Nice Day. Anyway, thank you though. I do really love, like, I love 90s stuff and 2000s stuff. It's very nostalgic for me because although when I was a kid, I know this is getting off topic, but when I was a kid, um, there was a lot of music that was on variety radio that I heard that was 90s. And then my parents really loved stuff they grew up with. So they played a lot of what they grew up with. So in the 90s, I heard a lot of stuff that was like 60s and stuff that was 70s, 80s. Like my mom's favorite music decade is 80s, so she still plays 80s all the time. But like they're the same age, but the music, like the decade that meant the most to her was really more like kind of in her like early adulthood. And it seems to me like most of the music that my dad loves would have been probably in his youth, like childhood. And I don't know, it just seems that way. So, so even though I'm nostalgic about 90s stuff, I'm actually also nostalgic about like other stuff too, because that's when I was introduced to a lot of that, as well as the stuff that was current. Although I would say a lot of the 90s stuff I heard was like very current, like what MTV was playing. So there were some things that I actually really didn't hear until later because they were um, more indie. For instance, like Britpop, I didn't even hear much Britpop until later on. And then when I found out, like I heard some things here and there, but when I really found out about Britpop, I ended up like loving it a lot. Mm. This is kind of like very off topic. Hope that's okay. My nose is running again. Well, I mean, there are some songs by Oasis that are alright. Live Forever's fairly good. But usually when I think of Oasis, I think about like so in I'm guessing maybe it might have been like 1999 or 2000. Um, there's this Disney Channel movie called Xenon, and it was a futuristic kids movie, and it featured a group called Oasis, but I don't know if it was literally the same Oasis or if they used the band name. Like, I don't know if that was the same Oasis, but there's an Oasis in Xenon, and the thing is, like, to me, if that was the same Oasis, they didn't look the way they do. Yeah, that's the oddest thing about it. It was like when I actually heard like real Oasis later, um, it was like this isn't the same group, is it? That was in that kids movie. Hmm. Oh, oh. Hmm. It's something like, oh, I forget. I have my phone downstairs. I'll come back. I've got my phone downstairs. Okay, I'll look for it. Like, I'll look it up and see what it says. Um, oh, okay. It says, yes, the Oasis band from the Xenon movie is fictional. There's something about it being Oasis, but it wasn't. Okay. The band, although it's not a real band, the band was called Microbe, which is weird it's saying that because I could have sworn it was said it was Oasis. And the lead singer character name was Protozoa. Anyway, so not related, but it was odd because it was. I really actually only have heard one song by Verve ever, so I don't feel like I can properly judge the Verve. But I really haven't heard much by them. I mean, I see what you mean. They had some good songs. The Stone Roses, I mean. Oasis kind of reminds me of the Stone Roses, but I think the Stone Roses were better. Kind of. Although I actually don't even know the names of the songs that I like. It's like there were times when I would. Um, there was this site, it was called Groove Shark, and the people who were responsible for Groove Shark, they were in trouble because of the way that Groove Shark was being run. It wasn't actually um, there was something weird there where they weren't like it was like you could have like streaming music, but none of the revenue was actually going to the artists because it was entirely free. So it's one of those things where it was like right around kind of like the end of when MP3s were easily accessible, when Groove Shark kind of ended. But like before it ended, it was like you could look up um, just sort of like big playlist radios of different genres and stuff. And I would listen to like a Britpop radio on Groove Shark. Hmm. I'm sorry to hear that. I don't really know what goes on in the world of sports too much, but I'm sorry. I forgot I was supposed to be reading. I'll go back to reading. I think. Oh, that's. I just remember that. I can have the broth. I hope this won't be messy. I'll try not to make it messy. I'm going to try to put the broth into the mug. Oh, that worked. Yeah, that was fine. Okay. Tea bags. I forgot I had tea bags in here. And tea's going to taste strange when I put a different tea in that mug later, probably. But that's okay. Thank you. I'm happy to hear that. I'm going to go on reading now. 23. Scarlet tried to convince herself what she was seeing wasn't real. The tunnels were trying to drive her mad. She told herself the putrid smell was manufactured. The hand wasn't Dante's, it was someone else's. But even if somehow a body had been stolen and tattoos had been carved into it as part of the game, there was no mistaking the rest of Dante, the pallor of his skin or the angle of head, only barely attached to his bloody neck. Julian's head whipped around. Crimson, it's not what it looks. Scarlet started to run, but he was faster. Sprinting forward, he caught her in a heartbeat, banding one strong arm across her chest and another around her waist. Let me go, she squirmed. Scarlet, stop. These tunnels intensify fear. Don't let yours control you. I swear Dante and I were working together, and if you stop fighting me, I can prove it. Julian adjusted his grip, pinning her hands behind her. I've been dead for the past day. You really think I killed him? Because I heard people talk about it when I watched the game before. It's not any secret, but most people aren't willing to give up their life for someone else, even small pieces of it. Is that the right? Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. I was like, that doesn't make sense. I skipped a page. You really think I killed him? If he was legend, he could have had someone else murder him. Why did you pretend you didn't know Dante if you were working together? Because we were afraid something like this would happen. We knew Legend would recognize Dante and Valentina from the last time they played. I mostly watched, so Legend doesn't know me. We thought it wise to keep our partnership a secret in case Legend figured out what Dante was really here to do. Julian cut 2 eyes farther down the corridor toward Dante's dead body, but his face remained emotionless, not the look of someone who just found a murdered friend. The same cold look he had worn at the funeral. Legend. Scarlet smothered a whimper, and though each of her instincts battled against it, she forced her body to go limp. Not to scream as she felt the press of Julian's chest, not to hit as he slowly released her wrists. The only thing she fought against was her growing fear until Julian removed his arm from around her waist. And then Julian pressed her up against the wall a few short feet after she attempted to run. You're going to get both of us killed if you don't stop this, he growled. Then he ripped open the buttons of his shirt. They skittered across the ground as he arched back and stepped away, just enough for the torchlight to reveal what Scarlet had thought was a scar above his heart, but it wasn't. Fainter than year-old memories, a tattoo in white ink curled near the top of his ribs, a rose. It's a different color, but I'm sure you've seen this on Dante, said Julian. That doesn't prove anything. I've seen roses all over Caraval. Legend was obsessed with them. Further proof of the dream sent by Echo was right. A distant part of Scarlet warned it wasn't wise to reveal her last card to the player holding all the cards. But Scarlet was done playing games. A few feet away lay the body of a dead man. This game had gone far enough. You can stop lying to me. I saw you at the funeral. I know you're really Legend. Julian's dark expression froze. For a moment he looked stunned. Then his features softened into subtle amusement. I don't know what funeral you think you saw, but I've only ever attended one funeral, for my sister Rosa, Dante's fiancée. I'm not Legend. I'm here because I want to stop him from destroying anyone else the way he destroyed her. Rosa was his sister? Scarlet's conviction wavered, But had she begun to believe him because she desperately wanted to, or because Julian really was telling the truth? She tried to see the color of his emotions, but there was nothing over his heart. Her connection to his feelings must have already faded. I saw pictures, Scarlett said. If she was your sister, why were you just standing there? I saw you wearing a top hat. You think I'm legend because you looked at a picture and saw me wearing a top hat? Julian sounded as if he wanted to laugh. It wasn't just the top hat, though that might have been most of it. But there were still other things he wasn't telling her. How did you know what to do when I was dying? Because I heard people talk about it when I watched the game before. It's not any secret, but most people aren't willing to give up their life for someone, even small pieces of it. He gave Scarlett a pointed look. I get that you have problems with trust, Julian went on roughly. After meeting your father, I don't blame you, but I swear I'm not legend. Then how did you get back to La Serpiente the other day after you'd been hurt? And why didn't you meet me in the tavern when you were supposed to? Julian let out a frustrated groan. I don't know how this will prove that I'm not legend, but I didn't meet you at the tavern because the night before I'd been bashed in the head. I slept in, and when I got to the tavern you were already gone. He smirked, but something about it was off, too forced. Even if Julian wasn't legend, he wasn't being entirely honest. His hands were clenched, holding his secrets the way Scarlett so often clutched her fear, as if letting go would unravel him. If you're really here to stop legend, I can't imagine you just sleeping one night. And it still doesn't explain how you got back into La Serpiente that day. Why are you so obsessed with that? A frustrated shake of his head. All right, fine. You want to know the truth? Julian leaned in close until his cool breath was on her neck, the cool scent of him all over her skin, and the tunnel seemed to be made of nothing but him. I didn't sleep at all. I left you sitting in the tavern on purpose because after being with you in the room the day before, I didn't think it was a good idea for me to see you again. His eyes dropped to her lips, and Scarlett shivered. In the dim tunnels it was too dark to make out their color, but when he looked back up she pictured two hungry pools of liquid amber, fringed by dark lashes. It was the exact same way he'd stared at her before, with his back had been against the door and she'd been pressed against him. I started this game with a simple mission, Julian paused, swallowed thickly, and when he spoke again his voice was rough and low, as if it was hard for him to get out the words. I came here to find legend and avenge my sister. My relationship with you is meant to end right after you got me into the game, so yes, I haven't been completely honest about things, but I swear I am not legend. Scarlett imagined he could have crumbled stone with the force of his words. Julian always seemed to be covering up how he truly felt, but his last 6 words had been stripped bare. His tone may not have been so sweet, but Scarlett heard nothing but truth in it. Taking an intentional step back, Julian slowly reached into his pocket and lifted out a note. I found this in Dante's room. I was down here to meet him, not kill him. Jay, Valentina is still missing. I think legend is on to us. A flicker of a memory. Valentina was Dante's sister. Scarlett shook as she recalled the last time she'd seen Dante alive. He'd been frantic with worry in the stairwell. Maybe if Scarlett hadn't lost that day, she would have been able to help him find her. I should have done something, she murmured. But there was nothing you could have done, Julian said flatly. Valentina was supposed to meet us here the night I got my head bashed, but she never showed up. Julian explained that the tunnels ran under everything. Maps were embedded at the mouth of each one, and they were mainly used for the Caraval performers to easily get from one place to another, and sometimes they're used for murder, Julian added wryly. His eyes were hooded, cheekbones sharper than usual, an expression made of shattered things. Scarlett wished she knew how to fix him, but it seemed as if he was almost as damaged as she was. Are you still set on revenge? She asked. Would you try to stop me if I was? He cast his gaze down the hall toward Dante's dead, twisted body. Scarlett felt as if her answer should have been yes. She liked to believe there was always options besides violence, but Dante's murder and Valentina's disappearance took away any illusions that Caraval was merely a game. Scarlett had thought her father was vicious, but Legend was just as much of a monster. It seemed her Nana hadn't lied when she'd said that the more Legend played the role of a villain, the more he'd become one in reality. Tentatively, Scarlett reached out and took Julian's hand. His fingers were tense, cold, I'm sorry about the echo of footsteps cut her off. Steady, determined, and close, she couldn't hear any voices, but she swore she recognized the gate. Instinctively, she pulled her hand from Julian's. I think that's my father. Julian's head jerked toward the sound. In a flash, his sorrow was gone. Your father's here? Yes, Scarlet said. They both started running. 24. This way. Julian tugged her toward a corridor lined in bricks and lit with glowing spiderwebs. No, Scarlet urged him left. I used a path with stones. She didn't recall the walls being speckled with radiant rocks as well, but she'd not really been paying attention to that. Behind them, the crush of boots was getting louder. Julian scowled but followed her. His elbow brushed hers as the tunnel walls grew narrow and knobby stones dug into both of their sides. Why didn't you tell me your father was here? I was going to tell you, but Julian's hand clamped over Scarlet's mouth. Salt and dirt pressed against her lips as he whispered, shh. He grabbed one of the glowing stones dotting the wall, twisted it like a doorknob, and pulled her into the darkened nowhere. The walls hugging Scarlet's back were like ice, moist and cold. She could feel them soaking through her thin dress while she tried to remember how to breathe. Anise and lavender and something akin to rotted plums were replacing Julian's cool scent, moving like smoke under the odd door he'd just pulled her through. I'll keep you safe, Julian whispered. His body pressed close to hers, as if to shield her, while boot steps landed hard just outside their hiding spot, which seemed to be growing smaller. The frigid walls were digging into Scarlet, pushing her closer and closer to Julian. Her elbows hit his chest, forcing her to twine her arms around his waist as his taut body molded against hers. Scarlet's heart raced irregularly. The coarse rubble of Julian's jaw grazed her cheek as his hands wove low around her hips. Though the insubstantial fabric of her dress, she could feel every curve of his fingers. If her father opened the door and discovered her like this, she would be dead. Scarlet tried to push away, her breath coming out quick and fast. The ceiling now seemed to be sinking too, moving closer, dripping cold onto the top of her head. I think this room is trying to kill us, Scarlet said. Outside she heard her father's steps retreat until the sound of them faded to nothing. She would have liked to stay hidden another minute or more, but her lungs were being squashed, sandwiched between Julian and the freezing wall. Open the door! I'm trying, Julian grunted. Scarlet sucked in a gasp. Her flimsy gown rose up above her knees as Julian's knuckles roamed over her backside, his palms searching for their exit. I can't find it, he ground out. I think it's on your side. I can't feel anything, except for you. Her fingers brushed places she knew she shouldn't have been touching while her hands tried to explore the wall. But the harder she fought, the more the room seemed to push back, like the ocean off the island. The more Scarlet had kicked against it, the more frightened she had been, the more the waters had punished her. Maybe that was it. Julian said the tunnels heightened fear, but maybe they fed off of it as well. The room is connected to our emotions, Scarlet said. I think we need to relax. Julian made a strangled sound. That's not easy at the moment. His lips were on her hair, and his hands were just below her hips, clinging to her curves. Oh, Scarlet said, her pulse kicked up again. As it did, she could feel Julian's heart rushing against her chest. A week ago, she could never have relaxed in this situation. Even now it was difficult, but despite his lies, somehow she knew that she was safe with him. He'd never hurt her. She forced herself to take a calming breath, and as she did, the wall stopped moving. Another breath. The room grew slightly bigger. Outside, there were still no sounds of her father. No footsteps, no breathing, none of his noxious stench. A moment later, the walls against her back were warmer, a bright contrast to the now damp parts of her dress. As the room expanded, she could feel Julian relax as well. Most of Scarlet's body still touched his, but not so closely as before. His chest moved in rhythm with hers, slow and even as the walls continued to scale back. With every breath they took, the chamber heated. Soon there were tiny pinpricks of light dotting the ceiling like dust from the moon and illuminating a glowing knob above Scarlet's right hand. Wait, Julian warned, but Scarlet had already opened the door. The minute she did, the room disappeared. Before and behind them, a low passageway stretched out, embedded with broken seashells that glowed like the stones had, the ground covered by a trail of petal-pink sand. Julian cursed. I hate this tunnel. At least we lost my father, she said. No footsteps sounded him in any direction. All Scarlet could hear were crisp ocean waves colliding in the distance. Trista didn't have pink beaches. but the echoing push and pull of the water reminded her of home, along with something else. "How did you know I could get you into the game?" Scarlet asked. "I didn't receive my tickets until after you arrived on Trista." Julian kicked up more sand with his boots as he walked a little faster. "Don't you think it strange you don't even know the name of the man you're marrying?" "You're changing the subject," Scarlet said. "No, this is part of your answer." "All right," she lowered her voice. She still didn't detect any other footsteps, but she wanted to be safe. "It's a secret because my father's controlling." Julian toyed with the chain of his pocket watch. "What if there was more to it? What are you getting at?" "I think your father may have actually been trying to protect you. Before you get upset, just hear me out," he rushed on. "I'm not saying your father is good. From what I've seen, I call him a dirty, but I can understand his reasons to be secretive." "Go on," Scarlet said tightly. Julian explained what Scarlet already knew about Legend and her grandmother Annalise, though Julian's version of the story was different from her grandmother's. In his tale, Legend started out with more talent and far more innocence. All he cared about was Annalise. She was the entire reason he transformed into Legend, and it had nothing to do with a desire for fame. Then, before his first performance, he found her in the arms of another wealthier man, whom she planned to marry all along. After that, Legend went a little mad. He vowed to destroy Annalise by hurting her family the way she'd wounded him. Since Annalise crushed his heart, Legend swore he would do the same to any daughters or granddaughters unfortunate enough to be part of her line. He would ruin their chances of having happy marriages or finding love, and if they went mad in the process, even better. Julian tried to say the last part as if he weren't altogether serious, but Scarlet could still clearly remember her dream. Legend didn't just make women fall in love, he drove them mad with it, and she had no doubts he was doing the same thing to Tella right now. "So when my friends and I learned of your engagement," Julian went on, "we knew it was only a matter of time before Legend invited you to Caraval so he could break it off." Again, he made it sound so much less harmful than it was, but Scarlet's engagement was her entire future. Without this marriage, she'd be doomed to a life on Trista with her father. As the sandy path grew steeper, she struggled to walk up it, thinking back to the foolish letters she'd sent. She'd never signed her full name until the very last one, when she'd written about her wedding, the, the one Legend had chosen to respond to. Scarlet could see Julian's story making sense, but she wondered how a simple sailor would know all this. She narrowed her eyes at the dark-haired boy beside her, and asked the question that had visited her thoughts on more than one occasion. "Who are you really?" "Let's just say my family is well connected." Julian flashed a smile that might have looked charming to some, but yet Scarlet could see there was nothing remotely happy about it. She recalled the gossip she'd overheard in her dream. Julian's family had turned his sister away after learning of her illicit relationship with Legend. From what Scarlet knew of Julian, she couldn't imagine him to be so judgmental, but he must have felt the guilt all the same. It was an emotion Scarlet was far too familiar with. For several beats they walked in silence until she finally gained the courage to say, "It's not your fault, you know, what happened to your sister." For a fragile moment, as thin and long as a stretched-out spiderweb, there was only the waves in the distance, the crush of Julian's boots in the sand. Then, "So you don't blame yourself when your father beats your sister?" His words were whisper-soft, but Scarlet felt each one acutely, reminding her of every time she'd failed Tella. Julian stopped walking and slowly turned to face her. His steady gaze was even softer than his voice. It reached out to the broken parts of her like a caress, the type of touch that moves through damaged flesh, past fractured bones, and into a person's wounded soul. Scarlet felt her blood go hot as he watched her. She could have been wearing a dress that covered every inch of her skin, and she would have still felt exposed to Julian's eyes. It was as if all of her shame, her guilt, the awful secret memories she tried to bury, were laid bare for him to see. "Your father is the one to blame," he said. "You've done nothing wrong." "You don't know that," Scarlet argued. "Whenever my father hurts my sister, it's because I have done something wrong, because I failed." "Help!" A scream tore through their conversation like a gust of wind. "Please!" A familiar shriek followed. "Tella?" Scarlet started running and kicking up a flurry of pink sand. "Don't!" Juliet warned. "That's not your sister." But Scarlet ignored him. She knew her sister's voice. It sounded only a few feet away. She could feel it vibrating, louder and louder. It echoed off the sandstone walls until— "Stop!" Julian's arm snaked around Scarlet's waist, pulling her back as the sandy path abruptly ended. A few unfortunate grains skidded off the edge, falling into foamy blue and green waters churning more than 50 feet below. All the air rushed out from Scarlet's lungs. Julian's cheeks were flushed with color, hands shaking as he continued to steady her. "Are you all—" But the end of his words were sliced off by evil laughter. A sour sound of nightmares and other foul things. It poured out of the walls as pieces of it twisted into tiny mouths. It was another trick of the maddening tunnels. "Crimson, we should keep moving." Julian gently touched the edge of her hip, guiding her back to a safer path, while the tunnels continued cackling, a warped version of her sister's precious laugh. For a moment Scarlet had felt so close to finding Tella, but what if she was already too late to save her sister? What if Tella had fallen so madly in love with Legend, given herself to him so completely, that once the game ended she would want her life to end as well? Tella loved danger the same way that candle wicks loved to burn. It never seemed to scare her that some of the things she lusted for might consume her like a flame. As a girl, Scarlet had been drawn to the idea of Legend's magic, but Tella always wanted to hear about the master of Caraval's darker side. A part of Scarlet couldn't deny there was something seductive about winning the heart of someone who'd vowed to never love again. But Legend wasn't just jaded, he was demented, adept at making people fall not only in love but also into madness. Who knew what sort of twisted things he was leading Tella to believe? If Julian hadn't stopped Scarlet just now, she might have run straight off that cliff and crashed to her death before she even realized her mistake. And Tella leaped forward without thinking, far more often than Scarlet. Tella had only been 12 the first time she tried to run off with a boy. Thankfully, Scarlet had found her before their father noticed her absence. But ever since then, Scarlet had feared that one day her sister would run into trouble that Scarlet could not rescue her from. Why couldn't it be enough for him to ruin Scarlet's engagement? "We'll find her," Julian said. "What happened to Rosa won't happen to your sister." Scarlet wanted to believe him. After everything that had just occurred, she ached to break down and fold into him, to trust him again like before. But the words he meant as reassuring forced to the surface a question she'd been too afraid to think about since he had made his earlier confession as to why he was there. She peeled away from Julian's hand, forcing herself to create distance. "Did you know when you brought us to Caraval that Legend would take Tella the way he took your sister?" Julian hesitated. "I knew there was a chance. In other words, yes." "How much of a chance?" Scarlet choked out. Julian's caramel eyes filled with something like regret. "I never said I was a good person, Crimson." "I don't believe that." Scarlet's thoughts raced back to Nigel, the fortune-teller. How he told her a person's future could shift based on what he wanted most. "I believe you could be good if you wanted to be. You only believe that because you're so good. Decent people like you always believe other people can be virtuous, but I'm not." He cut off. Something painful crossed his face. "I knew what would happen when I brought you and your sister here. I didn't know Legend would kidnap Tella, but I knew that he would take one of you." 25. Scarlet's legs were bonkers. The skin wrapped around useless muscles. Her lungs ached with the pressure of unshed tears. Even her gown looked tired and dead. The black fabric had dulled to gray as if it no longer had the strength to hold color. She didn't remember ripping the lace, but the hem of her bizarre morning nightdress hung in tatters around her calves. She didn't know if its magic had stopped working or if it just reflected how exhausted and unraveled she felt. She left Julian at the base of the mahogany stairs, asking him not to follow. When she returned to her guest room, with its roaring fire and massive bed, all she wanted was to lose herself underneath the covers, to tumble into oblivious sleep until she was able to forget the horrors of the day, but she couldn't afford sleep. When she'd first arrived on the Isle, she'd only been concerned about making it home in time for her wedding. But now that Legend had killed Dante and her father was here, the game had changed. Scarlet felt the press of time, heavier than the crush of all the red beads in Castillo Maldito's hourglasses. She had to get to Tella before her father found her. Legend consumed her like a flame burning candle. If Scarlet failed, her sister would die. In less than 2 hours, the sun would set, and Scarlet would need to be ready to start searching again. So she only gave herself 1 minute. 1 minute to cry for Dante and sob for her sister and rage because Julian was not who she thought he was, to fall on the bed and whine and moan over all the things that had turned out of control, to pick up Legend's stupid vase of roses and crash them against the mantel of the fireplace. "Crimson, are you all right in there?" Julian knocked and burst through the door in the same moment. "What are you doing here?" She fought back her tears as she scowled at him. She could not bear having him see her cry, though she was fairly certain it was too late for that. Julian fumbled for words as he cast around for a threat that wasn't there, clearly distressed to find her sobbing and no other danger to deal with. I thought I heard something. What did you think you heard? You can't just burst in here. Go, I need to finish changing. Instead of leaving, Julian quietly shut the door. His eyes took in the shattered vase and puddle on the floor before returning to her tear-stained face. Crimson, don't cry because of me. You think too highly of yourself. My sister is missing. My father has found us, and Dante's dead. These tears are not for you. Julian at least had the decency to look ashamed, but he stayed in the room. He gingerly sat on the bed, making the mattress dip beneath his weight as more drops fell down her cheeks. Hot and wet and salty, Scarlett's outburst had purged some of her pain, but now the tears wouldn't stop, and maybe Julian was right. Maybe a few were because of him. Julian leaned closer and brushed them away with his fingertips. Don't, Scarlett pulled back. I deserve that. He dropped his hand and edged farther away, until they were on the opposite sides of the bed. I shouldn't have lied, or brought you here against your will. You shouldn't have brought us here at all, Scarlett snapped. Your sister would have found a way, with or without me. Is this supposed to be an apology? If it is, it's not very good. Julian answered cautiously. I'm not sorry for doing what your sister wanted. I believe people should have the freedom to make their own decisions, but I am sorry for every time I've lied to you. He paused, and when he looked at her, his warm brown eyes were softer than she'd ever seen them, and open as if he wanted her to view something he usually kept hidden. I know I don't deserve another chance, but earlier you said you think I can be good. I'm not, Crimson, or at least I haven't been. I'm a liar, and I'm bitter, and sometimes I make terrible choices. I come from a prideful family that's always playing games with one another, and after Rosa, he hesitated, his voice taking on the rough, strangled, hard-to-speak edge that came whenever he mentioned his sister. After she died, I lost faith in everything. Not that it's an excuse, but if you give me another chance, I swear I'll make it up to you. Across from them, the fire crackled, its heat shrinking the puddle of water on the floor. Soon it could be just the roses and shattered glass. Scarlett thought of Julian's rose tattoo. She wished he really had been just a sailor who had happened by her isle, and she hated that he lied to her for so long. But she could understand devotion to a sister. Scarlett knew what it was like to love someone so irrevocably, no matter the cost. Julian leaned against the bedpost, all kinds of tragic and lonely, dark hair hanging over tired eyes, his wicked mouth turned down and ribs marring his once pristine shirt. Scarlett had made mistakes because of this game as well, but Julian had never held those against her, and she didn't want to punish him either. I forgive you, she said. Just promise me no more lies. With a heavy breath, Julian closed his eyes, forehead knotted into a look somewhere between gratitude and pain. He spoke hoarsely. I promise. Hello? A knock on the door startled them both. Julian jumped up before Scarlett could move. Hide, he mouthed. No, she'd done enough hiding already that day. Ignoring his angry looks, Scarlett grabbed the fireplace poker and followed him as he crept toward the door. I have a delivery, said a feminine voice. For who? Asked Julian. It's for the sister of Donatella Dragna. Scarlett gripped the poker tighter, her heart hitting an extra beat. Tell her to leave it at the door, Scarlett mouthed. She wanted to hope it was a clue, but all she kept thinking of was Dante's severed hand. With a shudder, she imagined Legend chopping off Tella's hand and delivering it to her room. After the messenger girl's footsteps faded, she let Julian open the door. The box on the other side was flat black, the color of failure and funerals. It stretched in front of her doorway, long and almost as wide across as Scarlett. Next to it rested a vase with 2 red roses. More flowers. Scarlett kicked over the vase, spilling the flowers across the threshold of her room before pulling the box inside. She couldn't tell if it felt heavy or light. You want me to open it? Julian asked. Scarlett shook her head. She didn't want to open the black box either, but every second she wasted with a second they could be searching for Tella. Carefully she lifted the lid. What's that? Julian's brows formed a sharp V. It's my other dress from the shop. Scarlett released a relieved laugh as she pulled the gown from the box. The girl had said it would be delivered in 2 days, but something about the dress was off. It looked different from how Scarlett remembered. The color was much lighter, almost pure white. Wedding gown, white. 26. The dress seemed to mock her, with sleeves that were non-existent and a deep heart-shaped neckline that looked far from sweet. This piece of clothing was more scandalous than the one Scarlett had chosen in the shop. The creamy buttons gleamed like ivory in the room's warm light, At the bottom of the box, Scarlet found a small note attached to a broken pin. It must have fallen off the gown. On one side was the image of a top hat, and on the other a brief message. I imagine this will look lovely on you. Warm regards, D. Who's D? Julian asked. I think someone wants me to believe it's from Donatella, but Scarlet knew this gift was not from her sister. The mockery of a wedding gown could only be from one person, and the top hat on the note could only be one thing, legend. Invisible spiders crawled over her skin, such a different feeling from the bright colors his first letter had summoned. I think this is the fifth clue, Julian grimaced. Why would you think that? What else would it be? Scarlet said. She pulled out her note with all the clues. This is your first clue on the road to find her. The others will not be so easy to retrieve. Some will make you question your sanity and all that you believe. Clue number 2 you'll discover, picture card of Castillo Maldito, in the rubble of her departure. Number 3 you must earn. Follow the boy with a heart made of black equals cider. Number 4 will cost you something valuable, 2 days of life or Echo's dream. And number 5 requires a leap of faith. Most of you will fail, but one will surely succeed. You have 2 nights to find the 4 remaining clues, and then the girl and Legend's wish will be yours. See, I've already figured out the first 4 clues, Scarlet said. All that's left is number 5. But how is this the 5th clue? Julian asked, still looking at the dress as if it were covered in something far more offensive than buttons. That's when Scarlet unpuzzled it. Buttons and a top hat were both symbols. Legend is known for his top hats, and I've been finding buttons all over the game, she said. I don't know if the buttons mean anything or not, but after seeing this dress covered entirely in buttons, I'm almost certain they do. When I bought the gown, next door to the shop was a path of buttons that led to a hatter in a haberdashery shop shaped like a top hat. I still don't see how that means anything. Julian's scowl remained in place as he read Scarlet's note with all the clues. And number 5 requires a leap of faith. How does this place fit with that? I don't know. I think that's where the faith part comes in. Maybe it's some sort of challenge from Legend, and we need to go to the hat shop and face whatever is waiting for us. Scarlet wasn't fully convinced of this, but she began to learn that no matter how logically she tried to reason, there were always variables she'd be unable to see. Sometimes caution held her back, rather than kept her safe. But it seemed as if Julian was starting to feel the opposite. He had a look on his face that suggested he wanted to toss her over his shoulder and keep her locked away and hidden from the rest of the world. The sun will go down in less than an hour, Scarlet said firmly. If you come up with something better before then, I'm open to suggestions. If not, the minute it's dark out, I think we should go to the shop and see what we find. Julian looked at the dress once again, his mouth opening as if he wanted to say something, but then he snapped it shut and nodded. I'll check the halls to see if your father is anywhere before we leave. After he left, Scarlet changed into the gown and grabbed the buttons she'd collected. They felt like a flimsy offering, but maybe there was something magical about them she had yet to realize. Night 4 of Caraval. 27. As Scarlet left the inn, she didn't smell even a hint of her father's foul perfume. Right before they'd stepped outside, Julian had sworn he saw her father leave the building, but Scarlet continued tossing glances behind her, wondering if her father were somehow following, waiting for the right moment to pounce. The delights of Caraval continued to dance all around her. Girls on sidewalk stages dueled with parasols, while bands of zealous participants continued to hunt for clues. Yet Scarlet felt as though the night had been knocked askew. The air was damper than usual, and the light felt unnatural as well. The moon was only a sliver, but it cast a silver glow over the usually colorful shops and turned the water into liquid metal. The plan still doesn't feel right. Julian lowered his voice as they entered the curving lane that wove around the carousel made of roses. A song for a donation? Asked the organist. Not tonight, Scarlet said. The band started playing just the same. This time the carousel didn't turn. Its red flowers stayed in place, but the music was enough to muffle Julian's words as he went in. I think this hat shop you told me about is too obvious to be the final clue. Maybe it's so bold everyone else has missed it. Scarlet's feet moved faster, and they neared the triple-tiered dress shop where she'd purchased her gowns. Heavy storm clouds had moved over the moon, and unlike the last time Scarlet was there, all the shop windows were dim. The hatter and haberdashery next to the dress shop was almost too dark to see, yet its outline was unmistakable, rimmed in a wide moat of black flower boxes that circled a rounded two-story building like a brim. The place was shaped exactly like a top hat, with a path of buttons leading to its black velvet door. This really doesn't feel like legend, Julian insisted. I know he's known for these ridiculous top hats, but he wouldn't be this blatant. It's almost too dark to see the shop. I'd hardly call this obvious. Something about this is wrong, Julian spoke under his breath. I think I should go in alone and check it out first. Maybe neither of you should go in. Aiko suddenly appeared by Scarlet's side. Her skirt and blouse were silver this time, with eyes and lips painted to match. Like a teardrop, the moon had cried. I'm so glad you decided to wear that dress. She glided closer to Scarlet, nodding in approval. It looks even better than the other night. Julie divided a look between the girls, made of equal parts confusion and distrust. You two know each other? We went shopping together, Ego replied. Julian's expression turned to stone. You're the one who convinced her to buy the dresses? And you must be the one who left her waiting in a tavern? Ego raised two appraising eyebrows, threaded with pearls, though she must have already known who Julian was from the drawings in her journal. If you didn't want her shopping, you shouldn't have abandoned her. I don't care if she shops, Julian said. Then you don't like her dress? Excuse me, Scarlet interrupted, but we're in a bit of a hurry. Echo made an exaggerated point of looking the haberdashery up and down distastefully. I recommend you both stay away from the Hatter tonight. You won't find any good deals in there. Thunder clapped above. Echo raised her head as drops of shimmering liquid fell from the sky. I should go. I've never liked the rain. It washes all the magic away. I just wanted to warn you. I think you both are about to make a mistake. Silver rain continued to fall while Echo glided away. Drops of wet clung to Julian's dark hair as he shook his head. His expression conflicted. You need to be careful with that one, though I do think she's hat shop. Scarlet wasn't so sure. Echo's dreams had given Scarlet some answers, but not all of them had been accurate. She had no idea whose side the girl was really on. The rain fell a little harder as Scarlet marched closer to the doors of the Hatter and haberdashery. Julian was right. It didn't feel quite like legend. There was nothing romantic or magical about it, yet at the same time it felt like something. Scarlet had an emerald-green premonition that she would make a discovery inside. I'm going in, Scarlet said. The fifth clue requires a leap of faith. Even if this doesn't lead me to legend, it might take me closer to Tella. A bell tinkled as Scarlet pushed open the door to the unusual shop. Peach bonnets, lime bowlers, yellow knit caps, velvet top hats, and flashy tiaras covered every inch of a domed ceiling. White pedestals of oddities sprouted up around the shop like bizarre wildflowers. There were bowls of glass shoehorns, lines of invisible thread, bird cages full of ribbons made of feathers, baskets brimming with self-threading needles, and cufflinks supposedly made from leprechaun gold. Julian trudged in after her, shaking rain from his person onto everything in sight, including the boldly dressed gentleman who stood at an angle a few feet from the door. Even amid so many colors and fine things, this gentleman made a statement. Dressed in a deep red tailcoat and matching cravat, he looked as if he could be a decoration, type of young man someone invited to a party just because he had a way of looking beautiful and intriguing at once. Underneath his coat he wore a matching red vest that contrasted with both his dark shirt and snug-fitting trousers, which tucked neatly into tall silver boots. But what drew Scarlet's attention most was a silk-trimmed top hat. Legend, she gasped, her heart dropping into her stomach. I'm sorry, what did you say? Ink-dark hair spilled across the corner of the gentleman's forehead and grazed the tip of his black collar as he took off his top hat and set it on a display of identical-looking caps. I'm flattered, but I think you have me confused with someone else. He cracked an amused smile as he pivoted in Scarlet's direction. Beside her, Julian tensed and Scarlet froze as well. She'd seen this young man before. His face was not the kind a girl easily forgets. Long sideburns fed into a neatly trimmed beard shaped like a work of art, outlining lips designed for dark whispers and straight white teeth perfect for biting into things. Scarlet shuddered, but she didn't look away. Her eyes continued to take him in, traveling upward until they reached his black eye patch. It was the same young man she'd seen the night her vision had gone black and white. He had not noticed her then, but he watched her now, intensely. His right eye as green as a fresh-cut emerald. Julian edged closer, the damp of his coat sending crisp shivers over her arms. He didn't say a word, but the look he caught toward the other young man was so clearly threatening. Scarlet swore she felt the room shift. The colors in the shop seemed to grow violently brighter. I don't think it can help us, Julian muttered. Help with what? The gentleman had a slight accent that Scarlet couldn't place. But even though Julian continued to give him murderous glances, his tone remained inviting. He looked at Scarlet almost as if he'd expected her. He might not be legend, but Scarlet sensed he was someone. She held out the buttons she'd collected during the game. She wasn't quite sure what to say about them, but she hoped that by showing him, he might open up some secret door, like the one she'd found in Castillo Maldito or Tella's bedroom. We were wondering if you could help us with this, Scarlet asked. The gentleman took her palm. He wore black gloves, yet Scarlet could feel that beneath the velvety fabric. His hands were soft. He was the sort of aristocrat who let others do his hard work. He lifted Scarlet's hand to take a closer look at the buttons, though his sharp green eye stayed on hers, vibrant and elegant and poisonous. Julian cleared his throat. You might want to actually look at the buttons, mate. I did, but I'm not really interested in trinkets. The gentleman folded Scarlet's fingers over her palm, and before she could pull away, he kissed her hand, letting his lips linger much longer than necessary. I think we should go, Julian said. His knuckles were white. His own hands clenched at his sides, as if he were holding back from doing something violent. Scarlet debated leaving him before anything regrettable happened, but a leap of faith wasn't supposed to be easy. She reminded herself that the young man's cravat had been in color after she'd drunk the cider, which meant he had to be important. The gentleman watched her as if there was a question he hoped she might ask. His lips curved into another smile that showed off those dangerous white teeth. Julian wrapped a protective arm around Scarlet. I'd appreciate it if you stopped looking at my fiancé like that. That's funny, the gentleman said. All this time I thought she was my fiancé. 28. Scarlet's instincts told her to run, but her body refused to move. Bold color swirled inside her. She heard the man say his name, Count Nicholas d'Arcy, as she felt Julian's arm tighten around her shoulder. I think you're mistaken, Julian said confidently. You must have my fiancé confused with another. She's been getting that all week. Haven't you, love? Julian squeezed her shoulder in a way that felt very much like a warning, but Scarlet remained in too much shock to move. The buttons had never been clues. The black box containing the dress covered in buttons had not been from Legend to her sister. D stood for d'Arcy. Like Legend, it seemed her fiancé was also fond of playing games. Though the longer Julian kept his arm wrapped around Scarlet, the less amused Count Nicholas d'Arcy looked. Scarlet could scarcely believe this was the same man who'd written her so many lovely letters. He didn't appear to be mean or anywhere close to unattractive, yet he also didn't feel anything like his letters. The Count she'd corresponded with had seemed as if he couldn't wait until they met, so there'd be no more need for secrecy. Now she wondered if he hadn't just written down all the things he imagined she wanted to hear. For this young man seemed far from transparent. He looked like the type who enjoyed keeping secrets. I hope you're not disappointed, the Count adjusted his cravat, as a black door opened behind him, and the tailor returned along with another man, lavender, anise, rotted plums. Love, I think we need to leave now. Julian wrenched open the front door. At the same moment, Scarlet's father came into view. Every shade of purple flashed in front of her eyes. But Julian didn't hesitate. The instant the Count reached for Scarlet, Julian shoved over a pedestal of glass eyes and used the distraction to pull her under the arch of the door into a curtain of silver rain. Scarlet gripped his hand as her father's angry words chased from behind. Do whatever it takes to stop her, he called. Scarlet, you don't need to run. The Count's voice was not as harsh, but he ran fast, especially for a finely dressed gentleman. Scarlet tugged Julian toward a covered bridge that he hoped was the same tricky bridge from 2 nights before, but it wasn't. Her father and the Count continued to pursue them through winding streets and brightly lit shops, past people who clapped as if it were part of the show. This way, hold on. Julian tore Scarlet from the slippery main road toward the canals, ripping through a crowd of people all trying to reach shelter. Hop in. But there's lightning, Scarlet said. We can't get in a boat. You have any better ideas? Julian grabbed 2 oars as he leaped inside a crescent vessel. Scarlet, her father shouted through the rain. Don't do this. His words were cut off by a strike of lightning and a clap of thunder in the silver-streaked night. Scarlet witnessed something she had not seen before. Her father looked afraid. Raindrops rained down his cheeks like tears. She was sure it was just a trick of the light, but for a moment she imagined her father actually loved her. Yet maybe deep down he really cared. Beside him, the Count's expression was concealed by the dark, but while they'd run, Scarlet would have sworn he'd appeared excited by the challenge she'd presented. Scarlet looked away and clasped her wet knees to her chest as Julian's oars cut through the water. Even if her father was still capable of kindness, and even if the Count had actually seemed like the type of man she thought he would be, Scarlet still couldn't have brought herself to go back to either of them. She'd already made her choice, and she'd made it before she'd run out of the haberdashery with Julian. She didn't know the exact instant when it happened, but an arranged marriage to a man she knew only through letters was no longer something Scarlet wanted. Finally, she understood what Tella meant when she said there was more to life than being safe. She watched Julian take another heavy pull with the oars, while more lightning spiderwebbed across the sky. Before meeting him, she'd believed she could be content as long as she married someone who could take care of her, but Julian had brought out a desire for something more. She remembered thinking falling for him would be like falling in love with darkness, and now she imagined he was more like a starry night. The constellations were always there, constant, magnificent guides against the ever-present black. Crimson, did you hear what I said? Scarlet dropped her gaze from the sky to the soaking wet boy in front of her. What? We need to get out of the boat, Julian shouted through the rain as they bumped against a darkened dock. Where are we? Castillo Maldito. No, threads of violet panic returned. Nigel already told her Tella wasn't in the Castillo. We need to keep searching for my sister. I was wrong about the buttons. There has to be. We can't stay on the water, Julian cut in. The lightning will kill us. As he spoke, more bolts of silver white slashed the sky. But if my father finds her first, do you even know where to look right now? When Scarlet didn't answer, Julian grabbed her hand and hauled her onto the dimly lit, shaking dock. The only light came from Castillo's massive hourglasses and the churning red beads inside them. Echo must have been telling her the truth about the rain washing all the magic away, for Castillo no longer glowed. It had turned from golden to tarnished. In the courtyard, abandoned tents flapped in the wind. Their tunnels the tuneless beat replacing the vibrant music of the birds from nights before. You need to find somewhere to dry off, Julian said. I'd rather keep the boat in sight. Scarlet huddled under a nearby arch, where she could see the docks and anyone else who might arrive. Once the rain stops, we need to start searching again. Julian didn't answer right away. I think the game, or at least your part in it, should be over. I should never have brought you here. I can take you to a safe place, off the isle. No, Scarlet cut him off. I'm not leaving you here without my sister. After what I've done, my father will be even more furious when he finds Tella, and he will take it out on her. And what about you? You'll just keep sacrificing yourself, Mary Nicholas d'Arcy? Scarlet wished she could just ignore his question. If she stayed in the game and her father caught her, he wouldn't kill her. He'd make her marry the Count, in a way that almost felt like death. But if she didn't marry him, how else could she protect her sister? I don't know what I'm going to do. Julia made a sound like a growl. So you're still planning on going through with your engagement? I don't know if I am or not. But what other choices do I have? Sheets of silver rain fell harder. Okay, I don't know why, but it had dropped for a little bit. I don't know what happened. I hope that didn't drop for very long. It's just I looked up and it had a internet connection problem. Notice thing. Scarlet debated the benefits of running. It was clear her father had no intention of letting Julian go. He eyed Julian the way a child might ogle his younger sister's doll right before chopping off all its hair or its head. I'll release him tomorrow or at the end of the night after you behaved yourself. Governor Dragna wrapped an arm around Julian's shoulder while the cloth held to Julian's cheek continued dripping blood. But father, he needs medical attention. Crimson, don't worry about me, Julian said. Obviously, he didn't know how much worse this could get. Scarlet tried a final time. She could see no way out of this for her. But maybe it wouldn't be too late for Julian. If he got away, he could still save Tella, too. Please, father, I will do whatever you wish, but you have to let him go. Governor Dragna grinned. This was exactly what he wanted to hear. I already said I'd release him, but I don't think he wants to leave yet. He squeezed Julian's shoulder. Do you feel like leaving? us alone, boy?" Scarlet tried to meet Julian's eyes, tried to beg him to leave with a look, but he was being more stubborn than ever. Scarlet wished he'd turned back into the careless young man she'd met on Trisda. His selflessness would accomplish nothing here unless he had a death wish. It seemed it was up to her to find a way to end this. "I've got nowhere else I need to be," Julian said. "Are we all going to go upstairs now, or do you plan to have us sleep in here?" "Oh, we're not sleeping together, at least not all of us." Governor Dragna winked, and a tremor went through Scarlet. He was looking at her with a type of expression that might have lit up another person's face before bestowing a gift, but Governor Dragna's presents were never pleasant. "Count d'Arcy and I have been sharing a suite, but it's too cramped for 4 people, so the sailor will stay with me in there. And Scarlet," Governor Dragna drew his words out in slow, unmistakable syllables, "you'll be sleeping in your own room with Count d'Arcy. You'll be married soon enough," he went on, "and your fiancé has paid quite a sum for you. I don't see why I need to make him wait any longer before enjoying what he's bought." Scarlet's horror escalated as her father's mouth slanted into a new smile. This was so far from how she'd imagined things. It was horrid enough that she'd been purchased like a sheep, that a price had been placed on her, saying this was all she was worth. "Father, please, we're not married yet. This isn't proper." "No, it's not," Governor Dragna cut her off. "But we've never been a proper family, and you're not going to complain unless you want to watch your friend continue to bleed." The governor stroked the unmarred side of Julian's face. Julian didn't flinch, yet he no longer wore the placid expression he bore in the tunnels. Everything about him had intensified. He caught Scarlet's eyes, a silent fire burning in his. He was trying to tell her something, though she had no clue what it was. All Scarlet could feel was the nearness of Count d'Arcy. She imagined his hands eager to claim her body, as her father's hands were eager to inflict more pain upon Julian. "Call it an early wedding present that I'm not mutilating him further right now," said Governor Dragna. "But if you say another word aside from yes, my generosity ends." "No," Scarlet said. "You will not touch him again, because I will not do another thing unless you release him this moment." Scarlet turned to the Count. He did not appear as if he was enjoying this. Wrinkles marred his perfect forehead, but he did nothing to stop the governor, and just the sight of him standing there in his crimson cravat and silver boots made her ill to the core. Tella had been right. You think your marriage is going to save you, but what if the Count is as bad as father, or worse? Scarlet didn't know if Count d'Arcy was actually worse than her father, but in that moment he felt just as vile. He no longer held her hand softly, as he had in the haberdashery. His grip was firm, assured the Count had more strength than he let on. He had the power to stop this if he desired. "If you let this happen," Scarlet paused to meet the Count's eye, searching for a trace of the young man she exchanged so many letters with. "If you use the threat of his punishment to control me, I will never obey or respect you. But if you let him go, if you show me some of the humanity I read in your letters, I will be the perfect wife you paid for." She recalled Julian's words in the tunnel and added, "Do you really want a bride who will only sleep with you because another man will be tortured if she doesn't?" The Count's face flushed. Scarlet's heart beat faster with every darkening shade on his visage. Frustration, embarrassment, wounded pride. "Let him go," the Count grit out, "or our deal is over." "But I won't argue this." The Count's elegant voice turned rough. "I just want this done." Governor Dragna did not look pleased to part with a toy he'd barely played with, yet to Scarlet's surprise he released Julian without further argument. Shoving him toward the door, you heard him leave. "Crimson, don't do this for me." Julian shot a pleading look toward Scarlet. "You can't give yourself to him. I don't care about what happens to me." "But I care," Scarlet said, and though she wanted to look at Julian's beautiful face one last time, to show him how she thought he was the furthest thing from scoundrel or liar, she didn't dare meet his eyes. "Now please leave before you make this harder." Okay. And there are now almost 10 chapters left. So I will come right back. I need to take those things down. I probably am going to get something warm to drink. I don't know what yet. So let me do that. be right back. I hope it's still working properly. Let me just see. Okay, yeah, it is. Okay, good. It's actually not the first coffee because I had earlier a hot cocoa with some espresso powder in it. But it is hours later. I mean, that is several hours later. Okay. 30. The crooked halls of La Serpiente felt shorter than Scarlet remembered, although she and Count d'Arcy were on the fourth floor, right outside her door. There were so many ways her plan could go wrong. The Count held her glass key, but he looked down at her before placing it in the lock. Scarlet, I want you to know, this wasn't how I intended things to be between us. What happened in those tunnels, that wasn't me. His eye met hers, far gentler than the way he'd looked at her in the hat shop. For a moment, she could almost see something beneath his overpolished appearance, as if it was just another type of coat he wore for show, and in reality he was as trapped as she was. This marriage is very important to me. The thought of losing you made me go a little mad. By the time we were in the tunnels, I wasn't thinking clearly, but things will be different once we're married. I'll make you happy, I promise. With his free hand, the Count brushed the silver lock of hair from her face, and for a dreadful moment Scarlet feared that he was going to lean down and kiss her. It took every ounce of strength she'd gained this last week not to run or cringe. I believe you, Scarlet said, though no words could have been further from the truth. She knew what happened in the tunnels could drive people to madness, twist their fear to make them do things or allow things they might not normally. But even if he kept her safe from this point on and never lifted a finger against her, no universe existed where Nicholas Darcy would ever make Scarlet happy. Not when the only person she wanted to be with was Julian. Fear clutched her insides as the Count opened the door to her room. Again she thought of all the ways her plan could go wrong. She could have misread Julian. Julian could have misread her. Her father could come back and listen on the other side of the door. She'd heard of such deplorable things happening. Her palms grew sweaty as she followed the Count into the heated chamber. The massive bed, which looked so inviting the first time she'd seen it, now looked like a silent threat. Its 4 wooden posts made her think of a cage. She imagined the Count drawing the curtains and trapping her inside. She glanced at the wardrobe, hoping Julian would appear from the hidden door on the other side, or possibly burst out from inside. It was large enough to hold a person, but the doors were shut, and they remained that way. It was only Scarlet and the Count in the bed. Now that it was just the two of them, the Count moved differently. His overbred sophistication was completely gone, replaced with clinical precision. As if this were a business matter he needed to wrap up, he took off his gloves first, dropping them on the floor. Then he began undoing the buttons of his waistcoat, creating tiny pops that made Scarlet want to retch. She couldn't do this. Watching her father hurt Julian, Scarlet had finally understood what Julian had been trying to tell her in the tunnels earlier. She had grown up thinking her father's abuse had been her fault, the result of what happened when she made a mistake. But now she could clearly see. Her father was responsible. Nobody deserved his punishments. This was wrong, too. When she'd kissed Julian, it had felt right. Two people choosing to give tiny vulnerable parts of themselves to each other. That's what Scarlet wanted. That's what she deserved. No one else had the right to decide this for her. Yes, her father had always treated her like a possession, but she was not a thing to be bought or sold. Before, Scarlet had always felt as if she didn't have choices, but now she was starting to realize that she did. She just needed to be bold enough to make the difficult ones. Another pop. The Count had moved on to the buttons of his shirt, and he was looking at Scarlet as if he were getting ready to take off her damp gown as well and complete this transaction. It's chilly in here, don't you think? Scarlet grabbed the fireplace poker and stoked the logs, watching the fire skip over the metal until it turned shades of brilliant orange-red, the color of bravery. I think you've stoked it enough. The Count placed a firm palm on her shoulder. Scarlet spun around and aimed the red-hot poker at his face. Don't touch me. Sweetheart. He appeared only mildly surprised, and not nearly as frightened as she would have liked. We can take things slowly if you want, but you should put that down before you injure yourself. I can manage not to hurt myself. Scarlet inched the fireplace rod closer, stopping right below his bright green eye. But you might not be so lucky. Don't move or breathe a word unless you want a scar on your cheek that matches Julian's. The Count's breathing hitched, yet his voice was unnervingly even as he said, I don't think you realize what you're doing, sweetheart. Stop calling me that. I'm not yours, and I'm very aware of my actions. Now get on the bed. Scarlet motioned with the poker, but already its red tip was losing color. She had thought she'd tie him to the bed, but there was no way it would work. The minute she set down her weapon, he would be upon her, and despite her threats, Scarlet didn't know if she could bring herself to use it. I know you're frightened, the Count said calmly, but if you stop whatever it is you're doing, I'll forget this ever happened, and no harm will be done. Harm. The elixir of protection. The vial she'd bought in the tent at the Castillo had slipped her mind, but it was still in the pocket of her enchanted gown. She just needed to get to the wardrobe. Back up all the way against the bedposts. Scarlet backed away as he did, and she was told. Then she bolted for the wardrobe. The Count leaped up the moment she turned, but Scarlet was already opening the wooden doors. With a loud tumble, Julian fell out. His skin was gray and bleeding. Scarlet's heart cracked. What is he doing here? The Count froze long enough for her to reach inside and grab the elixir. She could do nothing for Julian unless she took care of Darcy first. Scarlet ripped the top of the bottle and splashed its contents all over the Count. The spray smelled of daisies and urine. The Count choked and sputtered. What is this? He dropped to his knees as he tried to grab Scarlet, but he looked like an infant attempting to catch a bird. The elixir worked fast, dimming his reflexes to a clumsy crawl. You're making a mistake, he continued, wilting to the floor as Scarlet rushed to Julian's side. This is exactly what Legend wants, the Count slurred, lips going numb like the rest of his body. Your father told me the history of your grandmother and Legend. I have no idea who he is. The Count cut a drooping eye to Julian, but you're playing right into Legend's hands. He brought you to this isle to destroy our marriage, to ruin your life. Well, then it seems he's failed, Scarlet said. From where I'm standing, it looks as if Legend has done me a favor. Julian's eyes fluttered open as Scarlet helped him up from the floor, and her ex-fiancé finished crumpling to the ground. Don't be too sure about any of that, the Count mumbled. Legend doesn't do anyone favors. "31. Can you walk?" Scarlet asked. "Aren't I doing that now?" Julian's voice was playful, but there was something humorous about the wound that went from his jaw to his eye. Her arms were wrapped around him, keeping him steady. "Crimson, don't worry about me. We should get you to your sister." Sorry, but there was nothing humorous about the wound that went from his jaw to his eye. Her arms were wrapped around him, keeping him steady. "Crimson, don't worry about me. We should get you to your sister." "You need stitches first." Her eyes returned to the ragged gash on his cheek. It would scar, and while it did not make him any less handsome, it did make her ill to remember how fragile he had appeared when he tumbled out of the wardrobe. "You're overreacting," Julian said. "It's not half bad. Your father barely scraped me. I doubt he enjoys it unless his victims remain conscious." "But you're passed out in the closet." "I've recovered. I'm a quick healer." Julian pulled away from her, as if to prove it. When they reached the bottom floor, light snuck in through the cracks around the doors, illuminating candles growing inside sconces, preparing for another treacherous night. On the floor, a small group of dedicated participants slept, huddled together, waiting for evening to fall and doors to unlock. "I think we should find a way to bandage it up," Scarlet whispered. "It only needs a little alcohol." Julian swaggered past the sleeping participants into the tavern, though Scarlet swore he was still only half himself. His boots scraped the glass floor with an uneven gait as he went behind the bar and poured half a bottle of clear liquid over his cheek. "See?" Julian winced, shaking his head, making drops of liquid fall to the floor. "Not as bad as it looks." A line still went from near the corner of his eye to the edge of his jaw. It wasn't as deep as Scarlet thought, yet she could not ignore the ill feeling she had. Amid all that happened, she lost track of time, but she imagined the sun would set in about 2 hours, welcoming the final night of the game. To win, Scarlet needed to find her sister before anyone else, and after what she'd just done to the Count, not only had she knocked him out, but she'd tied him to the bed before leaving. Scarlet could all too clearly imagine how furious her father would be when he awoke, and the malicious punishments he would inflict on Della if he found her before Scarlet. He wouldn't just kill her, he'd torture her first. "When I was in the room, I forgot to look at the roses," Scarlet said. Julian took a swig of the bottle before putting it away. "You're the one who said they were all over Caraval," meaning it would be impossible to figure out which roses were actually clues. There were probably hundreds of roses she'd never seen as well. The first clue she'd received said, "And number 5 requires a leap of faith," but Scarlet had no idea how that connected to the flowers. Too many roses and not enough time. "Crimson, don't fall apart on me now." Scarlet looked up and Julian was in front of her, drawing her close before she could say the words, "I'm not," though she imagined if Julian were to release her, she would fall to the floor, then fall through it. Fall and fall, he kissed her, parting her lips with his own until all she could taste or think about was him. He tasted like midnight and wind and shades of rich brown and light blue, colors that made her feel safe and guarded. "It's going to be all right," Julian murmured, and he pressed his lips to her forehead. Now she was tumbling for altogether different reasons, sinking into a feeling of security that she had never known before. As Julian's lips stayed pressed to her temple, his arms wrapped around her as if he wanted to protect her, not possess her or control her. He wouldn't let her crumble. He wouldn't toss her from a balcony as Legend had done in her dream. "Julian," Scarlet looked up abruptly as the words from the clue, "leap of faith," suddenly ricocheted through her thoughts. "What's wrong?" Julian asked. "I need to ask you something about your sister." Julian stiffened. "I wouldn't ask this if it wasn't important, but I think it might help us find Hella." "Go ahead," he said, and despite the shuttered look on his face, his voice was soft. "Ask whatever you want." "I've heard about your sister's death, but the accounts were conflicting. Could you tell me how she actually died?" Julian took a deep breath. Obviously, the subject made him uncomfortable, and he said, "After Legend rejected her, Rosa leaped from a balcony to her death." A balcony, not a window, as Scarlet had overheard in her dream. No wonder Julian hadn't appeared more excited at the sight of all the balconies at the beginning of the game. There were 50 cruel reminders of what he had lost. Legend truly was monstrous, and if Scarlet was correct, he'd set this game up for a twisted repeat of history, with either Scarlet or her sister. A leap of faith, indeed. With a shudder, Scarlet worried that was what it would take. That she would have to jump off a balcony to save her sister. She kept this suspicion to herself, and she told Julian of her dream involving Legend in the balcony. "I think we need to search the balconies to find the last clue." Julian ripped a hand through his hair. "There are dozens of them, all with different entrances. I don't see how that is a better plan." "Then we should start searching now." Expecting an argument, Scarlet went on. "I know going out during daylight is against the rules, but I don't think Legend really abides by rules. The innkeeper said that if we didn't make it in before daybreak after the first night, we didn't get to play, but she didn't mention the rest of the nights." Scarlet lowered her voice just in case some of the people over in the hallway were actually awake. "All the doors are locked so people think they can't get out, but we can leave using the tunnels. If we go right now, we can get a head start on the Count and my father, and maybe we can win the game." "Now you're finally thinking like a player," Julian smiled, but it looked as flat as a line in a painting. She wondered if her fearless Julian now feared her father also, or if he dreaded the same thing Scarlet did, that to save her sister, one of them would have to take a deadly leap. Don't feel bad about that. 32. Julian's hand was the only thing that felt truly solid as they emerged from the tunnels and entered into a realm that appeared utterly different when lit by the late afternoon sun. The Caraval sky was creamy blur of butter and vanilla swirls. It made Scarlet think the air around her should taste like sweetened milk and sugared dreams, but all she could taste was dust and haze. "Where do you want to look first?" Julian asked. Balconies surrounded the entire perimeter of the game. Scarlet craned her neck, searching for a glimpse of movement or anything odd on any of the nearest ones, but the blanket of mist obscured her view. On the ground, shops that looked colorful at night now appeared almost blurry. The elaborate fountains dotting every other corner of the street spilled no water. The world was stillness and quiet and milky fog. No colorful boats traveled canals, and no other people walked on the cobbled paths. Scarlet felt as if she'd stepped into a faded memory, as if the magical town had been abandoned long ago, and she was coming back to find nothing quite as she recalled. "This doesn't even look like the same place." Scarlet walked a little closer to Julian. She had feared that the moment they'd stepped outside, someone would try to remove them from the game, but this strange, dull reality was almost as frightening. "I can't see any of the balconies." "Let's not focus on those, then. Maybe the leap of faith means something different," said Julian. "You said before you thought the clue involved roses." Does anything else here remind you of your dream with Legend? Scarlet's first thought was Legend has left this place. She saw no top hats, no rose petals, no colors brighter than palest yellow, but while her eyes were letting her down, her ears picked up a gentle melody, subtle, so quiet it almost sounded like a memory, but as Scarlet moved forward with Julian, the soft music grew into something more solid and soulful. It hummed from the street with the rose-covered carousel, the only spot not infected with fog. She remembered it was also one of the few things that had remained in color when her world had turned black and white. Brighter than freshly spilled blood, the carousel appeared even more alive than when Scarlet had seen it last. It was so vibrant, she almost didn't notice the man sitting at the pipe organ beside it. He was far older than most of the other workers she'd come across, and his face was wrinkled and weather-worn, and a little bit sad, mirroring his music. He stopped playing as Scarlet and Julian approached, but the echoes of his song still hung in the air like lingering perfume. Another song for a donation. The man held out a hand and looked up at Scarlet expectantly. It should have struck her as uncanny the first time she'd seen him that he would beg for coins in a place where people rarely used them. Scarlet turned to Julian, not wanting to repeat the mistake she'd made at the Hatter and Haberdashery. Does this feel like Legend to you? If feeling like Legend means disturbing and creepy, then yes. Julian cast a hooded gaze over the rose-drenched carousel and the ruddy man at the pipe organ. You think this will lead to the balcony holding your sister? I'm not sure, but I think it will definitely take us somewhere. Echo had been right when she warned Scarlet and Julian they were making a mistake by going into the Hatters. It made sense to believe she'd also been trying to help when she'd brought Scarlet to this peculiar carousel. It could have been a coincidence, but even if it was, she doubted it was also a coincidence that when not another person was in sight, they would come back here and find the organ player waiting for them. All right, here you go. Julian reached into a pocket and pulled out some coins. Remembering Echo's words, Scarlet added, Can you play us something pretty? The song that followed was not pretty. It rasped out of the pipe organ like a dying man's final words, but it did make the carousel spin around. Slowly at first, yet hypnotic in its graceful movements. Scarlet could have stood there and watched forever, but in her dream just before he tossed her from the balcony, Legend had warned Scarlet not to observe. Come on. She let go of Julian's hand and leaped onto the spinning wheel. Julian looked as if he wanted to stop her, but then he followed as well. The carousel began to turn faster, and soon they were on opposite sides, fingers bleeding as they searched through bushes covered in thorns for a symbol that would open a passage of stairs. Crimson, I'm not seeing anything, Julian shouted over the music. The tune grew louder and more off-key as the carousel twirled faster, shedding more and more petals that swept up into the sky like a ruby cyclone. It's here, Scarlet yelled back. She could feel it with every prick of her finger. There would not be so many thorns if nothing was hidden beneath them. Thorns protected roses. Again, Scarlet felt as if there was a lesson to be learned from this carousel, but before she could figure it out, she saw a sun with a star inside and a teardrop inside of the star. It was hidden beneath a rose bush the size of a small pony, shaped to look like a stallion wearing a top hat. Scarlet gripped the flower stems to keep from falling as she crouched close to press her finger to the symbol for Caraval. One touch and the entire emblem filled with blood. The carousel spun even faster, round and round. As it twirled in a destructive dance, the center disappeared, turning into a circle of dark, a hole made of black sky robbed of stars. Unlike the other passages, there were no stairs this time. Scarlet could not see the bottom. I think we need to jump. Maybe she'd been wrong about the balcony, and this was the leap of faith. Wait! Julian edged around the hole, grabbing one of her bloody hands before she could hurtle herself forward. What are you doing? Scarlet shouted. I want you to take this. Julian pulled out a pocket watch on a long circular chain and pressed it into her palm. Inside the cover, I etched the coordinates of a boat, just off the coast of the isle. Fresh panic filled Scarlet as Julian's face grew more serious. This felt too much like goodbye. Why are you giving this to me now? In case we get separated or something else unexpected happens. The boat's already crewed. It will take you anywhere you want to go, and Julian broke off, and for a moment it appeared as if the words were trapped in his throat. His face grew pained as the carousel jolted and slowed, and the hole in the center started shrinking. Crimson, you need to jump now. He released her hand. Julian, what are you not telling me? His lips fell into a rough line, making him look sad and regretful all at once. There's no time for all the things I wish I could say." Scarlet wanted to ask more questions. She wanted to know why Julian, who moments before had held her hand as if he never planned to let it go, was suddenly looking at her as if he feared he would never see her again, but the black hole was already closing. "Please don't make me use this without you." She took the chain and placed it around her neck. Then she leaped. She thought she heard Julian shout something about not trusting Legend as she fell, but his words were muffled by the rushing water, roaring as it welcomed her into a river of cold. Scarlet grasped for air, arms flailing wildly to keep from sinking. She was glad she was in water as opposed to landing on a slab of rock or a bed of knives, but the current was too strong to fight. It sucked her in, dragging her down a path that felt eternally long. Her entire body was steeped in cold, but she forced herself not to panic. She could do this. The water wasn't trying to punish her. She relaxed until the current eased up. Then, with steady, even strokes and pulls, she worked her way back to the surface, kicking hard until she reached a wide set of steps. Slowly her eyes adjusted as tiny green lights, as infinitesimal as bits of dust, flickered to life. They swarmed the air like fireflies, casting jade illumination over two gray-blue soapstone statues guarding the entrance to the steps. Twice as tall as Scarlet and cloaked in robes that disappeared beneath the water, the figures' hands were clasped in silent prayer. But though their eyes were closed, their faces appeared far from peaceful. Their mouths stretched wide, calling out in silent agony as Scarlet pulled herself onto the black soapstone staircase. "I was starting to lose faith in you." The click of a walking stick pressed against the stairs, as if one by one each polished step brightened. Though it was not the stairs of the murky places they led, but the young man in the velvet top hat who captured Scarlet's full attention. She blinked, and he was suddenly there in front of her, reaching out a hand to help her to her feet. "I'm so glad you finally made it, Scarlet." 33. Scarlet told herself not to be dazzled. She knew Legend was a viper. A serpent in a top hat and tails was still a snake. It did not matter that this snake was almost exactly how Scarlet had always pictured him. He might not have been quite as handsome as she had imagined, but still he was made of dashing elegance, laced with intrigue and illusion, set off by a twinkle in his dark eyes that made her feel as if she were the charmed one, covered in magic only he could see. He appeared younger than she would have thought, a few years older than she was, without a wrinkle or scar on his face. The rumors that he never aged must have been true. He wore a royal blue calf cape, which he quickly tore off and draped around Scarlet's shaking shoulders. "I'd suggest you take off your wet clothes, but I've heard you're on the modest side." "I won't say what I've heard about you," Scarlet spit out. "Oh, no!" Legend clapped his hands to his chest in a show of mock offense. "People have been saying nasty things about me." He laughed, a rich, spicy sound. It bounced off the cavern's walls as if there were a dozen different legends hidden behind the stones. The noise continued, even after he stopped laughing. It wasn't until he snapped his fingers that the horrid echoes stopped, but Legend's manic smile remained, twitching and restless as if he were thinking of a joke he hadn't yet to share. "He's mad." Scarlet edged back as her gaze quickly cut to the water, where Julian should have been emerging behind her, but now the water wasn't even moving. "If you're waiting for your friend, I don't think he's going to be joining us, at least not yet." Legend's lips turned cruel around the corners, leaving her drenched in a cold blue-violet feeling that went deeper than the wetness soaking her clothes. "What have you done to Julian and my sister?" "It's really too bad," Legend said. "You're so dramatic. You would have made a fantastic performer." "That's not an answer to my question," Scarlet said. "Because you're asking the wrong questions," Legend shouted. Instantly he was right in front of her again, taller than she realized, and even madder than he'd been moments before. His eyes were all black, as if the pupils had devoured the whites. Scarlet reminded herself that the tunnels beneath the gate did strange things to people's heads. She stood her ground without flinching, and repeated, "Where are my sister and Julian?" "I already told you that's not the right question." Legend shook his head, as if she disappointed him. "But now that you brought them up a second time, I'm curious. If you could see only one of them again, Julian or your sister, who would you choose?" "I'm finished playing games," Scarlet said. "I took your leap of faith. I don't have to answer any more questions. Oh, but the rules say you need to find the girl before you can officially win. Green lights danced around Legend's head, adding a glittering emerald cast to his fair skin. He was magical to be sure, but in all the wrong ways. Have you wondered at all why the game is played during the night? If I answer you, will you tell me where to find my sister? If you manage to do it correctly, what if I'm wrong? I'll kill you, of course, Legend laughed. But this time it was hollow, like a bell without a clapper inside. I'm just kidding. No need to look at me as if I'll sneak into your house at night and strangle all your kittens. If you answer incorrectly, I'll reunite you with your male companion, and together you can continue searching for your sister. Scarlet highly doubted Legend would keep his word, but he was blocking the stairs in front of her, and behind her was a river that she doubted led anywhere good. She tried to remember what Julian had told her about Caraval on their first night there. They say they don't want us to get too carried away, but that is the point. I imagine the game wouldn't be the same in the light, Scarlet answered. People think no one sees all the nasty things they do in the dark, the foul acts they commit, or the lies they tell as part of the game. Caraval takes place at night because you like to watch and see what people do when they think there are no consequences. Too bad, said Legend, although I think you'd have realized by now that what happens here isn't really just a game. His voice dropped to a whisper. Once people leave this isle, the things they've done here don't just unhappen, no matter how much they might wish them undone. Maybe that should be your warning when people enter, Scarlet said. Legend chuckled again, and this time it sounded almost real. It's terribly unfortunate this is going to end so badly. I might have liked you. He brushed her chin with one cool knuckle. Scarlet slipped a little as she took a nervous step back, shooting another futile glance behind her toward the unmoving waters. I answered a question. Now where's my friend? It amazes me, Legend said. I've only told you the truth, and you won't even allow me to touch you. Yet you think yourself in love with someone who has done nothing but lie to you this entire game. Your friend has told you not to trust me, but you cannot trust him either. Coming from you, I'll take that as an endorsement. Legend sighed dramatically, tipping his head back. Oh, to be so hopeful and stupid. Let's see how long that lasts. Just then, heavy footfalls sounded on the sandstone steps behind him. A moment later, Julian appeared, perfectly dry, and aside from the wound Scarlet's father had inflicted, entirely unharmed. We were just talking about you, Legend said. Would you like to tell her, or should I? Legend's eyes glittered, and this time there was no madness in them at all. He was the perfect picture of a gentleman in a top hat and tails, fully sane and dreadfully victorious. Water dripped from Scarlet's hair down to the back of her neck, turning hot where it touched her skin. She couldn't believe Legend had kept his word, but more than that, she didn't like the sound of what he'd just said, or the possessive way he was looking at Julian. It seems to me your fiancé is meant for decorative purposes only. But he was right about one thing, Legend said. I don't do anyone favors. It would make no sense to go to all that trouble to put an end to your engagement only to let you have the isle with someone else. Which is why I've had Julian working with me for the entire game. No. Scarlet heard Legend's words, but she refused to process them. She didn't want to believe it. She watched Julian waiting for some sort of signal that this was another part of a greater deception. Meanwhile, the master of Caraval regarded Julian as if he were one of his prized possessions. And to Scarlet's horror, Julian smiled back, the straight edges of his teeth flashing in torchlight. It was the same wicked grin she'd first noticed on Del Ojo's speech, the smirk of someone who just succeeded in playing a very cruel trick. Originally, I'd planned for you to favor Dante, Legend said. I thought he would be more your type, but I suppose it's good I'm wrong on occasion. Dante and his sister were part of the game too, Scarlet blurted. Don't tell me it wasn't a brilliant deception, said Legend. And try not to look so upset. I had people warn you. Twice, in fact, you were told not to believe anything. But, open-mouthed, Scarlet turned to Julian. So your sister, Rosa, that was all a lie? For a moment it almost looked as if Julian flinched at the name Rosa, but when he spoke again, there was no emotion in his voice. Even his accent was altered. There was someone named Rosa, and she died the way I told you. But she was not my sister. She was just an unfortunate girl who got too swept away in the game. Scarlet's hands trembled, but still she refused to believe it. It could not have been all false, merely a game to Julian. There had been moments where she knew that were real. She continued to watch him, hoping for some flicker of something, a glimmer of emotion, a glance that told her this act with Legend was really the game. I guess I'm better than I thought, Julian's smile turned vicious. The kind made for breaking hearts. But Scarlet had already been broken. For years her father tore her down. Over and over she had let him. She'd allowed him to make her feel worthless and powerless. But she was neither of those things. She was done allowing her fear to make her weaker, to eat away at the meat on her bones until she could do nothing but whimper and watch. I will say you did me a favor, she said, turning back to Legend. You said it yourself. My ex-fiancé is more of a decoration than a man, and I'm better off without him. Now give me my sister and let us go home. Home? You still have somewhere to go after tomorrow. Now that you've thrown your entire future away? Or, Legend cut another look toward Julian, are you saying this because you're still under this illusion that he cares for you? Scarlet wanted to say that it wasn't an illusion. The Julian she knew had let himself be tortured for her. How could that not be real? She refused to believe it, even as Julian looked at her, as if she were the most foolish girl in the world, and he was probably right. She had not realized something that had been true until that moment. Since Julian had brought her to the island, the look had been there, the extra spark. Whether frustrated or angry or laughing, there was always something there that said some facet of her touched something inside of him. Now there was nothing there, not even pity. For a dangerous moment, Scarlet doubted everything she believed to be true. Then she remembered, in case something unexpected happens, the pocket watch. Scarlet's hand went to the cool piece of jewelry around her neck, her heart beating a little faster as she clutched it and recalled Julian's words on the carousel. What do you have there? Legend asked. Nothing, Scarlet said, but her words came out so fast and Legend's hands moved quicker, spreading the velvety fabric of the royal blue cape she still wore. His icy blue fingers pulling out the watch. I don't remember seeing this on you before. Legend cocked his head toward Julian. A recent gift? Julian denied nothing as Legend popped the makeshift necklace open. Tick, tick, tick. The watch's second hand wound its way up to the 12, and a voice started pouring from the locket. It was barely above a whisper, but Scarlet clearly recognized the timbre as Julian's. I'm sorry, Crimson. I wish I could say that I'm sorry for... But the words he cut off for several tense clicks as the second hand continued its lap around the numbers. Then, as if it wounded him, Julian's voice ground out, It wasn't just a game for me. I hope you can forgive me. The edge of Legend's eye ticked as he snapped the watch shut and addressed Julian. I don't remember this being part of any plans. Care to explain? I think it's rather self-explanatory, Julian answered. He turned back to Scarlet with the look she'd been searching for, his brown eyes full of all sorts of unspoken promises. He wanted to tell her the truth, but it seemed as if he physically couldn't. Some spell or enchantment wouldn't allow him to say the words, but he was still her Julian. Scarlet could feel the pieces of her battered heart daring to move back together, and it might have been a beautiful moment if Legend had not chosen that same instant to pull out a knife and stab Julian in the chest. I don't know why there are some parts when you're rereading it you don't remember. No, Scarlet wailed. Julian staggered and the whole world seemed to tilt and sway with him. The jade lights of the cavern muted to brown. Scarlet rushed to his side as blood bubbled up from his beautiful lips. Julian! She dropped to her knees as he fell to the cavern floor. Legend hadn't hit his heart, but he must have punctured a lung. There was blood, so much blood. This must have been why he looked at her so coldly, making no effort to reveal the truth with so much as a glance. He had known Legend would punish him for his betrayal. Julian, please! Scarlet put her hands over the wound, soaking her palms in red for the second time that day. It's all right, Julian coughed, more blood staining his mouth. I probably deserved this. Don't say that. Scarlet ripped the cape from her shoulders and pressed it hard against Julian's chest, trying to stop the bleeding. I don't believe that, and I don't believe this is how it's supposed to end. Then don't let it end here. I've already told you I'm not worth crying for. Julian reached up to brush away one of her tears, but his hand fell before he reached her. No, don't give up, Scarlet begged. Please don't leave me. There were so many other things she wanted to say, but she feared that if she said her goodbyes, it would make it... There is a part coming up that That's kind of like melodramatic. I'm also just like kind of thinking about that, even though it's not there yet. Um, this is still anyway. I'll try to be serious. No, don't give up, Scarlet begged. Please don't leave me. There were so many other things she wanted to say, but she feared that if she said her goodbye, it would make it easier for him to let go. You can't abandon me. I'm sorry. I'll just need a moment. I'm not usually. I don't usually like laugh over this. It's just the melodrama of it sometimes gets me. I don't care if you lied. If you don't die, I'll forgive you for everything. Julian's eyes shut as if he didn't hear her. Julian, please keep fighting. You've been fighting me this whole game. Don't stop now. Slowly his eyelids lifted. For a moment it looked as if he was coming back to her. I lied about how I got bashed in the head, he mumbled. I wanted you to have your earrings back. But the man was tougher than he looked. I got into a little trouble, but it was worth it to see your face. A ghost of a smile moved his lips. I should have stayed away from you, but I really wanted you to succeed. I wanted to. Julian's head fell back. No! Beneath her hand, Scarlet felt his chest fall a final time. Julian, Julian, Julian! She pressed her hands to his heart, but nothing moved. Scarlet didn't know how many times she repeated his name. She said it like a prayer. A plea, a whisper, a goodbye. 34. Scarlet had never wanted time to stop before. To slip into a crawl so slow that one heartbeat would take a year. A breath would take a lifetime, and a touch could last an eternity. Usually she wanted the opposite, for time to speed up, race ahead, so that she could escape any current pain and move forward into a new, unblemished moment. But Scarlet knew that when this instant ended, the next would not feel fresh or thick with promise for the future. It would be incomplete, lacking, void, because Julian would not be in it. Scarlet's tears fell harder as she felt Julian die, his muscles losing tension, his body growing colder, his skin taking on a gray pallor that there was no return from. She knew Legend was watching, taking sick pleasure from her pain, but a part of her couldn't bear to let go of Julian as if he might miraculously take another breath or manage another heartbeat. She'd once heard emotions and desires fuel the magic that made wishes possible. But either Scarlet didn't feel enough, or the stories she'd heard about wishes were made of lies. Or perhaps she was thinking of the wrong stories. Hope is a powerful thing. Some say it's a different breed of magic altogether. Elusive, difficult to hold on to, but not much is needed. And Scarlet did not have much, just the memory of a poorly written poem. This girl was last seen with Legend. If you catch her, you shall catch him as well. Of course, you may have to venture through hell, but if you succeed, you may find yourself rich. This year's winner will be granted one wish. Scarlet had momentarily forgotten about the wish, but if she could find Tella first and wish for Julian's life, maybe it could end happily after all. That anything could be happy again seemed almost as unreal as a wish, but it was all she had left to hope for. As she looked up, ready to demand her sister's location again, she realized Legend had vanished. All he'd left was Julian's pocket watch and his own velvet top hat, resting on a dark letter. Black rose petals drifted to the ground as Scarlet picked up the note. It was rimmed in onyx black leafing, a shadow of the first letter Legend had sent her. Dear Miss Dragna, your presence is requested for the funeral of Donatella Dragna tomorrow, 1 hour after sunrise, unless you manage to prevent her death. Yours truly, Legend. P.S. I recommend taking the stairs to your right. Scarlet's hand fisted around the letter. This was more than madness. This was something perverted that Scarlet did not understand. She wasn't even sure she wanted to understand it. Again, she was struck with a feeling that this was personal to her, that it was about more than just Legend's sordid past with her grandmother, Anna. Behind her, the water started rushing again. She didn't know If that meant others were coming, she hated to leave Julian's body. He deserved so much more than to be abandoned in a cave. But if she was going to save him, she needed to end this, find Tella, and get that wish. Scarlet looked up to see more jade firefly lights dancing in the air, moving like a curtain of glowing smoke to illuminate a fork in the stairs before her. Legend had recommended the set to her right. She imagined he knew she wouldn't trust him. So there was a good chance he'd told the truth because of that. However, he was cunning enough to know she would have thought that too. She started towards the stairs on the left, only to change her mind at the last minute as she remembered what Legend said about telling the truth. Her father seldom told the entire truth, but he also rarely outright lied. He saved his lies for when they would count the most. Scarlet figured Legend was the same way. She pushed herself up to run up the stairs, spiral after spiral after spiral, remembering all the staircases she'd traveled with Julian. With every flight she fought against tears and fatigue. Whenever she managed not to cry over Julian, she imagined finding Tella the same way. She left him, unmoving body, unbeating heart, unseeing eyes. The world felt thinner by the time Scarlet reached the top of the steps. Sweat soaked her gown, and her legs burned and shook. She'd chosen the wrong staircase. If she'd chosen the wrong staircase, she didn't imagine she'd have the strength to run back down and then back up again. In front of her was a spindly ladder leading to a small square trapdoor. Scarlet lost her footing several times as she climbed. She had no idea what she'd find on the other side of the door. She felt heat. There were sounds of crackling as well, definitely a fire. Scarlet tottered against the ladder, praying it was just a fire in a hearth, not an entire room ablaze. She sucked in a deep breath as she pulled the trapdoor. Night 5, the last night of Caraval. 35. Starlight. Everywhere, constellations Scarlet had never seen domed a vast, inky night. The world was made of a rimless balcony, its floor a stretch of luminous onyx, with oversized cushioned lounges and shades of stardust, and small fire pits, growing incandescent blue flames. High above the rest of the world, it should have felt cold, but the air was warm as Scarlet crawled through the opening, the buttons of her dress softly tinkling against the polished floor. Everything about this place reeked of legend, even the scent of the fire pits, as if the logs were made of velvet and something slightly sweet. The air felt soft and poisonous, closer to the room's black wall. A massive black bed, piled with pillows as dark as nightmares, mocked her. Scarlet didn't know what legend to use this room for, but her sister was nowhere. Scar? A petite figure sat up in the bed. Honey blonde curls bounced around a face that might have been angelic, if it wasn't for her devil's grin. "Oh, my love!" Tella squealed, jumping out of the bed and capturing Scarlet in an embrace that before she made it halfway across the room. When she hugged Scarlet with her fierce arms, it made Scarlet believe happy endings were possible. Her sister was alive. She felt like softness and sunlight and seeds for growing dreams. Now Scarlet just needed to bring back Julian. Scarlet pulled away only to make sure it was really Tella, who often embraced her, but not usually with that much enthusiasm. "Are you all right?" She looked her sister over for any signs of any cuts or bruises. Scarlet could not allow her excitement to let her forget why she was there. "Have you been treated well?" "Oh, Scar, always the worrier. I'm so glad you're finally here. For once, I was starting to fret." Tella sucked in a deep breath, or maybe it was a shiver since she was standing in only a thin, pale blue nightdress. "I was beginning to fear you were never going to come. Not that it isn't so lovely up here." Tella waved her arms toward all the stars, ones that felt close enough to grab and tuck inside a pocket, too close, in Scarlet's mind. Like the raised edge around the balcony, so low to the floor it almost wasn't a barrier at all, a prison disguised to look like a master suite with a palatial view. "Tella, I'm so sorry." "It's all right," Tella said. "I was just getting awfully bored." Bored? Scarlet closed on the word. She didn't imagine Caraval would have changed her sister as much as it had changed herself, but bored? "Don't mistake me. There have been perks, and I've been treated well. God's teeth." Tella's round eyes widened as they dropped to Scarlet's bloody hands and dress. "What happened?" "There's blood all over you." "It's not mine." Scarlet's throat felt tight as she looked down at her palms. Just one drop had given her a day of Julian's life. It made her ache to think how many days were splattered all over her body, days he should have lived. Tella grimaced. "Whose blood is it?" "I'd rather not explain right here." Scarlet stopped, not quite sure what to say. They needed to get out of there, away from Legend, but Scarlet also needed to find him again if she was going to collect her wish and save Julian. Tell her we need to leave. Scarlet would move her sister to safety, then she'd come back for the wish. Dress quickly, don't bring anything that will weigh us down. Tell her, why aren't you moving? We don't have much time. But Tella didn't budge. She just stood there in her fragile blue nightdress, a rumpled angel looking up at Scarlet with wide, worried eyes. I was warned this might happen. Tella softened her voice, using that awful tone mostly reserved for unreasonable children or old people. I don't know where you think we need to run to, but it's all right. The game is over. This room, it's the end, Scar. You can sit down and take a breath. Tella tried to guide her to one of the ridiculously cushioned lounges. No, Scarlet pulled away. Whoever gave you that warning lied. It was never just a game. I don't know what they told you, but you're in danger. We're both in danger. Father's here. Tella's eyebrows peaked, but she quickly smoothed her expression out as if she wasn't alarmed at all. Are you sure it wasn't just some sort of illusion? I'm positive. We need to get out of here. I have a friend. Scarlet couldn't say Julian's name. She could barely say the word friend, but she forced herself to say strong for Tella. My friend. He has a boat, and it's going to take us where we want to go, like you've always wanted. Scarlet reached for her sister, but this time Tella was the one to step back, pursing her lips. Scar, please, listen to what you're saying. Your eyes have played tricks on you. Don't you remember the warning that they gave us when we arrived? Don't let yourself get too swept far away. What if I told you this year's game is different? Scarlet said. And as quickly as possible, she tried to explain Legend's history with her grandmother. He's brought us here for revenge. I know you've been treated well, but whatever he's told you, it's a lie. We need to leave. As Scarlet spoke, Tella's expression had shifted. She started gnawing on her lower lip. Though whatever it was, fear for their lives or for Scarlet's sanity, Scarlet couldn't tell. You really believe this? Tella asked. Scarlet nodded and hoped desperately that her sister bond would overcome Tella's doubts. I know how this sounds, but I've seen the proof. All right, then give me a moment. Tella bustled off, disappearing behind a large black dressing curtain near her bed, while Scarlet worked to push one of the lounges until it covered up the trapdoor, cutting off the stairs she'd used to get there. As she finished, Tella reappeared, wrapped in a blue silk robe, holding a cloth in one hand and a water basin in the other. What are you doing? Scarlet asked. Why don't you have on proper clothes? Sit down. Tella motioned toward one of the many cushioned things. We're not in danger, Scar. Whatever you're afraid of, I know you think it's real, but that's the entire point of Caraval. It's all supposed to feel real, but none of it is. Now sit and I'll wash off some of the blood. You'll feel better when you're clean. Scarlet didn't sit. Tella was using the voice again, the one for crazed children and delusional adults. Not that Scarlet could blame her. If she hadn't come face to face with her father, if she hadn't seen Julian die, if she hadn't felt his heart stop, his warm blood on her hands, or watched as the life drained out of him, she might have been able to doubt it was real. If only she could doubt it. What if I can prove it? Scarlet pulled out the funeral invitation. Right before I came up here, Legend left me this. She thrust the note into Tella's hand. Look for yourself. He plans to murder you. Because of Nana Anna? Tella scowled as she read. And then she seemed to be fighting a laugh. Oh, Scar, I think you've taken this letter the wrong way. Tella smothered another giggle as she handed the note back to her. The first thing Scarlet noticed were the edges, no longer black, they were now lined in gold, and the script was altered as well. Dear Miss Dragna, as my special guest, I'd like to invite you and your sister to a party, usually reserved for my Caraval performers. It starts 1 hour after sunset. I know I'm not the only one who hopes to see you and your sister there. Yours, Legend. 36. There's nothing threatening about this, Tella laughed. Not unless you're nervous about the idea of Legend fancying you. No, that's not what it said before. It was an invitation to a funeral. Your funeral. Scarlet looked at Tella, her eyes pleading. I'm not crazy, she insisted. This note was different when I read it in the tunnels. The ones beneath the game? Tella interrupted. Aren't the tunnels where people go mad? It was a different set, Tella. I swear I'm not insane. The note said you would die tomorrow unless I could stop it. Please, even if you don't believe me, I need you to try. Tella must have seen her desperation. Let me see the paper again. Scarlet handed it back. Her sister examined the invite with particular care this time, holding it close to one of the fire pits. But no matter what, the script didn't change. Tella, I swear it was for a funeral, not a party. I believe you, Tella said. You do? Well, I'm guessing it's like the tickets you received on Trisda. It changes in certain lights. But Scar, that painfully careful voice once more. Couldn't it be just another part of the game, a device to get you up here? Because it was taking you so long, and now that you are here, ta-da! The note has changed from threat to reward. Tell me which makes more sense. The way Tella said it sounded so very reasonable. I know how Scarlet wanted her to be right. She knew how deceiving the tunnels and Legend could be, but Legend was not the only threat. Tella, even if you don't believe me about this, I swear Father's here. He's looking for you, for us both, right now. And trust me when I say his presence is not a magical mirage of Caraval. He's here with Count Nicholas d'Arcy, my fiancé, to escape. I had to knock d'Arcy out with a protection elixir, and then tie him to a bed, and I'm sure you can imagine how furious Father will be if he finds us now. You tied your fiancé to a bed? Tella snickered. This isn't a joke. Did you miss what I said about what will happen if Father finds us? Scar, I didn't know you had it in you. I wonder what else the game has changed about you, Tella grinned wider, looking truly awed and impressed, which might have pleased Scarlet if she hadn't hoped her sister might grow frightened and panicked instead. You're missing the point. I had to do that because Father was going to make me. Shame choked her throat as she tried to get the words out. Thinking of what her father had attempted to force upon her made her feel like not quite a person, more like a thing. Tella's expression softened. She wrapped her arms around Scarlet, hugging her in a way that only a sister could. Fierce as a kitten who'd just gotten claws, willing to shred the whole world to make this right. And for a moment Scarlet thought it would be. Do you believe me now? She asked. I believe you've been through a bit of madness this week, but it's over now. None of that was real. Tella gently smoothed a dark lock of hair from Scarlet's face. You don't have to worry, sister, and, she added, someday, Father will pay for all of this, sins. Every night I pray an angel will come down and cut off his hands so he won't hurt anyone again. I don't think that's what angels do, Scarlet mumbled. Maybe not the kind up in heaven, but there are different kinds of angels. Tella pulled away, pink lips parting into a smile made of hopes and dreams and other treacherous things. Don't tell me you're planning to cut off Father's hands yourself. After tonight, I don't think Father's hands will be a problem anymore, at least not for us. Tella's eyes twinkled with the same dangerous glint as her smile. I haven't been up here alone this whole time. I've met someone. He knows all about our father, and he's promised to take care of us, both of us, Tella beamed, brighter than candlelight and glass-cut glitter, the type of joy that could only mean one terrible thing. When Tella had first said the word bored, Scarlet dared to hope Legend hadn't gotten to her, but from the pitch of Tella's voice and the way she looked just then, it made Scarlet fear he had. Every ounce of reason had left her eyes. Tella's expression had turned dreamy in a way that said she was either in love or insane. You can't trust him, Scarlet blurted. Haven't you been listening to what I've said? Legend hates us. He's a murderer. Who said anything about Legend? Isn't that who you were talking about? Tella made a funny face. I've never even met him. But you've been up in this tower. His tower. I know, Tella said, and you have no idea how vexing it's been watching everyone down below while I've been stuck up here. With a huff, she cast her gaze over the rimless balcony. They were a good 12 feet away from the edge, but Scarlet did not feel safe. It would be still too far easy to jump. Tella might not have been seduced by Legend, but knowing the Master of Caraval had placed both Dante and Julian in Scarlet's path, she could not imagine Tella's new suitor was any different, the perfect boy to drive her mad. What's his name? Scarlet asked. Daniel Dangle, Tella announced. He's a lord from the far northern empire. Isn't that terribly delicious? You'll love it, Scar. They have castles up there, with moats and towers and all sorts of dramatic things, but if you've been up here all this time, how did you ever meet? I wasn't up here this entire time. Tella's cheeks took on the faintest pink blush, and Scarlet recalled the man's voice she'd heard coming from Tella's room, after the end of the first night. I was with Daniel when I was abducted for the game. He actually tried to fight them off, but they just took him as well. She smiled as if it were the most romantic thing that had ever happened to her. Tella, this is wrong, Scarlet said. You can't be in love with someone you just met. Tella flinched, the hue of her cheeks deepening into an angrier red. I know you've been through a lot, so I'm not going to point out that you were going to marry someone you'd not even met. That was different. I know, because unlike you, I actually know my fiancé. Did you say fiancé? Tella nodded proudly. You're not serious, Scarlet said. When did he ask you to marry him? Why aren't you happy for me? Tella's expression fell. Like a doll, Scarlet had dropped. Scarlet bit back her first 5 responses. Scar, I know I prayed for some awful things, the types of things angels don't do. But I've also prayed for something exactly like this. I might be able to get a boy to follow me into the barrel room. But until Daniel, no one ever actually cared about me. I'm sure this Daniel person seems wonderful, Scarlet said carefully, and I want to be happy for you, I really do, but doesn't this seem a little coincidental? I keep thinking maybe Legend is just playing a different game with you, and what if this Daniel is part of it? He's not, Tella said. I know you don't have a lot of experience with men, but I do, and trust me when I say my relationship with Daniel is very real. Tella took a sharp step back. Feet pale against the dark onyx floor, she plucked a silver bell from one of the cushioned lounges. What are you doing? Scarlet asked. I'm ringing for Daniel so you can meet him and see for yourself. The door opened, and Jovan appeared looking like a rainbow in the same colorful outfit she'd worn the first night on the unicycle. Oh, hello, she perked when she saw Scarlet. You finally found your sister. You can't trust her, Scarlet whispered to Tella. She works for Legend. Of course she works for Legend, Tella said. Forget my sister, Joe. She's still caught up in the game. She thinks Legend is out to kill us both. Are you certain she's wrong? Jovan winked, as if she was joking. But when her eyes cut to Scarlet, her playfulness vanished. Did you see that? Scarlet said. She knows. Tella ignored her. Can you fetch Lord Angle for me, please? Before Scarlet could protest, Jovan nodded and disappeared the way she'd come, through a sudden hidden door turned into a black wall. Tella, please, Scarlet begged. We need to get out of here. You have no idea how dangerous this is. If you're right about Daniel, it's still not safe. Legend won't let you be together. Scarlet paused and held out her hands, showing her sister all the precious blood once more. See? This? Her voice crackled. This is real. Before I came up here, I watched Legend kill someone, or you thought you did, Tella interrupted. Whatever you believe you saw, I'm sure it wasn't real. You keep forgetting what happens down there is all part of the game. And I'm not running from Daniel because you got too caught up in it. Tella's mouth formed a soft downward curve. I know no one loves me more than you do, Scar. I'd be desolate without you. Please, don't leave me now. And do not ask me to leave Daniel. Tella's lips shifted into a deeper frown. Don't make me choose between the two loves of my life. Two loves. Scarlet's heart ached at her sister's choice of words. Suddenly she was on the steps again, watching Julian's head fall before his breathing stopped. She needed to find a way to bring him back, but she also had to get her sister safely out of this tower and far away from this balcony. Now, Tella said brightly, as if everything were settled, though Scarlet had not uttered a word. Help me become beautiful for Lord Daniel. Tella skipped off toward her dressing area. You might want to clean up as well, she called. I have some gowns that would look stunning on you. The night grew even darker as Scarlet remained rooted in place. She knew she looked halfway to dead, and she was tempted to keep it that way. She liked the idea of frightening Tella's fiancé. Scarlet liked the idea of leaving even more. But Tella was not the sort who'd run after Scarlet if she left. And what if Tella was right? Perhaps it was grandiose to assume the entire game revolved around the two of them. If her sister was correct and Scarlet ruined this, Tella really would never forgive her. But if Scarlet wasn't crazy, and Julian was really dead, then Scarlet needed to retrieve her wish and save him. Behind Tella's dressing curtain, one wardrobe and multiple trunks were opened, overflowing with an assortment of clothes. Scarlet watched as her sister debated between several gowns. Hopefully, after she met this Daniel person, Scarlet could figure out a way to convince Tella to leave with her. In the meantime, she would stay by her side and discover a way to collect her wish from Legend. The periwinkle, Scarlet said. Blue is always most becoming on you. I knew you'd say, Tella said. Here, this one's for you. It will look so dramatic with your dark hair and that new little streak. Sorry, I don't have any slippers your size. You'll just have to let your boots dry. She gave Scarlet a cranberry dress with a frothy ball gown skirt, longer in the back than in the front, and covered in teardrop-shaped red beads. The dress matched the blood on Scarlet's palms. As Scarlet finally washed it away, she vowed to herself once more that she'd find a way to bring Julian back. No more wounds would stain her hands that night. Promise me one thing, Scarlet said. Whatever happens, swear you won't jump off any balconies. Only if you promise me not to say strange things like that when Daniel arrives. I'm being serious, Tella, so am I. Please don't spoil this. A knock at the door. That must be Daniel. Tella slid into a pair of silver slippers before spinning around in her periwinkle dress, the color of sweet dreams and happy endings. "You look beautiful," Scarlet said, but even as she dared to hope her sister was the one who'd been right all along, Scarlet could not ignore the bitter yellow puddle of dread in her stomach as Tella swept out from behind the dressing curtain and toward the hidden door against the back wall. The world swayed as Tella opened it, everything tilting as Scarlet watched the man on the other side reach around her sister's waist and reel her in for a kiss. Two spots of pink colored Tella's cheeks as she pulled away. "Daniel, we have company." Tella drew the man she called Daniel back toward the cushioned lounges where Scarlet stood, immobile. "I'd like you to meet my sister Scarlet." Tella beamed again so brightly she didn't notice the way Scarlet had involuntarily taken a step back, or how the young man at her side ran his tongue over his lips when Tella wasn't looking. "Donatella, step away from him," Scarlet said. "His name is not Daniel." 37. He no longer wore a top hat, and he'd traded his dark tailcoat for a crisp white frock coat. But his eyes still sparkled with the same mad gleam, as if there was something unhinged behind them, and he didn't care about hiding it. "Scar," Tella hissed, acting weird again, she mouthed. "No, I know him," Scarlet insisted. "That's Legend." "Scarlet, please stop acting crazy," Tella said. "Daniel's been with me all night, every night of the game. It's not possible for him to be Legend." "It's true." Legend hooked his arm around Tella's shoulder. She looked childlike under his heavy grip as he possessively pulled her short frame closer. "Get your hands off her!" Scarlet launched herself at Legend. "Scar, stop!" Tella grabbed Scarlet's hair, yanking her away before she managed more than a scratch. "Daniel, I'm so sorry," Tella said. "I don't know what's gotten into her. Scarlet in this madness." "He lied to you." Scarlet's scalp burned as she struggled with Tella. "He's a murderer." The Legend didn't look like a killer just then. Dressed in white and without his mad smile, he looked as innocent as a saint. "Maybe we should tie her up before she hurts herself." "No!" Scarlet shouted. A flash of unease crossed Tella's face. "Love," she swallowed. "She's going to hurt one of us." Legend's brows drew together, as if he were truly worried. "Remember the warnings about people who get swept too far away? I'll hold her while you fetch rope. There should be some in a dressing trunk for episodes like this." "Tella, please don't listen to him," Scarlet pled. "Love," coaxed Legend, his voice dripping deceptive concern. "It's for her own safety." Tella's eyes darted from Legend in all his pristine glory to Scarlet with her knotted hair and tear-stained cheeks. "I'm sorry," Tella said. "I don't want you to get hurt." "No!" Scarlet thrashed again, ripping the sleeve of her dress and spilling beads on the floor as Legend took her from her sister. Hands as strong as iron manacles twisted her wrists behind her back, while Tella disappeared behind her dressing curtain. "See how willing she is to do whatever I suggest?" Legend purred into her ear. "Please," Scarlet begged, "leave her alone. I'll do whatever you say if you let her go. You want me to jump off the balcony? I will. Just don't hurt her." In one sharp motion, Legend spun Scarlet around, pale skin and harsh cheekbones, and eyes full of unveiled madness. "You would jump for her to your death?" He released Scarlet with a shove. "Then do it. Now." "You want me to jump right now?" "Not right now." His lips twitched at the corners, then demented imitation of a smile. "I wouldn't have invited you to her funeral if I planned on you dying tonight. Just walk to the edge of the balcony, as close as you can get without falling over." Scarlet couldn't think clearly. She wondered if this was how Tella felt around Legend, befuddled and bewildered. "If I do this, you promise you won't hurt my sister?" "You have my word." Legend X'd a pale finger over his heart. "If you walk to the rim of the balcony, I swear on my amazing life, I will not touch your sister again. And promise me you won't let anyone else?" Legend raked Scarlet over with his eyes, from the ripped sleeve of her dress to her naked feet. "You're not really in a position to make deals. Then why are you making a deal with me?" "I want to see how far you're willing to go." His tone turned syrupy with curiosity, but the look he gave her was pure challenge. "If you're not willing to do this, you'll never be able to save her." To Scarlet it sounded as if he had said, "If you're not able to do this, you don't love her enough." Purposefully, Scarlet started toward the edge of the balcony. Night air swept around her ankles as she drew closer, and even though Scarlet had never feared heights, she felt dizzy as she dared to look down at the specks of light and dots of people on the solid ground that would show no mercy if she— "Stop!" Legend yelled. Scarlet froze, but Legend continued to shout, filling his voice with artificial terror, making it crack in all the right places. "Donatella, hurry! Your sister is trying to jump." "No!" Scarlet hollered. "I'm not." A warning look from Legend cut her off. "Say another word, and you have no guarantees from me." But a promise from him meant nothing. She'd been a fool to believe anything he'd said. He'd driven her to the edge to push her further from Tella, who looked stricken when she reappeared with the rope. "Scarlet, please don't jump." Tella's face was red and splotchy. I wasn't going to jump, Scarlet insisted. I'm so sorry. She convinced me to let her go, Legend said. Then she said if she jumped, she'd wake up from the game. Daniel, it's not your fault, Tella said. Scar, please step away from the ledge. He's lying, Scarlet yelled. He's the one who made me go to the edge. He said if I did, he wouldn't hurt you. Scarlet realized too late this only made her sound more insane. Tella, please, you know me. You know I wouldn't do something like that. Tella sucked on her lower lip, looking torn once more, as if deep down Tella believed her sister wasn't suicidal. I love you, Scar, but I know this game does strange things to people. Tella handed her coil of rope to Legend. He lowered his head dramatically, as if this pained him too. No! Scarlet wanted to back away, but the edge of the balcony was behind her, the cruel night hungering to swallow her up if she fell. She shot forward instead, trying to outrun Legend, but he moved like a viper, one hand wrapped around her wrists. He used the other to shove her into a chair. Let me go, Scarlet tried to kick, but Tella was there as well, working to bind Scarlet's flailing ankles while Legend secured her arms and chest to the chair. Scarlet could feel Legend's breath against her neck, hot as he whispered too low for Tella to hear. Wait until you see what I do next. I will kill you, Scarlet screamed. Maybe we should get her a sedative? Asked Tella. No, I think this should hold her long enough. Legend tugged at the rope one final time, slicing through Scarlet's breathing. A hidden door in the back opened, and Legend's maniacal smile returned as Scarlet's father, along with Count Nicholas Darcy, walked through. The governor strode forward purposefully, head high, shoulders straight, as if he were an honored guest. The Count appeared interested in only one person, Scarlet. Tell us, Scarlet's exclaimed. For the first time, there was a flicker of fear on Tella's face as well. What are they doing here? I invited them. Legend waved an arm. Legend waved an arm magnanimously towards Scarlet, who continued struggling against the rope, while the two men stepped closer. All tied up and ready to go as promised, said Legend. Daniel, what are you doing? Tella whispered. You really should have listened to your sister. Legend stepped up to the side of Governor Dragna, and Count Nicholas Darcy closed in on Scarlet. The Count had cleaned up since she'd seen him last. His black hair was combed, and he changed into a fresh garnet-red tailcoat. He peered down at Scarlet and shook his head as if to say, I told you so. Can I keep the rope? The governor asked, his eyes full of retribution. Daniel, tell them to stay away from us, Tella cried. Oh, Donatella, Legend said, stupid and stubborn until the end. There is no Daniel de Angle, though it was enjoyable pretending. Legend laughed perversely, the same awful sound Scarlet had first heard in the tunnels. Splinters dug into Scarlet's arms while she battled to free herself from the ropes. Tella didn't say another word, but Scarlet could see her sister crumbling, growing smaller and younger and turning suddenly fragile as she continued to stare up at Legend the way Scarlet imagined she gazed at Julian when she first learned the truth about how he deceived her, believing but not accepting, waiting for an explanation that Scarlet knew would never come. Even Governor Dragna looked stunned by Legend's confessed identity. However, the Count did not look entirely surprised. He merely cocked his head. I don't believe you, Tella said. Would you like me to perform a magic trick to prove I'm really him? That's not what I don't believe. You said you loved me, Tella said. All those things you told me. I lied, Legend answered flatly, and there was something about the flatness, as if Tella didn't even matter enough to hate. But, Tella sputtered, the spell Legend cast upon her finally breaking. If she were made of porcelain, as Scarlet often thought, Tella would have shattered, but she just kept stepping back, closer and closer to that dangerous edge of the balcony. Tella, stop! Scarlet yelled. You're almost at the rim. I'm not stopping until you step away from her, Tella shot a pointed look at her father and the Count. If either of you take another step toward my sister, I swear I'll jump. And father, you know I don't have to. If you don't have me, you'll never be able to control Scarlet. Even if you have her, you won't make this marriage happen. The governor and the Count stopped moving, but Tella continued backing up, silver slippers sliding all the way to the edge of the balcony. Tella, stop! Scarlet fought to free herself from the rope, beads breaking off her dress, and she thrashed against the chair. This couldn't be happening, not after watching Julian die. She couldn't lose Tella like this. You're getting too close to the edge. It's a little too late for that, Tella laughed, a brittle sound. As breakable as she looked, Scarlet wanted to run to her, grab hold of her, where she tottered on the balcony's rim. But the rope wasn't loose enough yet. Her ankles had managed to kick free, but her arms were still bound. Only the stars watched in sympathy as she rocked back and forth, hoping that if she knocked over the chair, she'd smash one of its arms and finally break loose. "Donatella, it's all right," her father said almost tenderly. "You can still come home with me. I'll forgive you, both you and your sister." "You expect me to believe that?" Tella exploded. "You're a liar, and worse than he is." She pointed a shaky finger at Legend. "All of you are liars." "Tella, I'm not." With a crash, Scarlet's chair hit the floor, one of its arms splintering so that she could finally crawl out of the ropes and start for the ledge. "Stay back, Scar." Tella moved one foot so her heel was over the rim. Scarlet froze. "Tella, please!" Scarlet took another tentative step. But when Tella wobbled, she froze again, terrified one false move would push her sister over the very edge she so badly wanted to rescue her from. "Please, trust me." Scarlet held out a hand. No longer stained in blood, she hoped she could save Tella in the way that she hadn't been able to save Julian in the tunnels. "I would find a way to take care of you. I love you so much." "Oh, Scar," Tella said. Tears streamed down her pink cheeks. "I love you too, and I wish I was strong like you. Strong enough to hope it could be better, but I can't do this anymore." Tella's hazel eyes met Scarlet's as sad as fresh-cut wood. Then she closed them as if Tella couldn't bear to look at her. "I meant it when I said I'd rather die at the edge of the world than live a miserable life on Trisda. I'm so sorry." With trembling fingers, Tella blew her sister a kiss. "Don't!" Tella stepped off the edge of the balcony. "No!" I'm sorry. I'll try to stop. Okay. "No, Scarlet will." Watching your sister plummeting into the night. With no wings to fly her down, she fell to her death. 38. Scarlet would only remember fragments and pieces of what happened next. She would not remember how Tella had looked like a doll knocked from a very high shelf until the blood started pooling around her. Even then, Scarlet couldn't look away from her sister's lifeless body. She just kept wishing Tella would move, wishing Tella would get up and walk, wishing for a clock that could turn back time and give Scarlet one last chance to save her. Scarlet remembered the time-twisting pocket watch she had seen her first day here. If only Julian had stolen that watch instead, but Julian was dead too. Scarlet choked on a sob. She'd lost both of them. Scarlet cried until her eyes and her chest and parts of her body she didn't know could hurt began to ache. The Count stepped closer as if to offer some form of consolation. "Stop." Scarlet held out a shaking hand. "Please." She choked on the word, but she couldn't bear anyone's comfort, especially not his. "Scarlet," said her father. He approached her as the Count backed away, or rather her father shuffled, hunched over as if an invisible pack were tied to his back. And for the first time Scarlet didn't see a monster, but rather just a sad old bully. She saw how his fair hair had grayed at the edges, his eyes were shot with blood, a dragon with no fire and broken wings. "I'm sorry." "Don't." Scarlet cut him off. "You deserve this. I don't ever want to see you again. I don't ever want to hear your voice. I don't want you to try to ease your conscience by apologizing. You brought this about. You drove her to this place." "I'm just trying to protect you." Governor Dragna's nostrils flared. His wings might have been broken, but he still had his flames after all. "If you'd listened to me, rather than always being such a disobedient, ungrateful wretch of a—" "Sir!" Joven, who Scarlet had failed to notice before, boldly stepped in front of Governor Dragna. "I think you've said it. Get out of my way." The governor slapped Joven across the face. "Don't touch her." Scarlet and Legend both spoke at once, though it was Legend who moved forward in a flash. Sharp, pale lines and dark eyes now focused on the governor. "You will not hurt any more of my players." "Or what are you going to do?" Governor Dragna snarled. "I know the rules. I know you can't harm me as long as the game is in play. Then you also know the game ends at sunrise, which is approaching fast. When that happens, I'm no longer bound by those rules." Legend bared his teeth. "Since you have seen my true face, that's even more incentive for me to rid the world of you." Legend flicked his wrist, and every candled lamp and fire pit throughout the balcony turned brighter, casting a hellish red-orange glow over the obsidian floor. Governor Dragna paled. "I may not have cared about your daughter," Legend went on, "but I do care about my players, and I know what you have done." "What is he talking about?" Scarlet asked. "Don't listen to him," said the governor. "Your father thought he could kill me," Legend said. "The governor mistakenly believed that Dante was the master of Caraval and took his life instead." Scarlet looked at her father aghast. "You murdered Dante?" Even the Count, who now stood at a distance, looked unsettled by this. Governor Dragna's breathing turned heavy. "I was just trying to protect you." "Maybe you should think about protecting yourself," Legend went on. "If I were you, Governor, I'd leave now and never come back to this place or anywhere else you might find me. Things will not end as favorably the next time I see you. The Count backed away first. I had nothing to do with any murderers. I was only here for her. The Count's eye cut to Scarlet, holding her gaze far past that initial moment of being uncomfortable. He didn't say another word, but his lips curved just enough to show a flash of white teeth. It was the same way he had looked at her the first time she'd run away from him, as if a game between the two of them had just begun and he was eager to play. Scarlet got the impression that although Count Nicholas d'Arcy was leaving, their business was far from complete. The Count tilted his head in a mockery of a bow. Then he turned and strode out of the door, the silver boots echoing as he disappeared. "Come on," the governor waved Scarlet forward with an unsteady hand. "We're leaving." "No," Scarlet was shaking again, but she stood her ground. "I'm not going anywhere with you." "You stupid," the governor swore. "If you stay, he's defeated our family. This is what he wanted, but if you want to come with me, he loses. I'm sure the Count will. I'm not marrying him, and you cannot make me. You're the one who destroyed our family. All you want is power and control," Scarlet said, "but you will not have either over me any longer. You have nothing left to hold me now that Tella is gone." For a moment Scarlet was tempted to step up on the ledge and add, "Now leave before you lose both of your daughters." "Now leave before you lose both of your daughters." But she would not let him destroy her as he had her sister. She would do as she should have done long ago. "I know your secrets, father. I was always too afraid before, but now that you can't use Tella to control me, I have no reason to stay quiet. I know you think you can get away with murder, but I don't imagine your guards will stay loyal much longer when I tell everyone you murdered one of their own sons. I will tell the entire Isle how you killed Felipe, drowned him with your own hands just to frighten me into obeying you. How well do you think you'll sleep once Felipe's father learns about that? And I know other secrets too, ones that will put an end to everything you built." Scarlet had never been so bold in all her life. Her heart and her soul, even her memories, managed to hurt. Everything ached, but she felt hollow and heavy all at once. It pained her to breathe, and it took effort to speak, but she was still alive. She was still breathing and speaking and feeling. Most of what she felt was agony, but she also didn't feel afraid of anything. And for the first time her father looked afraid of her. He looked more frightened of Legend, but either way, he was leaving, and she didn't imagine he would come after her again. A governor did not live long enough without loyal guards. The conquered isles were not the most prestigious place to rule, but there was always someone looking to usurp power. So it should have felt like a victory when he walked out the door. Scarlet was finally free. Free of her father, free to go wherever she wanted, and Julian had given her that with the coordinates in his pocket watch. Julian! The grief she felt for him was different from the loss she felt for Tella. Each tore apart a separate half of her, but they weighed her down equally. She could feel fresh sobs building in her chest, swelling like waves about the crash. But at the thought of Julian, she recalled something else. She remembered why she'd abandoned his body in those tunnels. She'd won the game. She still had her wish, and Legend was there to grant it. For a moment she felt hope, lighter than the weight of her grief, indescribable and iridescent, and utterly impossible to hold on to, because it wasn't only Julian she needed to save. Scarlet's chest ached again. Tella and Julian were both gone. She felt as if it shouldn't have even been a choice, but it was a choice, which made her feel like less of a sister. Or maybe Julian mattered even more than she realized, because although she knew she was going to choose Tella, she couldn't say it right away, as if maybe there was a way to save them both that she hadn't figured out yet. Her sister, or the boy Scarlet had almost certainly fallen in love with. Julian had died because of her. He'd risked everything for her by facing her father and then giving her that pocket watch just before Scarlet would meet Legend. Scarlet thought of how strained this voice sounded as he struggled to tell her the truth. It wasn't his job to protect her, but he'd done what he could. He also made her feel things she never knew she could desire, and for that she would always love him. But Tella was not only her sister. She saw Scarlet's best friend, the only person in the world she would have loved one more than anything or anyone else, the person she was responsible to take care of. Scarlet turned to Legend. Her decision was made. "I won. You owe me a wish." Legend snorted as if amused. "I'm afraid my answer to that is no." "What do you mean, no?" Legend responded dryly. "From your tone, I think you know exactly what I mean. But I won the game." Scarlet argued. "I solved your confusing clues. I found my sister. You owe me a wish." "You really expect me to grant you a wish after all of this?" Around Legend, the candles flickered. as if they were all laughing along with him. Scarlet fisted her hands, telling herself she would not cry again, even as tears burned the backs of her eyes. Giving her only one wish, and making her choose between two people she loved, was cruelty enough, but no wish at all was unspeakable. What is wrong with you? Don't you care that two innocent people are dead? You're absolutely heartless. If I'm so vile, then why are you still here? Legend said, but when he slid his eyes to her, they were no longer the sparkling gems she'd seen at their first meeting. If it were anyone else, she would have sworn he almost looked sad. It must have been her grief. Scarlet was seeing things because Legend now seemed dimmer as well, duller than he had been in the tunnels or when he'd first arrived at the balcony, as if a glamour had been cast over him and it was somehow disappearing, making him less of the Legend he had been before, where his pale skin had glittered in the tunnels and now appeared dusty, blurry almost, as if she were looking at a rendering of him that had grown dull over time. For years Scarlet had believed no one could be worse than her father, and no one could be more magical than Legend, but despite his tricks with fire, the master of Caraval didn't look so magical now. Maybe he said he wouldn't grant her wish because he couldn't grant her wish. But Scarlet had seen enough wonder to believe that wishes had to be real. She tried to remember every story she'd ever been told about magic. Joven had said different things fueled it, like time. Her grandmother had said it was desire. When Julian had given her a day of her life, he'd used his own blood. Blood! That was it! In the world of Caraval, blood possessed some sort of magic. If a drop could give a person a day of life, maybe Scarlet could bring Julian and tell them back to life if she gave them enough of her blood. She turned to Joe. How do I go down to the street? Scarlet wasn't sure if the girl would give her an answer, but Joe quickly told her how to find exactly what Scarlet sought. Outside, it was growing darker by the second, as the lamps were burning low, signaling the final hour of the night. A crowd had gathered around Tella, precious Tella, who already wasn't Scarlet's Tella anymore, without her smile and her laugh and her secrets and her teases and all the things that made Scarlet's beloved sister. Ignoring the onlookers, Scarlet plunged to her knees, sinking into the puddle of blood around her sister, who looked broken in every possible way. Her arms and legs were skewed at awful angles, and her bright honey curls soaked in red. Scarlet bit down hard on her finger until blood dripped down to her palm. She pressed it to her sister's blue, unmoving lips. "Tella, drink!" Scarlet said. Her fingers trembled as she continued holding them to Tella's mouth, but Tella didn't move or breathe. "Please, you told me there was more to life," Scarlet whispered. "You can't stop living now. I wish you would come back to me." Scarlet closed her eyes and repeated the wish like a supplication. She'd stopped believing in wishes the day her father had killed Felipe, but Caraval had restored her faith in magic once again. It didn't matter that Legend said he wouldn't grant her wish. It was like her Nana had said. Every person gets one impossible wish. If the person wants something more than anything, they can find a bit of magic to help them along. Scarlet loved her sister more than anything. Maybe that, combined with the magic of Caraval, would be enough. She continued to wish, as all around her the candled lamp slowly burned out until there was no more flame, like the unmoving girl in Scarlet's arms. It hadn't worked. Fresh tears ran down Scarlet's cheeks. She could have told Tella until they dried up, and she and her sister both turned to dust, a warning to any others who dared to get too swept away in the deception of Caraval. The story could have ended there, in a storm of tears and muttered words, but just as the sun was about to rise, in the black instant before dawn, the darkest moment of the night, a dark brown hand gently rocked Scarlet's shoulder. Scarlet looked up to find Joven. The candles and lanterns had almost turned to smoke, and Scarlet could barely see her, but she recognized the light lilt of their voice. "The game's about to officially end, so the morning bells will toll, and people will start packing up. I thought you might want to collect your sister's things." Scarlet craned her neck toward Tella's rimless balcony. "No, Legend's rimless balcony. Whatever it is up there, I don't want it." "Oh, but you may want these items," said Joe. The day after Caraval. 39. When Scarlet arrived at Tella's balcony room, she imagined it was a ploy, another way to torment her. The possessions in the suite were all newly acquired. Dresses, spurs, gloves, none of it truly felt like Tella. The only thing that felt like her sister was Scarlet's memory of her periwinkle gown Tella had died in, the gown that had failed to bring her to a happy ending. Whatever Joe thought, Scarlet paused at the sight of something on Tella's vanity sat a long rectangular box made of etched glass and silver edges, with a clasp that made Scarlet's heart trip a beat. It was a sun with a star inside and a teardrop inside of the star, the symbol of Caraval. Scarlet now hated the crest more than the color purple, but she distinctly knew that box, with its wretched emblem, had not been there before. Slowly Scarlet raised the lid. A slip of paper. Carefully she unfolded the note. It was dated almost a year ago. First day of the hot season, year 56, Elentine Dynasty. Dear Master Legend, I believe you are a liar, a blackguard, and a villain, and I would very much like your help. My father is a villain as well, though not the dashing sort like you. He's the kind who likes to beat his daughters. I know this is not your problem, and since you probably have a heart made of black, perhaps you don't care, but I've learned you did actually feel something when that woman threw herself from your balcony after you rejected her during Caraval a few years ago. I heard you were so upset. That was the real reason you stopped traveling. Helping my sister and me won't completely make up for whatever happened then, but it might help a little. I also think it would create a very interesting game, and I know how you like to play. Yours truly, Donatella Dragna. Scarlet reread the letter again and again. Each time she believed it a little more and a little more, until at last she believed it without a doubt. The game was not over yet, and it seemed Scarlet was right. This year's Caraval really was about more than just Legend and her grandmother. In fact, it appeared her sister had made some sort of bargain with the master of Caraval himself. "Joe," she called. "Jobin!" The girl appeared with a peculiar bounce to her step the second time her name was shouted. "Take me to Master Legend," Scarlet said. 40. "What's the meaning of this?" Scarlet demanded. Across from her, Legend sat in a tufted champagne chair looking out of an oval window. There was no balcony, not in this room. Scarlet imagined these quarters were sick, if it were possible for a room to be ill. The large stretch of space was covered in dull shades of beige, with only two faded chairs. Scarlet weighed the letter in front of Legend, who'd yet to look away from the view. He peered down on all the people below, dragging trunks and carpet bags, and they began their exodus back into the real world. "I was wondering when you'd come," he said airily. "What type of deal did you make with my sister?" Scarlet asked. A sigh. "I didn't make any deal." "Then why did you leave this letter?" "I didn't do that either." The master of Caraval finally looked away from the window, yet something about his placid expression was off-kilter, or rather, missing. "Think. Who would want you to have that letter?" he asked. Again, Legend was her first thought. "It was not me," he repeated, "and here's a hint. It shouldn't be hard to figure it out. Imagine who could have left it for you." "Donatella," Scarlet breathed, "but she could have moved the box when she'd gone to fetch the rope. But why?" Ignoring her question, Legend handed Scarlet a short stack of letters. "I'm supposed to give you these as well." "Why don't you just tell me what's going on?" Scarlet said. "Because that's not my role." Legend rose from the chair, moving so close to Scarlet he might have touched her. He was back in his velvet top hat and tailcoat, but he didn't grin or laugh or do any of the mad things she'd begun to associate with him. He looked at her not as if he was trying to see her, but as if he was trying to show her something about himself. Again, Scarlet prickled with the feeling something was missing from him, as if the clouds had parted to reveal the sun, only there was nothing but more clouds. In Tella's room, it seemed he wanted her to see how unhinged he was. He made her believe he might do something crazy at any moment. Now it appeared as if the opposite was true. The words "my role" replayed in Scarlet's thoughts. "You're not really Legend, are you?" A faint smile. "Does that mean yes or no?" Scarlet was in no mood for riddles. "My name is Casper." "That's still not an answer," Scarlet said, but even as she glared at him, puzzle pieces were clicking together inside her head, creating a complete picture of something she'd been unable to see until that moment. Around her neck, the pocket watch felt hot as she recalled the way Julian's confession had cut off, as if he had been physically unable to speak the words. The same thing happened to him on the carousel right before Scarlet had jumped. As a performer, magic prevents you from saying certain things. Scarlet guessed aloud. She remembered something else then, words from a dream she'd been told she would not forget. "They say Legend wears a different face every game." Not magic, a variety of actors. It also explained why Casper had looked dimmer and duller, like a copy of the real Legend. When they'd been up in the balcony, there must have been some sort of glamour over him, and as Caraval had come to a close and had begun to fade, the corners of his eyes were now red, the space beneath them puffy. In the tunnels his fair skin had been eerily perfect, but now she could see the tiny scars on his jaw, where she imagined he'd nicked himself shaving. He even had a few freckles on his nose. "You're not really Legend." This time it was a statement, not a question. "That's why you said you wouldn't grant my wish. You're just an actor, so you're not capable of making wishes come true." It seemed the game truly wasn't over. Scarlet should have known better than to assume the real Legend would appear for her. How many years had she written him before ever hearing back? "Is there really even a Legend?" "Oh, yes," Casper laughed, as faint as a smile, seasoned with something bitter. "Legend is very real, but most people have no idea if they've met him, including many of his performers. The master of Caraval doesn't go around introducing himself as Legend. He's almost always pretending to be someone else." Scarlet thought about the myriad people she'd seen during Caraval. She wondered if any of them had been the elusive legend. Have you ever met him? She asked. I'm not allowed to answer that. In other words, he hadn't. However, he added, it seems your sister managed to capture his attention. Caspar nodded towards Scarlet's hand. 6 letters penned by 2 different people, starting a season after Tella's first correspondence. First day of the harvest season, year 56, Elentine Dynasty. Dear Miss Dragna, you prepare an interesting question, though I'm not sure what delusion has led you to believe I could help you. If you know my history, you're aware of what happened between myself and your grandmother, Annalise L. 16th day of the harvest season, year 56, Elentine Dynasty. Dear Master Legend, I am very aware of your history, but I also know you were once told whatever rules you played during Caraval would affect who you are as a person, and I recently heard that after that woman killed herself, you decided you no longer wished to be a villain, and you were keen on becoming more the hero type. This is your chance at redemption, Donatella Dragna. 44th day of the harvest season, year 56, Elentine Dynasty. Dear Miss Dragna, I am beyond redemption. However, depending on how far you're willing to go, I've thought about it, and I may be able to work with you. L. 61st day of the harvest season, year 56, Elentine Dynasty. Dear Master Legend, I am willing to do whatever it takes. I'm willing to die, Donatella Dragna. Scarlet cursed her sister for having written such foolish words. Foolish, reckless, irrational, thoughtless. Scarlet's anger stilled as she read the next letter. 76th day of the harvest season, year 56, Elentine Dynasty. Dear Miss Dragna, I take it you believe someone loves you enough to wish you back to life? L. First day of the cold season, year 56, Elentine Dynasty. Dear Master Legend, absolutely, Donatella Dragna. There were no more letters after that. Scarlet reread them, and every time her eyes burned with new tears. What had Tella been thinking? It seems she thought you could wish her back, Caspar said. Scarlet didn't realize she'd asked the question aloud. And perhaps Caspar's response should have made her feel better. It didn't. Scarlet looked down at the letters once again. How did my sister know all of this? I can't speak for her, Caspar said, but I can say Caraval is not the only place where people trade secrets for things. Your sister must have bargained away something valuable to learn so much. Scarlet's hands trembled. All this time Tella had been working to save them both, and Scarlet had failed them. She tried to wish Tella back, but she must not have loved her enough. On the other side of the oval window, the world had faded even more. Whatever magic held Caraval together was quickly turning to dust, taking all the buildings and streets with it. Scarlet watched everything outside disappear as fresh tears rolled down her cheeks. Foolish Tella. Personally, I think clever is a more appropriate word. Scarlet spun around. A girl with a devil's smile and cherub's curls. Tella, is that really you? Oh, please, I'd think you could come up with something better than that. Tella's curls bounced as she glided further into the room. And please don't cry. But I saw you die, Scarlet sputtered. I know, and trust me when I say plummeting to the ground is not a good way to go. Tella grinned again, but her death, no matter how short-lived or how fake, still felt too real, too soon for her to joke about. How could you put me through that? Scarlet stammered. How could you pretend to kill yourself while I watched? I think I'll leave you two alone. Caspar edged toward the door with a parting look to Scarlet. Hope there's no hard feelings about everything. See you at the party? Party? Scarlet asked. Ignore him, Tella said. Stop telling me what to do. Scarlet lost control then, sobbing once more. The sort of hysterical tears that made her hiccup and sneeze. I'm so sorry, Scar. Tella closed in and gathered Scarlet into a hug. I didn't want you to go through that. Then why did you do it? Scarlet pulled away, hiccuping as she moved, so one of the tufted chairs stood between her and her sister. No matter how relieved she was to see Tella alive, she couldn't shake how it had felt to see her die, to cradle her dead body, to believe she'd never hear her voice again. I knew your love could wish me back to life, said Tella, but I didn't bring you back. Legend never gave me my wish. A wish isn't something someone could give, Tella explained. Legend could give you a little extra magic to help you along, but the wish would only work if you wanted it more than anything. So you're saying I wished you back to life? Scarlet still couldn't fathom it. But when she saw her sister alive and breathing and irrelevantly joking, she imagined Tella's death had somehow been an elaborate trick. But there was no humor in her sister's expression now. Tella, what if it had failed? I knew you could do it, Tella said firmly. No one loves me as much as you do. You would have leaped from the balcony if Caspar had convinced you it'd protect me. I don't know about that, Scarlet muttered. I do, Tella said. You might not have been able to see me during the game, but I snuck out to watch you a couple of times. Even when you didn't pass the tests, I knew you would still be able to save me. Tests? Scarlet asked. Legend insisted we put you through a few trials. He promised he'd provide a bit of magic, but you had to want the wish enough. or it wouldn't happen at the end of the game. That's why the woman in the dress shop asked you what you desired most, but I failed that test. You didn't fail all of them. You passed the most important one, and that was enough. If you hadn't, I wasn't supposed to jump. Scarlet remembered what Caspar had said. He made her walk to the edge of the balcony. If you're not willing to do this, you'll never be able to save her. Please don't be mad. Tella's heart-shaped mouth pulled into a frown. I did this for both of us. Like you said, Father would hunt me to the ends of the earth if I ran away, but not if you died, Scarlet finished. Tella nodded grimly. The night we left, I planted a pair of tickets for him, with a note from Legend saying Father could find us at Caraval. Scarlet took a shaky breath as she pictured Tella sneaking into her father's study. Scarlet was still tempted to scold her sister for devising such a dangerous and horrible plot, but for the first time Scarlet could see how much she'd always underestimated Tella. Her younger sister was brighter, smarter, and braver than Scarlet ever gave her credit for. You could have told me, Scarlet said. I wanted to. Tella cautiously stepped around the chair until the sisters were face to face. She'd changed out of the ruined dress she'd died in. She now wore white, a ghostly shade of it, and Scarlet wondered if she had chosen the gown for that very reason, as if a little more drama was needed. You have no idea how hard it was not to say anything before we left Trista, and when we were up in that balcony I was scared to death. I was nervous, but part of the bargain was I couldn't say a word. Legend told me it was put too much pressure on you. He said you might fail out of fear, and that blackguard likes his games. Tella's expression soured. Scarlet got the impression this game was also more than Tella had bargained for, not surprising given everything Scarlet had learned about Legend. So this really had nothing to do with Nana Anna? Tella nodded. They did have a romance. It's true that it didn't end well because she chose another man, but Legend never vowed to destroy all the females in her line. After Nana went to the conquered Isles to marry Grandfather, a rumor started that she'd fled there to hide because of Legend wanted revenge, but that's not entirely true either. I'm fairly certain lots of women have warmed his bed since then. Scarlet thought about Rosa and everything Tella had written in her letters. Even though Legend had vowed to destroy her Nana, it seemed his broken heart had ruined at least one other woman. Scarlet also imagined Legend toyed with her and Tella more than he might have because they were Annalise's granddaughters. She would have asked more questions, but though she remained curious about Legend, she could no longer ignore the sharp pain of another death that still weighed heavy on her thoughts. I need to know about Julian. Tella chewed on the corner of her lip. I was wondering when you were going to ask about him. What does that mean? Scarlet's words came out rough. She wanted to ask more, but she still could not bring herself to question if he was truly alive or dead. Ever since Tella walked in, Scarlet had dared to hope Julian wasn't really dead. But Tella's expression turned unreadable, making Scarlet fear that she'd only get one happy ending today. Did you know he was going to die? Tella nodded slowly. That might have actually been my fault. Okay, I have to blow my nose. 41. Scarlet paled, falling into a chair. You had him killed. Please don't be upset. I was trying to protect you. By having him murdered? He's not really dead, Tella promised. Then where is he? Scarlet looked around as if he'd suddenly walked through the door, but when it didn't happen, Tella frowned. Some of Scarlet's panic returned. If he's alive, then why didn't he come here with you? If you calm down, I'll explain it all. Tella's voice contained the slightest tremor. Before the game began, I told Legend I didn't want anyone making you fall in love. I knew how much you wanted to marry the Count. I never liked the idea, but I wanted you to choose another path for your own reasons, not because of Caraval player who is pretending to be someone else. So, Tella paused, drawing the word out before rushing on to say, I told Legend that if that happened, I wanted the player taken out of the game before it ended. And you made your final choice regarding your fiancé. I can see now how misguided that was, but I swear I was trying to protect your own heart. You shouldn't have. You don't need to say it. Tella rocked back on her heels, frowning again. I know I made a lot of mistakes. In my head, I saw it all playing out differently. I didn't realize how unpredictable Legend is. He is supposed to take Julian out of the game earlier, and I never imagined Legend would actually have him killed in front of you. Tella appeared truly apologetic, but it didn't erase the horror roiling around inside of Scarlet. No one should be forced to watch two of the people they love die in the same night. So Julian is really alive now? Yes, very much. But why don't you look happier about this? Tella's brow scrunched up. From what I heard about the two of you, I would have thought I'd rather not discuss my feelings right now, or any of the things her sister had heard. It was starting to feel too much to take in. Too many real threads mixed with false threads, all of them tangling together. Scarlet wanted to be thrilled Julian was alive, but she could still feel the pain of his death, and knowing that it really was all pretend meant that Julian had fallen in love with never actually existed. He was just a role one of Legend performers had played. I want to know how it works. I need to know what's real and what's not. Tears were threatening to fall again. Scarlet knew she should have been happy, and a part of her was relieved, but she was also terribly confused. Was everything that happened scripted? Not at all. Tella plopped down in the chair beside Scarlet. My kidnapping and your kidnapping were my ideas, and I knew you would be tested before you met on the balcony, but I would have to jump. And most of what happened in between wasn't scripted. Before each game, the performers are bound by magic that prevents them from confessing certain truths, like admitting they are really actors. Tella went on. They're given guidelines to follow, but their actions are not all predetermined. I think you already know this, but during Caraval, there's always a bit of real mixed in with everything. There is some free will involved. So I can't tell you what was real for Julian, and I probably shouldn't tell you that his role was supposed to end shortly after he got you to the Isle. Tella paused meaningfully. Julian had said something similar, but in light of everything else, Scarlet was no longer sure she believed any of the things he'd said to her, but for everything she knew, Julian was actually Legend after all. Still, she had to ask, what do you mean by that? According to the other players, Julian was only meant to get us to the Isle and then take off. I think he was supposed to leave you at a clock shop. But you didn't hear that from me, Tella said. And in case you were wondering, Julian and I weren't ever really involved. We never even kissed. Scarlet blushed. This was something she tried to avoid thinking about. Tella, I can explain. I never would have... You don't need to explain, Tella broke in. I never blamed you for anything, though I will admit I was surprised whenever I would get reports on how things were progressing. Her voice went higher, as if she were on the verge of laughter. Scarlet covered her face with her hands. Mortified was not a strong enough word to use. Despite Tella's words, Scarlet felt deceived and humiliated. Scar, don't be embarrassed. Tella pulled her sister's fingers from her burning cheeks. There was nothing wrong about your relationship with Julian, and in case you were worried, it wasn't Julian who told me about what was happening between you two. It was mostly Dante, who seemed quite put out you didn't fancy him more. Tella made a funny face, giving Scarlet the impression she was pleased about this. I'm guessing Dante didn't really die either? No, he died, but also came back, like Julian. Tella sighed. Then she did her best to explain the truth about the death and Caraval. Tella didn't know the particulars as to how it worked. It was one of those things that people didn't really talk about. All Tella knew was that if one of Legend's performers was killed during the game, they really died, but not permanently. They felt all the pain and nastiness that went with death, and they stayed dead until the game officially ended. Does that mean you would have come back no matter what? Scarlet asked. Tella paled, turning whiter than her dress, and for the first time Scarlet wondered what death had been like for her sister. Tella was good at concealing her real emotions, yet it seemed she couldn't keep the tremble for her voice as she said, I'm not a performer. Regular people who die during the game stay dead. Now come on. Tella pushed up from her chair, shaking off her pallor as she filled her voice with cheer. It's time to get ready. Get ready for what? Scarlet asked. The party? Tella said it as if it were obvious. Remember your invitation? The one from Legend, that was real? Scarlet couldn't decide if she thought it was twisted or terribly clever. Tella grabbed Scarlet's arm as she started for the door. I'm not letting you say no to this celebration. Scarlet didn't want to leave her sister's side, but attending a party was the last thing she felt like doing. She enjoyed socializing, but just then she could not imagine flirting and eating and dancing. Come on, Tella tugged her harder. We don't have much time. I'd rather not arrive looking like a specter. Well, then you should have picked out a different dress, Scarlet snapped. I died, Tella said unfazed. What's more perfect than this? You'll see next game. I'm sure you'll get into the drama of it all even more than me. Oh no, Scarlet said. There's no next game for me. You might change your mind after tonight. Tella flashed a cryptic smile and pushed open the door before Scarlet could argue. Like the tunnels underneath the game, it led to a new hallway, one Scarlet had never seen. Gemstone tiles covered the floor, tinkling softly as Tella dragged Scarlet past halls covered in paintings that reminded her of Aiko's notebook. Scarlet paused in front of one she'd never viewed, an image of herself in the dress shop, wide-eyed and open-mouthed, taking in every creation as Tella spied in secret from the third floor. My room's this way, not the same one you found me last night. Tella towed Scarlet around several more corners and past a variety of performers who exchanged brief hellos before stopping in front of a rounded sky-blue door. Sorry if it's not very tidy. The room inside was a disaster, covered in corsets, gowns, elaborate hats, and even a few capes. Scarlet didn't see any gray hairs upon her sister's head, but she imagined they were hiding somewhere, because her sister must have lost at least a year of her life in order to acquire so many new and fanciful things. It's hard when there's not much space to put things away, Tella said, picking up clothes to create a path as Scarlet stepped inside. Don't worry, the dress I picked out for you is not on the floor. I don't think I can go, Scarlet sat on the edge of the bed. You have to. I already got you a dress, and it cost me 5 secrets. Tella marched over to the chest, and when she turned back around, her arms held out an ethereal pink dress. It reminds me of a hot season sunset. Then you should wear it, Scarlet said. It's too long for me, and I got it for you. Tella tossed her sister the dress. It felt as indulgent and dreamlike as it looked, with tiny sleeves that dripped off the shoulders and an ivory bodice covered in ribbons that flowed into a gauzy skirt. Silk flowers clung to the ribbons. When Scarlet noticed a change color in the light combination of blazing creams and burning pinks. Just wear it tonight, Tella said. If the party ends and you want to leave Caraval and everyone who's part of this world behind, I will go with you, but I'm not wanting you to miss this. I've been told Legend doesn't extend invitations like this to anyone who's not one of his performers. And I don't think you'll be happy if you leave this business with Julian unresolved. At the mention of Julian, Scarlet's heart constricted. She was glad he was alive, but whatever there was between them, she was sure it wouldn't be anywhere close to what it had been before. Even though Julian had tried to tell her the truth, it could have just been because he felt sorry for her. Or maybe it was part of the act, too. It wasn't as if he'd ever said he loved her. I feel as if I don't even know him. Scarlet also felt like a fool, but she felt too ridiculous to admit that. Then tonight is your chance to get to know him. Tella grabbed her sister's hands and pulled her up from the bed. I wish I could tell you whatever you two shared was real. Tella, this isn't helping. That's because you haven't let me finish. Even if it wasn't what you thought it was, you two still experienced something significant this past week. I would think he'd want closure as much as you do. Closure. Another word for end, conclusion. It now made perfect sense why Julian had warned her. Most people she met during Caraval were not who they appeared to be. But Scarlet could not deny she wanted to see him again. I'll make sure you are the prettiest girl there. Next to me, of course, Tella giggled. Soft and pretty, even though Scarlet's heart felt as if it were breaking once again for Julian. She reminded herself she had a sister and they were finally, blessedly, gloriously free. This was what she'd always wanted, and it came with a future that had yet to be written, full of hope and possibilities. I love you, Tella. I know you do. Tella looked up with an indescribably tender expression. I wouldn't be here if you didn't. 42. It felt like stepping into a world made of ancient fairy tales and dreams come to life. Air smelling of evergreen, dusty with flecks of gold lantern light. Scarlet didn't know where the snow had gone, but not a fleck remained. The ground was dotted with flower petals instead of the forest with shades of green and olive and jade and ivory. Even the tree trunks were covered in rich emerald moss except for the bits wrapped in gold and cream streamers. People sipped golden drinks as rich and thick as honey, while others ate cakes that looked like clouds. And then there was Julian. Her heart leaped into her throat at the sight of him. Scarlet had been looking for him since the moment they arrived. Suddenly she couldn't move or breathe. Across the way under the bough of green leaves and gold ribbons, he stood drinking a flute of honey, looking very much alive and chatting with a shiny-haired brunette, far too pretty for Scarlet's comfort. When he laughed at something the girl said, Scarlet's heart plunged from her throat to her stomach. This was a mistake. Looks like you need my help again. Echo appeared between Tella and Scarlet. Unlike the sparkling and colorful outfits she had worn during Caraval, the girl's bustled dress was now sedate and dark. Blue or black, Scarlet couldn't tell, with a floor-length straight skirt, long sleeves and high neck. I get cold, she stated simply, and you look as if you have a chill as well, though I'm guessing it's not from the temperature. Echo's eyes went to the brunette, watching as she wrapped her hand around Julian's arm. Her name is Angelique. You might recall her from the dress shop. She loves flirting with the ones who have their sights set on someone else. Echo looked pointedly at Scarlet. Is this your way of saying I should go over there and talk to him? You said it, not us, said Tella. Echo nodded in agreement. Ah, Tella exclaimed. Scarlet followed her sister's gaze until it hastily dropped on Dante, who had just entered the party. He was still dressed in black, but now had both his hands and a pretty girl on either arm. Dante, I'm so glad you're here. I was looking for you, and I believe Echo was as well. Tella trotted off toward Dante. Without a word, Echo followed, leaving Scarlet all alone. Scarlet tried to steady herself with a deep breath, but her heart beat faster with every step she took. Drew from the grass, dampened the thin gold slippers. Julian still hadn't left, and she feared what she would see when he did. Would he smile? Would it be the polite sort or the real sort? Or would he turn back to Angelique and make it clear that whatever he'd shared with Scarlet was really nothing at all? Scarlet stopped several feet away, unable to move any closer. She could hear the low rumble of his voice now as he told Angelique, I think that's where we're headed next. And you're planning on stealing the show again? Angelique asked. A wolfish flash of teeth. Angelique wet her lips. Scarlet wanted to melt into the night, wink out of existence like a broken star. Then he saw her. Without another word, Julian set down his glass and strode toward her. The leaves above Scarlet shuddered, raining down bits of green and gold as he moved. His gait shifted, wavering between confident and something that looked nothing like it. Her Julian. Yet how could he be hers when she didn't know anything real about him? She said hello, but it came out like a whisper, and for a moment they just stood there under the trees that had gone as still as her heart. So is your name really something else? She finally asked. Like Casper? Thankfully, no, my name is not Casper. When Scarlet didn't smile, he added, It gets confusing if we all use different names. Only the performer who plays legend does that. So your name really is Julian? Julian Bernardo Marrero Santos. His lips curved slightly, just the corners. Not the wicked twist she recognized, another sharp reminder that this was not the boy she knew. Shades of the rich ruby love she'd felt during the game mixed with hues of deep indigo hurt, turning everything just a little bit violet. I feel as if I don't know you at all, she blurted. Ouch, you're wounding me, Scarlet. He sounded more serious than mocking, yet all she heard was the way he'd called her Scarlet, not Crimson. The nickname had probably been part of the game, and it shouldn't have meant anything, yet not hearing it reminded her once more of who he really was and wasn't. I don't think I can do this, she turned to leave him. Scarlet, wait! Julian grabbed her arm, spinning her back around. From the distance, they might have looked like one of the many dancing couples around them, if one couldn't see the frustration in his face or the hurt in hers. Why do you keep calling me Scarlet? She asked. Isn't that your name? Yes, but you never called me it before. I've also never done this before. A muscle ticked in Julian's jaw. When the game ends, we go, leaving everything behind. I'm not used to talking to participants after it's over. Would you rather I go? Scarlet asked. No, I would think that's obvious, Julian ground out. But I do want you to stop looking at me as if I'm some kind of stranger. But you are, she said. Julian winced. Can you deny it? You know so much about me, and I don't know anything real about you. The hurt in Julian's expression deepened. I know it feels like that, but not everything I told you was a lie. But most of it was. Julian brought a finger to Scarlett's lips. Please let me finish. It wasn't all a deception. Who we play during Caraval always reflects part of who we are. Dante still thinks he's prettier than everyone else. Aiko is unpredictable, but usually helpful. You might think you don't know me, but you do. What I told you about my family being well connected and playing games, that was true. Julie waved an arm, gesturing toward all the people around them. This has been my family for most of my life. A mixture of pride and some other emotion that Scarlett couldn't place edged his features, and suddenly she recognized one of his names from her Nana's stories. Santos. You're related to Legend? Instead of answering, Julian scanned the celebration before turning back to her. Will you walk with me? He reached out a hand. Scarlett could still remember kissing his fingers, tasting each one as she pressed them to her lips. A tremor slid across her bare shoulders at the memory. He had warned her that she should be afraid of his secrets, and now she understood why. Refusing his hand, she followed him anyway. Her slippers crushed flower petals as he led her toward a willow tree, parting its sweeping branches so she could step through. Some of the leaves gleamed in the dark, casting gentle green light and sheltering them from the rest of the party. Almost my entire life I looked up to Legend, Julia began. I was like you were when you started writing him letters. I idolized him. Growing up, I wanted to be Legend, and when I became a performer, I never cared if the lies I told hurt anyone. All I cared about was impressing him. Then came Rosa. The way he said her name made something tumble uncomfortably inside Scarlett's chest. She knew Rosa was real, but she'd thought it was Legend who had seduced her. You were the performer who was involved with her? No, Jillian answered immediately. I never even met her, but I was telling you the truth when I said I lost faith in everything when she killed herself. After that, I realized Caraval was no longer the game it had once been, meant to give people a harmless adventure and hopefully make them a little wiser. Legend had changed over the years, and not for the better. He takes on a part of whatever roles he plays, and he'd been playing the role of a villain for so long he'd become one in real life. Finally, a few months back, I decided to leave, but Legend convinced me to give him another chance and stay. So you've actually met him? Scarlett asked. Julian opened his mouth as if there was something he wanted to tell her, but the words wouldn't come out. He looked at Scarlett meaningfully. Remember what you asked me about Legend? Whether you were related to him? Julian nodded, but he didn't elaborate. The glowing leaves of the willow tree rustled as he quietly went on. Legend sent me a letter asking me to play one last game. He claimed he was trying to redeem himself, and I wanted to believe him. Julian took a deep breath before continuing. I was only supposed to bring you and Tala to the Isle, but every time I tried to walk away from you, I couldn't do it. You were different than I expected. Most people only worry about their own pleasure during Caraval, but you cared so much about your sister. It reminded me of the way I had always felt about my own brother. Julian's caramel eyes met Scarlett's as he finished, and suddenly a thought struck her. Legend is your brother? She asked. A wry smile curved Julian's lips. I was hoping you'd figure it out. But Scarlett stumbled over what to say next as she tried to make sense of it. It explained why Julian would have had such a hard time walking away from the game. Scarlett knew how difficult it was to turn away from a sibling, even when they did hurtful things, and the other players had treated Julian differently. Ever since learning Casper had only pretended to be Legend, and that Julian was alive, Scarlett had wondered once more if Julian was actually the master of Caraval, but maybe Scarlett only thought this because the two were closely related. But how is it possible? You're so young. I don't age as long as I'm one of Legend's performers, Julian explained, but I was feeling ready to grow up when I decided to leave. So then why did you stay and play this time? Julian looked at Scarlett almost nervously, as if she were the one who now had the power to break his heart. I stayed because I started to care about you. Legend doesn't always play fair, and I wanted to try to help you, but I knew if we grew close and you found out the truth, it would hurt you. So at first I tried to give you excuses to hate me, but then it became harder to push you away. It pained me every time I lied to you. This game brings out the most selfish parts of many people, but it had the opposite effect on you. Watching you restored my belief that Caraval could be what I believe it used to be, and that my brother could be good once again. Julian's voice was thick with emotion. I know I've hurt you, but please just give me another chance. He looked as if he wanted to reach out and touch her, and a part of Scarlett wanted him to, but it was too much to take in all at once. If Julian had been Legend, it would have been easier to hate him for putting her through so much, but knowing Legend was actually Julian's brother left her all kinds of torn. Before he could reach for her, she pulled away. Julian's mouth pinched at the corners. He was hurt, but he covered it up, bringing his hand to his face to rub the underside of his jaw. Unlike most of the game, he was clean-shaven, younger-looking, except for Scarlet froze. When she'd first seen him, she hadn't noticed the mark her father had made was still there, a thin, jagged scar that ran from his jaw to the corner of his eye. She thought that since he could come back to life, the wound would have somehow vanished as well, and it would be as if that awful night had never happened. Julian caught her staring and answered her unasked question. I might not be able to die during the game, but all these injuries I received throughout Caraval leave scars. I didn't know, Scarlet murmured. She'd been nervous about seeing Julian because she'd feared the game wasn't as real for him as it had been for her, but perhaps Tella had been right when she said there's always a bit of real mixed in with everything. I'm so sorry my father did that to you. I knew the risks I was taking, answered Julian. Don't be sorry, not unless it's the reason you're trying so hard to walk away from me. Scarlet's eyes sought his scar again. Julian had always been handsome to her, but this was very real scar down his cheek made him devastating. It reminded her of his bravery and his selflessness, and how he'd made her feel more than anyone else she'd ever met. Maybe he wasn't exactly the same boy she had thought he was during the game, but he no longer seemed like a stranger, and he'd done it all to help his brother. How could she, of all people, hold something like that against him? If anything, I think this scar is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. Julian's eyes widened. Does that mean you'll forgive me? Scarlet hesitated. This was her chance to walk away. Tella had said that after tonight, if she wanted, she could forget all about Caraval. Scarlet and Tella could start new lives for themselves on another island, or even one of the continents. Scarlet used to fear she couldn't take care of herself, but now that challenge excited her. She and Tella could do anything they wanted, but as Scarlet looked at Julian, she couldn't deny she still wanted him as well. She remembered all the reasons she'd first fallen for him. It wasn't only his handsome face or the way his smile made her stomach flutter. It was the way he'd pushed her not to give up, and the sacrifices he'd made. Maybe she didn't know him as well as she'd have liked, but she was fairly certain she was still in love with him. She knew she could walk away, but she'd spent enough of her life fearing the risks that accompanied the things she wanted most. In answer to his question, Scarlet lifted her hand, slowly bringing her fingers to his cheek. Her skin tingled where it touched his, sending shivers all the way down her arm as she traced the thin line from the edge of his parted lips to the corner of his eyelid. I forgive you, she whispered. Julian briefly closed his eyes, brushing the ends of her fingers with his black lashes. This time, I really promise I won't lie to you again. But don't you have rules about involvement with people who aren't a part of Caraval? Scarlet asked. I'm not really too concerned with rules. Julian drew a cool finger along her collarbone as he leaned in closer, sliding his free hand around her neck. Scarlet's heart raced faster at the promise of his lips, the feeling of his hands, and the memory of a kiss so flawless and reckless. Scarlet wasn't sure who kissed who first. Their lips were almost touching, then Julian's soft mouth was crushing hers. It tasted like the moment before night gives birth to morning. It was the end of one thing and the beginning of something else, all wrapped up together. Julian kissed her as if he'd never touched her lips before, sealing the promise he'd made as he pulled her against his chest, wrapping long fingers in the ribbons of her gown. Scarlet reached up and threaded her hands through his satiny hair. In some ways, he still felt just as mysterious and unknowable as the first time she met him, but in that moment none of her questions mattered. She felt as if her story could have ended there, in a tangle of lips and hands and ribbons of color. Epilogue. As the stars leaned a little closer to the earth, watching Scarlet and Julian in the hopes of witnessing a kiss as magical as Caraval, Donatella began to dance beneath a canopy of spying trees, wishing she had someone of her own to kiss. She twirled from partner to partner, her slippers barely touching the ground, as if the champagne she'd sipped earlier contained bits of stars that kept her feet floating just above the grass. Tella imagined that in the morning she'd most likely regret having drunk so much. But she enjoyed the sensation of floating, and after everything she'd been through, she needed a night of abandon and forgetting. Tella continued eating cakes of liquor and draining crystal goblets full of spiked nectar until her head spun along with the rest of her body. She practically fell into the arms of her newest partner. He pulled her closer than the others had, his large hands snaked determinedly around her, bringing with them a new surge of pleasure. Tella liked the confident way he touched her. As he tugged her toward the edge of the party and farther from the crowd, she imagined feeling his hands on places besides her waist. Maybe he could help her take her mind off of all the things she'd been too afraid to share with her sister. Tilting her head back, Tella smiled up, but the night had grown dark and her vision was blurry. He didn't look like any of the Caraval performers she knew. When her partner leaned closer, all Tella could see was the shadowy smirk as his hands trailed down. She sucked in a breath when his fingers dug into the folds of her dress, touching her hip bones as he disappeared. It happened so rapidly, Tella stumbled back. One moment the young man had his arms around her, drawing her close as if he might kiss her. Then he was walking away. He moved so fast it made Tella wish she'd not drunk so much. Before she made it more than 2 steps, he vanished into the crowd, leaving her cold and alone, and with something rather heavy in her pocket. A chill swept over Tella's naked shoulders. Her head might have been spinning, but she knew the item weighing down her skirts had not been there before. For a moment she tried to entertain the thought of it being some kind of key. Perhaps her stranger was hoping she might follow him back to his room for that kiss they never shared. But if that's what he wanted, Tella didn't imagine he would run off so quickly. I think I need another glass of champagne, Tella mumbled, the words to no one in particular as they edged away from the crowd. Aside from being wrapped in paper, she could not tell what the object in her pocket was, though she had a prickly feeling it was meant for her eyes alone. Music from the party faded as she edged toward the secluded tree lit by the hanging candles that flickered white blue light. As she reached into her pocket, the object she pulled out fit inside the palm of her hand. Someone had wrapped a note around a thick coin, but it didn't look like any currency Tella had ever seen. Tella shoved the coin back in her pocket after unwrapping the note. The handwriting on it was crisp and precise. Dearest Donatella, congratulations on escaping your father and surviving Caraval. I am pleased our plan worked, although I had no doubts you would survive the game. I'm so sure your mother will be quite proud, and I believe you should be able to see her soon, but first you must keep up your end of our bargain. I hope you haven't forgotten what you owe me in exchange for all that I've shared with you. I plan on collecting my payment very soon. Truly yours, a friend. Oh. And that's the end. Thank you for listening to Caraval, Book 1 of Caraval by Stephanie Garber. The reason I laugh is just it's such a well-written book, and then it gets to the those one brief parts that just come out so immaturely. It's like it causes it almost to be like there's just something really like over conniving, and just it's like it's to me, I mean, I feel like the story's like, it's beautifully told and everything, but that's the one thing about Caraval, that this book, that I just kind of feel like is a bit of a problem, because it's like it doesn't necessarily make Donatello a hero, that she was so manipulative and she did some things to just like, I mean, on the one hand, she bought freedom for both of herself and her sister, but at the same time, it's so manipulative. If you want to look at it realistically, it's like so manipulative. Um, and just the delivery of it is just like so. There's just like the lead up is so fast that it's like you don't expect it at all. And the same thing with when Casper stabs Julian. It's like you're just not expecting it. It comes out of the blue. Even reading it other times it's like, anyway. Yeah, there's some immaturity to the thing of her just being like toying with like manipulating someone that way, by threatening to jump like that is, anyway. So I don't mean any offense by having laughed where I laughed. It's just, you're reading this thing that's written so well, so maturely, and then suddenly you got that, and it's like it just doesn't feel very grown up behavior. But it's okay because I mean, I do feel like there's a lot of things about the books that just make them so incredible and just like so just beautifully detailed. It's just amazing. But yeah, there are some parts that make me laugh sometimes that shouldn't. It's like completely inappropriate to laugh. But anyway, and that's not the first time I've read Caraval during a live stream, but it was fun reading it. I feel like when I don't know, it's like, I don't know what I was going to say there. I might stream like after this. It's like a fun kind of party. I was thinking that would be fun, so I might do that. Like just a kind of like party stream now. Like after Caraval party. um I'll try and do that. That would be fun. So goodbye to the stream for now. Thank you for listening. I hope you enjoyed Caraval. I'll stream another stream, a party stream,